mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean it. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill.
Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia, and welcome to the Open Mic. Oops. Yeah. So, okay. Uh, so this is Open Mic, episode 31, and this time around, a bit special. We are also live on Facebook's DPA's Facebook page. So just try something new, and it's not on the DPA YouTube main channel. It's only on the Open Mic channel and the Rumble Open Mic channel and on Twitter. And yeah, so well, I have itchy throat. I want to cough. I feel like a cat. Okay, yeah, as usual, for open mic, I don't think I have the. I should spend time. Hello individually. So I'm gonna hi everyone, and for those watching on Twitter, you might want to come over to YouTube to watch, and the link to join will be on YouTube's uh pin message. I will also be putting it on Rumble's message, but there's nothing to pin. There's no pin function on Rumble, so yeah. So make do. And okay, so let's put the invite link. Give me a second. I didn't prepare this. I was just now. I went to bathe and everything. Yeah, and make coffee. Uh, and also I want to also apologize. I'm always ambushing you guys. Every open mic is like a guess. You have to really guess when it's going to happen, and maybe not sure if that's a good thing. Uh, I really do want to be consistent, but my energy level just cannot keep up with that. So okay, I'm gonna drop the link now to the and send okay. So it's now pinned, and I'm gonna also paste it over to uh paste it over to Rumble. And we have Similon. This is
How are you
and
doing, man?
good.
Good
Shadowy,
stuff. Hey,
Maddie.
Shadoway.
Hello,
Maddie, how are you doing, man?
Hello.
Susan.
As
Can you hear
usual,
me?
Yep.
yes. Everybody
Oh,
who
okay.
are watching, do comment if you think that anyone need to be louder or softer, as usual, so that it helps me to adjust. I have limited ability to adjust their volume, so everybody can hear clearly. No European values, please. Okay.
Yeah, I got that from the last one I participated on. Okay. Shadoway, anything you feel like talking about? How about you, Maddie?
I think the biggest thing is Serbia right now. Because Serbia, Kosovo. I think Kosovo is like acting up.
Kosovo again. What did they do this time?
So they they I think the Kosovo police or something, they took over some administration building, and then Serbian set their military alert to their highest level, and they have sent troops to the border. So maybe it's yet another one of those Kosovo Serbia nonsense, but this time around Kosovo actually did something, and it got condemned by not just Serbia, but it's also condemned by the West, like US, UK, France. They all have a joint statement to condemn the police crackdown or something. Then even Albania also condemn it. So it's like no one is siding, at least on the surface, Kosovo. So not sure what's happening now actually. I was digging
Okay.
actually. I wanted to do a video, but I needed to sleep, so I went to sleep. So I was doing the research halfway. So that's all I know now. So maybe if
Okay.
you have some Serbians on, you might want to come up or Kosovans
Okay.
come up and
I'm
is
sure
it called?
Prata know
What?
everything about it.
Yeah,
Wyatt,
Kosovo is not pretty important.
like, I have no information from this because this is the first time that I'm hearing about it. But in
That's
any
the
case,
issue.
do you think perhaps there is an agreement between the so-called West and the Serbians on this matter?
Possible. I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure. Nothing Kosovo do is independent, because Kosovo is not even a real country. At
He
this
was
moment.
speaking about the Serbian, not the Kosovo, not the Kosovar people. Or
Sorry,
I misunderstand something?
the Kosovo there is okay. So
The
what happens is that
Kosovo on
within
the west
Kosovo,
are allied. That's a thing. I agree.
Kosovo is
But the
actually
Serbian,
protected by NATO. So Kosovo is guaranteed by NATO, and but within Kosovo itself there are Serbians. So the Serbians are getting oppressed and suppressed by the Kosovo government, and then by right they are supposed to have some guarantees of safety and some uh, governing within Kosovo itself, which Serbia guarantees. So whenever things happen between the Serbians within Kosovo and Kosovo government, then Serbian government will start to make noise and they will send the military to the border. So yeah, it's an ongoing thing. Unless someone can explain better, please come on to explain. Because my research is halfway. I was reading halfway what is actually happening, so I only have like half the information.
Yeah. Okay, so the reason I made that question is because normally you would see the so-called West siding with the, not exactly siding, but saying nothing about the actions of Kosovo. But now that Serbia is like doing certain things that they don't agree with, now they are siding with Serbia. It doesn't make sense. So that's why I say that perhaps there is an agreement between Serbia and the so-called West to, in this instance, condemn this and give more support to the position of Serbia, perhaps to bring Serbia closer to the so-called West.
okay, I understand now what you mean. I think it's strange because really the Kosovo and the West are very close, obviously. So it's strange, but everything is possible.
Alan, you're a bit more smart than me, so please, if you have anything.
I just wanted to interject it, although I don't know. This is the first I'm hearing
Alan,
about this
think
as
on
well.
Oh yeah, it looks like I need to do a video because nobody knows what is happening. Okay, or we can talk about other things now because since we do not know enough, we can talk about other.
Oh, by the way, Alan, I couldn't hear you when you were talking.
I think he's still fixing.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
maybe
Maddie.
yes. Alan, no.
No, I was just until Alan comes up, I wanted to say is that although I don't, I'm first hearing of this as well. I'll pull back from the map a little bit and think of why now. Why is this happening at this moment in time? And what has driven it to this moment? Has it been something? Well, we know there's always something ongoing, but is it something truly that is ongoing, or something that all of a sudden just happened to coincide with all the shit that's going on from the West right now? That's my question.
Testing. No, nothing.
Yes, we hear you now, Alan.
Yep, we can hear you now.
Cool, good. Yeah, I actually wrote some stuff down. There's been a pretty crazy week if you guys think about it. We had this supposed upcoming offensive is a whole thing, but like what's it called? The Russian ship Ivan Kurs got bombed in Turkish economic waters, not Turkish domestic waters, but Turkish international waters. We had the S-350 shoot down drones, I think an aircraft, automatically, which is the first time that's ever happened. Full stop. And then we had Lavrov's statement. Did you guys see Lavrov's statement today or last night or something like that? He said, I'll pull it up exactly, but he said something along the lines of, Russia is currently in an acute state of tension with the West. And if you know anything about Lavrov, that's probably one of the most serious things he's ever said while he's been in power.
Exactly, and that's why I brought it up actually in my Twitter feed about that. I mean, that is, words mean something at that freaking level, and I've never heard it said almost that directly, as in next step is war, is basically what I think he just laid down there.
I'm looking it up right now real fast.
If we think about it, there is currently a war going on between Russia and the West, just with no participation of the Western military assets directly, except on certain cases.
I think
Because,
we couldn't
there
leave
is
China,
Western
but
military
that's my
assets,
point
but
of view.
there is like no active recognition of those assets being there. So it's a bit of a weird war, and the next step would be a direct confrontation.
Well, see, that's the huge concern, Mehdi. We were talking about this previously. What's this say? Have you any solution to Nagorno-Karabakh? I think that would be a fun one to cover, actually. But right now, I want to get back to the thing that we're talking about right now, which is kind of messaging in the diplomatic space, and a huge concern that we're seeing arise is the tone of communication between specific diplomats and their counterparts, I guess you could say, in Russia. We have Lavrov saying, I'm still looking for it. I'm going to find it in just a minute. I'll share it with everybody. But basically saying, we are right on the edge of war, like real war with Europe and the West. And like, this isn't a joke. And then 6 months ago, on the opposite end of the spectrum, 6 months ago, we had the literal Minister of Defense of Germany, or is she the Deputy Minister of Defense of Germany, who stated that they are currently at war with the Russian Federation. That kind of right, and on the international stage, that kind of rhetoric, you can't throw things like that around. When you say something like that on the international stage, you better know what you're talking about, or you better actually be literally at war, people dying in your homeland. Sorry, Shadow, I know you want to go next. Shadow?
Yes, sorry. I think the difference between the East and the West, because now in the West, our diplomatic level skills in diplomats is really low, basically. Okay, we may have some very few good ones, but we don't see them. We don't hear about them. Okay, maybe they are good, but we don't know them. But in the East, they are very good ones, like Lavrov, like the new Chinese guy. They are really, really good. And we hear about them, okay? We hear what they do, and so on. So when I hear something in the West, I don't think it's important. And honestly, I tend to do the same thing for the East. I know what Lavrov say is important, what the Chinese people say is important too, but since I'm used to the West diplomatic speaks, like you said before, they basically said very stupid thing sometimes. I filter out the news.
But that's what you just said is extremely key. Okay, we have an entire diplomatic arm of our government. We have literally the people responsible for communicating properly and getting negotiations and deals across, not taking what is going on in the world right now seriously. Some people, we could argue, are falling for their own propaganda. We can see, I wouldn't say falling for their own propaganda, but using it in their diplomatic communication to such an extent that you could say they're falling for it. And the perfect example for that is if you look at Petraeus, or excuse me, not Petraeus, I think it is Petraeus, literally when he went to Saudi Arabia said, we need to work on this problem right now with Saudi Arabia of them not being inclusive enough. They're not open to the LGBTQ community. You giggle, but that sends a message to the entire world, and a very serious one at that. Mehdi, I know you wanted to go next, and for the time being, actually,
You're mute, Alan. Alan, you've been muted.
Yep. Mehdi, I don't want to take any more of your time, but I got to step out here for a minute. I'll be back later, guys. So, thanks.
That wasn't me that did that. What I don't know where that came from, but I've been on mute this whole time, so I don't know what just offended the young gentleman, but it wasn't me. So let's just put it there.
No. I think he got something on. I think he because he's usually busy. Like I think he do real estate, which is why sometimes he need to take a call and everything else. In the West, we no longer have diplomacy but ideology. I totally agree.
Right. And that's what I wanted to say was that, Alan's completely right, because at that level, you're representing your country in its possible actions in the future, and you're talking to your basically over the table peer, and that it's not just the face that you see. There's other diplomats that are with them in the background, and when the lead diplomat acts like a childish, petulant child when he gets with all his buddies at a G7 conference or whatever, and you look at the way that Russia and others are behaving themselves, we're sending across the messages, not only are we silly little prats, we can't be trusted with anything, and whoever you're talking to, you don't know what level of person, freaking IQ you got sitting across from you. It used to be there would be at least somebody with common sense and logic the other side could talk to. Right now in the West, I doubt that exists, at least in the Eastern perspective.
I'm going to speak now after it's going to be Semyon. What I want to say is that I think today our own diplomats don't speak to the other foreign country diplomats, but to our own mainstream media. What I mean is they are doing public relation speech and not diplomatic speech. They don't care about what the other foreign country thinks. They only care about what their own country thinks. Okay, that's the speech they did in Saudi Arabia about the woke movement. Basically, it's exactly that. It's not a speech for Saudi Arabia. It's a speech for the mainstream media in the United States. Semyon, you could speak.
Okay, so first and foremost, boss, feel like saying anything?
Boss.
Boss? Can you hear?
Yeah.
Whoa,
Yeah, oh,
impressive.
Feel
That's
like
a good
saying
one.
anything?
Sorry, my mind was somewhere else. Yeah, but
We can tell.
the thing about the West and their politician. I don't think there is politician in the West. People just here. They just do whatever the fuck the United States tell them to do, and they do it. When I see countries like France and Germany, they are superpower economically. But look at them. They doing fuck all. They doing nothing for the people, They should be helping the people before doing something else. The same way India is doing that. India is putting their people before anyone else. But no one in Europe is doing that. I understand about United Kingdom, because United Kingdom do anything United States tell them what to do. Maybe sometimes they plan the things before anyone else. Okay, go on.
Okay, so now I want to ask everyone here a question. So we can already tell that the West is training or forming ideologues more than diplomats. So how do you see a solution to this? Because there must reach a point where we actually go back to the standard format of diplomacy and not ideological warfare, let's call it that.
I think the problem is
everyone can have a turn at this. Sorry, go ahead.
I think the problem is that with this kind of thinking, the only way for the West to understand there is a problem is to lose. But to lose, you have your own mainstream media to say that you lose. And they are never going to say that. They are always going to blame someone else, like Putin, I think very soon they are going to blame our dear Ukraine president. And they are going to say that somebody else fault if there is a problem, okay? That's never going to be their own system fault. Default. So they are going to blame someone else, and so they are never going to lose. And since they don't lose, they are going to continue the same thing again. Mehdi?
I thought those were very good points. I would like to add to that. I think that it will continue this way until somebody starts to pay the consequences for the mistakes and what they have caused. But until that time, they're just going to do whatever's in their favor because there's nobody they're answering to for doing it. Look how far it's driving us this way. This is all politics being done within our government getting us here. I mean, it's just silliness, but we have to change our thinking as a people is what are we willing to allow instead of, when will they stop? Maybe we need to start flipping this a little bit and taking a little bit of our own responsibility for it.
That's only
Well, by the
possible
way,
if they don't control the mainstream media. But since they control the mainstream media, they control what the crowd thinks, okay? And so they can decide if there is or not a revolution, basically. And they pretty sure they don't want a revolution, so they're going to make sure that everything is going to stay as it's now, and to make sure there is the less change as possible. Semillon?
Okay, first and foremost, boss, read the chat. Everyone actually read the chat or keep tabs on the chat because Maya is constantly
reading.
trying to remind people.
I'm reading.
Voss,
I mean
your
the stream chat.
your necklace touches the mic, so there's always clicking sound. Yeah, so when you talk, it's like tick, 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 tick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
And the other thing
It's
is
okay
the
now?
following. Yeah. The other thing is the following. There is this risk that if this continues for a bit longer, there could be no way around this except a collapse, because what we're seeing is the following. They're forming ideologues, and ideologues tend to stick to their ideas. If you stick to an idea, then how will you change your mind? Like, how will someone manage to force you into changing your mind if you yourself do not acknowledge that person as someone that has a hold of the truth? Because you think yourself, you hold the truth. So how will someone else manage to make it so that you think you were thinking things the wrong way? Basically, is there a way to fix an ideologue? That would be the true question.
When the facts slap them in their face, at least 3 times, then they'll be like, oh, they will wake up. So
not even that.
So one example is that maybe, yes.
But I think you are right, but to slap them in the face is the job of the mainstream media, okay? And if the mainstream media, for them doing that, they have to change their own way of thinking, because basically they feed the ideologue, this time kind of ideologue, they feed them for a long time now, so they don't want to change that. So the ideologue is never going to be slapped in the face. Voz, your turn.
Yeah, my solution is we need to stop watching the mainstream media because they come up with some sort of shit. I don't know how some people believe the things they tell us in the media. The other thing is we need more people around the world like the French people, because the way I see things is like, if there is no bread in France, everyone go on the street. They complain, I want bread. I want fucking bread. Until they don't get the bread they want, they don't want to stop complaining. We need more people like French people everywhere, not just in Europe, everywhere, because this kind of thing, every government around the world do this kind of thing to their people, you know? So we need to start complaining more.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with that. I think when it comes right down to it, you either believe that whatever you call the suppressive system, neoliberalism or globalism or capitalism, it seems to be less and less willing to accept challenges to its own assumptions and more willing to double down. So, that's what, say, Karl Marx, but also a whole lot of other theorists predicted about capitalism. And if we are at that point, then only sort of the group of people that they need to continue the war, soldiers, workers, factory workers, people like that, have to actually say no to being continually deprived in order to feed the war machine. And there were people who wanted a Europe-wide revolution in 1914 to stop World War I. And there were people who wanted it at other times in history, 1848. Like 2023, 24 may be another period of time like that where either the revolution happens, like it did happen in, say, 1917 Russia when they wouldn't stop the war, or the elites back down and do some kind of sensible compromise and depriving the peacetime economy of what it needs to thrive over what amount to probably at this point, I would say, ideological and economic.
He's gone.
I think we lost him.
no.
I'm going to speak. So
Yeah, he had a whole bunch
I
of
think
buffering,
he's
but go ahead, shall we?
right about one thing in the false about another. He's right
Yeah.
about the capitalism thing that, but he's wrong about the way he think it's only about the capitalism. I think it's about all the guy in power. All the guy in power, they are capitalists, communists, Maoist, or whatever you want. They want their own way of thinking, and they don't allow other people to think another way. Basically, the really change now, I think, is the way the democracy, who was about freedom of speech, who was about the free will of the people, is changing now, and the West is no longer a true democracy. That's the way the things change now, I think. C'est mignon.
Okay. I want to
Well-
say something just to get Drew into the talk here, and that is, are you noticing that people are speaking up more now against this, now that their pockets are being affected? Like, this is the point where it starts to build up this increased resistance against this ideological warfare. I'll call it that, though it's like a form of diplomacy. Don't know how to call it actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, Drew, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually, I think my point of view is quite drastically different from most of you guys here. I don't think there should be more, like you said, like people like the French, where they would go and riot in the streets, and that to me, or we should allow this ideologues to be like slapped 3 times before they will change their mind. Because at that level, what it means when you slap those ideologues 3 times is that the people that they are governing have been slapped 300 times. They will always prioritize themselves first, and so their citizens will be the ones that suffer. So that cannot be a good solution, because at that point in time, already the people are already suffering. So what I see is and I might be an idealist in this case, but what I see is possible is that there is a soft landing solution to this, and that is to solve the crisis of capability of in the leadership in the West, and how do you go about doing that? I mean, if you look at traditionally, why people become leaders, why do competent people become leaders? Because there is a reason for them to do so. So dictators, they take power and then they get to keep that power. So therefore that is their desire, that gives them the desire to do that. And then other people who would have become dictators get squished by them, and they will try for that because they want ultimate power as well. But we don't want that kind of system because it's very brutal, right? We want something that is more palatable for our modern sensibilities, I guess. So we need a democracy that has a way of determining competence, of eliminating incompetent people, and also encouraging people that are competent to try. What's to try for the position of power? What's happening today in the West is that the reward system in the political system is just not good enough to encourage competent people. There are a lot of competent people in the West, but none of them want to be political leaders, because what does it mean to be a political leader in the West? A political leader in the West needs to be corrupt to make the money, to get the rewards. You cannot, you don't pay them enough, literally.
Be careful with your words, Drew.
Money, money
Simeon,
will not motivate
Simeon,
people to
please,
adopt political
people,
rules, but I
Simeon,
do agree with Drew mostly.
Craig, please.
Yeah.
Simeon.
It could be money, it could be power, it could be something else. But there needs to be some kind of fruit for the competent people to want to come and be a leader. It doesn't need to be money. It needs to be something. Right now, there's nothing. Right now, the only ones that are there are the ones that are willing to get rich without you knowing they're getting rich. You see? And
Can I
so
jump
those
in?
ones are in the corporate sector.
Yes.
Rude.
Jump in.
Yes.
Cut in.
So, Drew, what you said is like very, very good. Like you want competent people in power. There's just this kind of what I call cycle. Usually, after a competent person comes in power, he will always appoint followers, people which are willing to follow you, which means that by default you always appoint less capable people below you. And the more how should I say, that's just a fact. And as a result, those people which will succeed the most competent one will also be appointing less capable people. So it's a kind of cycle, and until you reach the bottom, and then there will be an upheaval. And second, usually competent people, if you want to go to power, usually people which want power for whatever reason, they are ruthless. So a ruthlessness is not competence, but they are ruthless and they want power. And competent people are usually people which are not ruthless enough. So those good people which you want to have in power, they usually are not ruthless enough to get it. And that's also the problem, between quotation marks, with the communist revolution back then in Russia, that Stalin was ruthless. I didn't say Stalin was incompetent, but he was ruthless. And by as a result, bureaucrats which were competent enough, like Trotsky, were just cast out because the ruthless people win over the less ruthless people.
Yeah, can I respond?
Simeon,
Drew,
your turn.
can
I think it's
Can
Simeon's
I
turn.
make a slight caveat here?
Yeah.
The only caveat that I want to do is the following. I think we're doing a mistake here because everyone that can attain power, or a vast majority of people, is competent. The only thing is, what is that competence used for?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
I hear what you say. Okay, I want to respond to what
When you
Ruth said.
I think it's Mehdi's turn now to speak. I'm not sure about. I think it was Mehdi's turn.
I would like to understand as what are we defining as competent? Because competent stupidity is out there as much as there is, lucky intelligence. And that's the thing. I think we need to get where local communities get back to where it was actually more of a nomination process. It was a nomination of somebody within the community that everybody trusted to make the right decisions in their name when they were at Washington, D.C. So that when they came back, these people would assume what they did was trustworthy in their interests, but also in the interests of the country as a whole, because they understood if anybody starts taking advantage of it, you're taking it away from the other states that are trying to barely exist as it was in that earliest stage. So we've lost that completely. There used to be honor in public service. There is none anymore because it's all about dollar bills.
Yeah. So can I respond to what Ruth said?
Yes.
So what you're talking about, first point is nepotism, basically. But that happens if you let nature take its course, as you rightly pointed out. But there are countries that exist today where there are systems of governments in place that actually fight against this nepotism and prevent it from taking hold, like the government in China, where they have a whole bunch. They basically have one party, so they literally have no party. So there is basically a no-party system. Everybody that joins the government joins as an independent. And then when they get elected, then they become a party member. You see, that's how it works in China. So it's considered one-party system. Actually, they don't have political parties. So all of them are independents. right? All the politicians are independent. So it became flipped, because in the past, the ones that were considered like the children of the top leaders, they were considered they were given a name called
Princeling.
princelings. Yes. So what happened was, when anybody is considered princeling, it's always within their internal votes, always loses the vote. Always. So when you look at the Chinese political system now, there were only two princelings left. One is the one we all know, which is Xi Jinping, and he only survived because his father was purged, and he had to go live his life in poverty in some rural.
Yeah, he's like the success story, all the way from the bottom climbing up.
Yeah, he's kind of hiding the fact that he is a princeling, but he is a princeling because his father was a governor, right? But all the other princelings all got eliminated, because when you have a bunch of independents that are voting, everybody will vote against the princelings, because they are like you. They don't want the nepotism to take hold, you see? So there are systems that can be put in place to deal with this. And if you just run a governmental system without really thinking about how to structure the entire system, what you get is nepotism. You're right. But there are ways to get around it.
I don't care. I don't care what people say. I don't care what people say, but this system in China is working. Yeah, it's working.
Okay.
I don't really care what people say.
Yeah, in my opinion, the COVID was really because I know China because my family-in-law is Chinese, so I know China quite well. I've been there many times. I also been in Taiwan, and I was really, if you go to Taiwan, your image of mainland China is really broken, because Taiwan is a great country and China has a lot of issues. And China is a great country with great people, but it is also a country with a lot of issues, for sure. And when it comes to political leadership, the one thing China is really good at, and that's a promise which the Communist Party made true for their people, is that they are a sovereign country, a unified sovereign country. That's the thing they did 100% good, 100% score. When it comes to their second promise, their communist promise, yeah, then things go all the way. I mean, it's a country which has, it's a classist country for sure. There are classes and they are strictly, it's horrible. You have suicide factories. It's
sorry, hang on. I don't want. I don't want this to turn into a China topic. I only brought it up as a example of a system that can be used to deal with nepotism, which was the point you brought up. It could be another country. I mean, I could bring up Singapore. Singapore has a pretty good system to deal with nepotism as well. Even though our current prime minister is the son of the guy that founded Singapore, modern Singapore. But you know, it is another. I would think Singapore's system is not as good as the Chinese system in this particular aspect. And so I'm not saying.
I take the point. I think you make a very good point, because if you look very carefully, then most successful regions or countries, a lot of them, they are run by one party for generations. So the whole idea that democracy with the changing of parties is the best way, I think is proven a lot of times wrong. Because you can look at Bavaria, North Rhine-Westphalia, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, a lot of countries are just by de facto one-party countries. So for me,
I only have agree with you, because democracy is the best way to govern the country. But the changing of parties is not a necessary component in the democracy. A democracy that always flips parties is a broken democracy, because half the time people are angry, and then they say, okay, if I change the party, things will get better, and they flip, and then they're still angry, so they keep flipping. You see? So that's a sign of a broken democracy. That's not a good democracy. A good democracy is you have a stable government that implements the will of the people. that is a good democracy. And a good democracy is something like China and Singapore, where we have one party.
At the moment,
if the will of the people is to establish a
at the
dictatorship,
moment,
is it a democracy?
Not the dictatorship. No. The dictatorship doesn't
moment,
care about the will of
at
the
the
people. It's the will
moment-
of the dictator. That's the difference.
At the moment,
that's not what
there
I
is
said.
more democracy. At the moment, there is more democracy in Saudi Arabia than any country in the West.
So
No.
but the
These
thing
terms
is,
of
right,
reference are not going to help us. These terms of reference are wrong. You need to actually stop using some of the words you're using. Let's try to put this in a less ideological frame where we're just describing actual sociology, right? There is obviously an oligarchy. We would agree there's a concept of a group of powerful people who make major decisions that affect the economy and the political system. That can exist regardless of what their ideology is, right? Oligarchy is a thing. And if an oligarchy starts really ignoring the public interest or really destabilizing a country, then an autocrat can emerge, right, who disciplines them. And that person can be explicitly a mafia member. He could be an absolute monarch. He could be a theocratic priest. He can be a strong man who keeps winning elections legitimately. He could be a Communist Party proletarian who has the whole party under his sway, any of those things. But that's an autocrat. And I think we would also agree that an autocrat, obviously being only one mind, does not have the ability to assess all situations effectively, needs to appoint people who are better than him or herself, and needs to listen to them, and needs to create, in a sense, a new oligarchy of competence around him or herself, and that over time, people who come to expect that, who come to demand that, may participate in democracy to hold a referendum on who those competent people are. And then you're back to something we might want to call democracy if we like democracy. We might call it a republic if we like that, or communism if we like that. But if we accept that that's the cycle, and that competence of the individual is not as important as the system they're cooperating in, then we can have a good conversation. And talking about what's real democracy, or has communism been tried, or whatever, it's worthless. And I agree with Drew that the individuals that are being drawn into Western politics are not the people we necessarily need, but it's the process they're competing in, the party systems, the way the promotions work, the way meetings are held, the way the electoral system works. Those things can defeat any amount of individual competence, and they have, especially in the US, the UK, and Canada, 3 countries where the first past the post electoral system is very riggable. So that's all I wanted to say. I want to not take a position on, everything called democracy is good or everything called communism is bad or whatever, but just to say that those terms, oligarchy, autocrat, and expanding your consultation and power, are how we ought to think about power in general. And then a given system may do more or less of that, regardless of the label people in it or outside it put on it. So that's my poli-sci lecture.
I want to add on to it as well. I want to add on to what Drew and Craig
Alan,
said. Is
next
that
is your turn.
we have to remember, even if it's one party, like Singapore, where we have one super powerful party, that is still democracy. So it's very weird. The West like to don't let us have our democracy. The people choose this party, we choose this leader because there's no good alternative. And then you guys say, oh, this is not democracy. It's like, what's the meaning of democracy? It's people's choice. And we choose one party, and then people say, this is not democracy. People prefer to have multiple parties arguing and making deals behind the scene. To us, that's corruption. So because why Drew have his point of view, I tell you, it's a Singaporean thing, because we have seen what works, and we have seen that protest doesn't work. So that's why Singaporeans usually don't like protest, including myself. I don't think protest works. Very, very seldom protest works. Protest only makes the news. But then even now it don't make the news. If you look at France protests usually don't make the news.
There is no other way at the moment. Protest is the only way forward.
Because you guys don't vote properly.
I can't protest in the United States, or I'm literally a terrorist who wants to overthrow the government. So
unless you went there, and then
same here in UK.
Or you can join Antifa. Antifa, you will never get arrested. Or if you get arrested, you'll still be arrested.
If I join Antifa's going to get some work done. I'll tell you that much.
Right.
When you lock out people, when the system has no way for an organized, eloquent group of people to put together a petition, participate in a deliberative process, get the representation together to ask for something in a reasonable way, like a change to the law, If that is systematically ignored and you are sure that nobody in that legislature or that bureaucracy will actually really present your real public concern, at that point, street protest becomes necessary. Now, in a small state, especially a city state, maybe you can pretty much always do that. But in a large country, I would warn the Singaporeans that in a large country with a big rural area like the United States or Canada, it is very hard to do that insinuation into power if you live 2,000 kilometers away from where the decision is made. So you may desperately need those urban people to speak for you in a protest form.
Semyon first. Semyon, please. First.
My job.
I wanted to ask a question to the guy that just went away, but I can direct that question to the rest of you. So we now know that the way that power is structured or how a person gains power in the West. Sorry, what happened, Wyatt?
No,
Von
one
showed like a
Von
butt
pick
plug
up
or
something like a
something.
butt plug.
Okay. In any
Von,
case,
have you joined the
Von is doing
Almost-
one thing.
Holy shit.
Von
What
have
happened?
Francisco,
his butt
he
is very
knows. He knows exactly what it was. That's why I did it, because we commented on it before.
I'm waiting to ask my-
But that's only if you're in the Special Forces chat.
I'm waiting for mine actually after I ask my question.
Yeah.
light.
So the question that I'm about to make is directed at everyone here. Before it was going to be directed at sure who, if that's how it's pronounced.
Before more questions, can we wrap up on the
Great.
previous topic? Because
Could
I
we finish
wanted to
the next
respond
question
to
before
Craig.
starting a new one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll,
Mary,
What
you want
So,
to talk?
Semyon, about the last question, have you something to say?
Yeah,
Which
Mary
question?
wanted
I
to
already
say something,
forgot
right?
because I was thinking.
Okay,
of my-
we are going to try
I don't
with
even
Mehdi
know what the last question was. I
Wait,
wasn't
let
here for that.
Mary.
about the government.
Wait, let
Mehdi, your
Mary
turn.
talk.
Maddie, go
Jesus,
ahead.
I'm sorry. I've only had my finger up for a while. Apparently, you don't want me to speak, I guess. I don't know. But anyway,
Semyon first and then you.
No, just cut in. Mary, quick.
Mehdi, your
I
turn.
was just going on
Go
to
on,
it.
Mehdi.
All I want to say is it doesn't matter what form of government we're speaking of. Does not matter. It all is dependent upon what the people do that have that power and how they wield it above you. If they wield it for right or wrong, for the right reasons to benefit your society, it doesn't matter what type of fucking government it is, because you'll be a happy person. But it all comes down to that. That's why somebody talks about communist governments and different things. Don't shut it out. Think about it for a while. I'm not saying I'm for democracy, fuck yeah, America, all that. But I'm not going to turn around and snicker at somebody because they're bringing up valid points that maybe if I let them in my head would help me to unscramble other things.
That
So
would
I'm
make
just
you
going
a
to end it
traitor.
there.
Yeah.
That would make
Okay,
you a
I want
traitor.
to add.
I think it's that Drew to speak.
Wait.
No. Drew to
Wait,
speak.
let me
now.
add first. So one point is Maddie is correct, because if you ask people in Bhutan, they don't have a democracy. They just have a monarchy. They have a king. Everyone is happy. Everybody have to eat
You have a gross
vegetarian.
happiness index.
Yeah, no, they cannot eat meat unless people offer it to them. But they are happy. So that's a weird thing, but it works. Then another thing I want to add on is much earlier about nepotism. You see, some people worry about nepotism, but you see in China, like what Drew explained, if you are the princeling, you are part of the royal families, you all get voted out. But in the end, they still have nepotism. It's still the same thing. The nepotism doesn't matter. It will still grow out of new people. So every country face the same thing. Even in China, doesn't matter. So Drew. Sorry.
I wanted to respond to what Craig said about the people who in the rural areas, or if the country is too large, you don't have a voice. It also kind of ties into what Mehdi said earlier, where democracies work in a smaller a situation where the group of people know the person that is they are voting for, and then they vote for the person based on the real the shown competence, right? That's how competence selection was done in the past. But now that the systems are so large, it's very difficult to do that. So again, what you need is a system. So like for example in Singapore, how do I let my government know my views and what I want to see changed or I want to see improved is basically once a month my community representative will hold like a meet the people community session, and we will go there and we would for the people that want to have a problem, we will tell it to the representative and they will take it in, and then they can then bring that to the government. So it's this kind of building of this kind of channels of feedback to the government. There are also other channels of feedback that the Singapore government has. You can actually call into one of the government officers and give a feedback. There's actually a feedback system. And then if you're called the wrong agency, they'll pass you on to another agency, and then your problems get solved. The same thing happens in China, but even to a bigger extent, where the Chinese officials will actually go down to their little community, and then they would talk to the guys on the ground and ask, okay, what's happening today? And they when they do that, they don't talk, they don't explain themselves. What they do is they take feedback. So the local farmer would say, oh, there's this disaster now, there's flooding, all my chickens are dead, do something about it. And then another guy would say, oh, I have a quarrel with my neighbor. They take all this in, and then that eventually becomes something that changes policy at a higher level. Of course, it needs to go through many, many levels in China. In Singapore, not so many levels.
You're just describing
I can
how
corroborate.
small government works.
I can corroborate what Drew say. That's how
China is
Singapore.
not a small government. It's the biggest government in the world.
So I want to corroborate what Drew say. Drew say is correct. That's how Singapore works. Just that I also want to add disclaimer. It doesn't mean that whatever you say they will actually do for you.
Yeah.
They will like sometimes you think it's not doable. So
Okay,
then
so
you will
wait.
think that the government is not doing their job.
Are you
So-
saying to me right now that China's form of government is exactly identical to the US?
No, China's form of you cannot change its government. You cannot go out and protest. You cannot vote them out.
That's not
Right,
what I'm
it's
talking about. I'm
one-
talking what you just described.
one-
What you just described, the actions you're taking, where the representative will find his group and his people, and he'll take feedback from. You're just describing any form of federation
or
or
any form
republic.
of society.
No. If you go and look at a video of a U.S. representative in their town hall sessions, and you go and look at the Chinese representative at their town hall sessions, you'll notice a big difference. The U.S. representative during the town hall sessions will always talk the most. They'll be explaining themselves. They'll be telling them why. They'll be mansplaining.
Defensive.
their
They will
town
become
hall.
defensive as well.
The Chinese town hall, if you go and look at them, right? You go and look at the videos of if they are available online. The political representative or the people's representative there always shuts the hell up. It's the people they are talking, and they will take down notes. They'll see them writing, and then that's the end of it. They don't explain themselves. They don't tell them why something is like that or tell them why they are wrong. They just take the feedback. Some of that feedback will go up. Most of it will not, because most of it is like, hey, my chickens are dead. I want some compensation. But they take feedback. So that's the difference. You see, the approaches are, even though the process is the same, the approaches are fundamentally different. One is defensive, and one is they're actually trying to get feedback from the people. So that's a democracy. The one that gets
Or they're
feedback
just
is
putting up a
democracy.
show.
No, but I
Or
mean,
they're just putting up a
If
show.
they want to put up a show, they wouldn't be there.
Would wait.
No.
After Semian
sorry.
turn.
Drew,
Semian, I think, was
Okay.
wanted to speak.
So I
don't
live in a
moderate.
country where
Wait. I want to wait. Don't moderate. Don't moderate. I mean, don't say this first, because what will happen is that it will disrupt conversation. So we try to let things flow naturally.
Okay.
But of course,
Okay,
no
go ahead,
people
bro.
raised their hand for a very long time. We do know. Of course, we do recommend the person to talk first. Yeah.
Of course, whatever.
Yes.
Oh, Ruud, go ahead, and then
Yeah,
I'll
sorry.
come back on it.
Yeah, so no matter the claims of the government, whether they say they represent the people or rule in favor of the people, or whether they're actually a dictatorship and really also openly a dictatorship, every government wants to know what their people think, what are their worries. So the fact that they try to find out what people think is in every system the same. They want to know what people care for, because that they anticipate that. I mean, no, honestly, because even, for example, a good example is Nazi Germany. I mean, they were like a totalitarian system, but the reports of the Secret Service were very open about all the criticisms the population had about their shortcomings, about what they like, what they don't like. They want to know. They want to know what you think. And I don't think you can conflate that with like, oh, they care about what the people want. No. They just want to know what you worry about and how far they should tweak you. You know what I mean?
So the what you're talking about is I agree with you. All governments want to know, but what they do with that knowledge is the difference. And then how do you see the difference is in the results of the lives of the people. Imagine yourself now and think of your life 10 years ago. If your life has improved from 10 years ago, or your surroundings have improved from 10 years ago, you are living under a good government that's listening to you. If your life is getting worse, regardless of what your government says, how much ideology they put into you, how much excuses they throw at you, that government is not in your interest, either from incompetence or from deliberate, corruption. The results show for themselves. If you
I think there's a caveat. There's an exception. There's an exception to that rule. There's an exception, and the exception is in peacetime, right? When you're not at war.
Yeah. Well, Russia's at war. Russia seems to be doing fine.
No, they're in a special military operation.
Not wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe United States needs to do that next time they decide. Yeah, they decide to go somewhere, go with special military operation. Maybe it's gonna work.
Yeah.
We need a special military operation in Mexico with Wagner.
Okay.
So people always say that socialism doesn't work. I disagree with that. If you see Denmark, Sweden, basically all Scandinavian countries, they are socialist economically.
Look at them. There are no socialist countries.
There is economically. There is no better place in Europe to live than this country.
Yeah. Okay. So
I live in France. I prefer to live in France.
I tried to explain this in the past. So there's no such thing as a socialist country. Socialism is Socialism is the brother of capitalism, right? Capitalism is where it is governed by demand and supply, and the definition of socialism is where the representative of the people have the ownership of the means of production. So socialism is where your government, which is the state, which is the representative of people, actually owns and operates the means of production. So something like a public school. A public school is where the government owns and operates the school. They buy the building where the school is placed. They hire the teachers. They operate it. They set the policy. They decide what needs to be taught. That's socialism. Every country has that. Every country has a public school system. So the question about socialism and capitalism is not about whether you're socialist or capitalist. It's about how much socialism and how much capitalism. So you want capitalism for things where demand and supply work, like shoes. If you want production of shoes, you want capitalism because demand and supply will tell you what are the sizes, what are the styles that people like. But if you do socialism for production of shoes, you're going to end up with like looking like the communist China. Everybody have the same jackets, everybody have the same shoes. That's horrible, right? But if you have something like if you have something like the fire service, you want socialism for that. You want you there's no demand and supply. When there's a fire, there's demand. When there's no fire, nobody wants to pay for the fire service, right? So you want a socialist system to run the fire service. You want a socialist system to run your food inspection service, because if it's run on capitalism, all the poor people will die of dysentery, and all the rich people will have clean food, right? You want the government.
That's what they're trying to do right now.
I don't care. I don't care if everyone is wearing the same T-shirt as me. As long I've got food on the table.
No,
that's what matters.
You look really cool right now. If you're in a socialist society that governs all your clothes, you want to have a cap.
Drew,
you want to have a nice cool necklace.
Drew, I was born and grew up in a communist country. I know how it is to wear the same clothes as everyone. when you're not in school. I know that.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, but that's why anybody that says I hate socialism doesn't know what socialism is. Socialism, when you look at it on an applied perspective, is you need to apply to each industry. Then you look at your own government and how your own economy is structured. You can then start to see which one is socialism, which one is capitalism. It's a mix. Socialism cannot exist without capitalism. Capitalism cannot exist without socialism. There's always a mix.
Well, the super chat is very, very deep. I'm struggling to wrap my mind around it.
Democracy is a trick. It's great virtue.
Its great virtue is that it co-opts the disaffected into inaction and conceals where power lies. All government is that of oligarchs, and the best form is the oligarchs are known. So the best form
that's only in the West.
of
That's only in the West. We have democracy in Singapore, in China too, and many Asian countries. Yeah, only the Western democracies.
I think. Hold on. I think the argument here would be that you can say you're a democracy, but if you work with us, you serve us. Therefore, you are also an oligarchy.
I think it goes deeper. That what you just said about money, very important, because the government, I think we all agree on that, should be around the well-being of the citizen. But the problem is that the government is also about collecting money for its own purpose. So the corruption of government is more like from when on starts the government to only take care of its own needs, or when it thinks its own needs are more important than the well-being of its citizens, because it's the money collection which is eventually becomes the most important function of government, because it needs to fund its civil servants. And that's what the point I want to make, that the money need of the government trumps the well-being of the people.
Mehdi.
Go on, Mehdi.
Mehdi, go ahead.
You're muted,
yourself
Mehdi.
and say what.
Now I finally mute. I'm sorry. What I wanted to say was that, Drew, are you saying there are no Asian oligarchs in the background of any type of government in Asia? I am sure there are people who profit off of the socialist system, who hold a lot of money, that can direct a lot of things to get done within their interest. That's what happens when you're an old man with no teeth. Industries, so that you become a power upon yourselves that they rely upon. No, I mean, yes, I can't.
That's the point I was trying to make, Mehdi. That's exactly the point I was trying to make.
You cannot deny the appearance of oligarchy. It's just not possible, because even if you are in government, you are a politician, even if you are very not corrupt, you want to do everything effectively and efficiently, you will eventually realize that even within the society, there's capitalism in terms of talent and capability. And then through this societal capitalism, you will have people who are super good at doing their job, and then you will depend more on them, and they will become an oligarch eventually, because they are very good at their job. And then the government will depend on these people who become very rich and very effective at their work. And then they become oligarch, and then the government will like them because they help the government to do things. So oligarchs will still appear regardless, because even within human society, it's like capitalism, the best and the most capable will rise up. And then the government will need to work with these people because they can get things done. For example, Elon Musk. You because of him, then we have certain things that can work out. Because of Jeff Bezos, then you have food and services getting spread out across the country easily. And then the government will then talk to these people, these oligarchs, to help to get things done. So even when COVID happens, when they want to produce all these pharmaceuticals, all these vaccines and medicine, they are still talking to all the oligarchs to try to
these
get
people
things
are
done.
the problem. These people are the problem.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that they are the problem, but when you are in deep shit, you need, for example, like COVID. We do not know what was COVID then. We need vaccines to produce quickly. We need masks to be produced quickly. The only people who can get this done quickly are the oligarchs. You can't run the world without them, unfortunately. Or the government official will become the oligarch because he have to manage all the supply chain together on his own. Which don't make sense. No one is capable enough to do that.
First, can we get Drew
Coping.
back in? Because
Drew
he
back
needs to
in.
respond.
There is there is a
I
nice,
didn't know that he was
there
in
is a
backstage.
nice, there is
Well,
I wanted to
Very,
respond.
very
there
called
is
me
a
out,
nice
so I had to
super
come
chat,
back.
but there is a nice super chat. But Doug, you should come on open mic.
Okay,
Yeah,
can I
man,
respond?
whatever.
There's two guys I
he's-
want to invite. There's two guys I want to
It's
call out
all because he's
specifically.
your
This
chat.
Doug guy and
I
Josh.
propose that
This
we
Josh
finish
James
with the
guy, I love
government
this guy.
things in a situation, maybe after Drew, and then we
Okay,
spoke about
yeah, okay.
Ukraine.
I
Sorry,
would like.
Drew.
Can I
Sorry, Drew.
respond to
I
Manny?
came on to answer Drew, so if I can come next, that would be nice.
No, you can't. Anyway, back to
yeah,
Ukraine.
so-
So,
What you said is correct, Mehdi. All countries were oligarchs. What's an oligarch? An oligarch is a person that either through business or some other means they accumulate a lot of financial wealth, and then they use this wealth, which is then translates into power, right? But how a lot of Asian societies have dealt with this problem is they make sure that their political entities actually have the power, and the political entities are what is the political entity? A political entity, the government, is basically supposed to be the representative of the people. So the when you have the political entity, which is a representative of the people, that has political power that trumps the financial power of the oligarchs, then you have a stable system. So you need the oligarchs there, like for example, like what Wyatt said, to do the products, do the services. But once they step out of line and they become corrupt,
with all due respect,
once they step out,
what's the point? Is there oligarchy in Asia or not?
yes, but they are controlled by the politicians. That's the key point.
There you go. That's the whole
politicians
point.
are the representative of the people. You see, if you have your oligarchs that
Yes.
control the politicians, like in the US, then then the profit motive becomes the leading. Everything
Okay.
becomes profit. Only profit drives the show, drives your policy. You know, your people can die of drug overdose on the streets. Nobody cares. Your infrastructure can rot. Nobody cares because it's not profitable to fix those things.
Okay.
If
So
you have
I'm going
a
to get
political entity that is on the forefront that drives policy, then they can allow the oligarchs to do what they are best, creating money and wealth and improving the society, the quality of life of the people, the economic reality of the people. But when they step out of line, for example, they try to create food that's actually poison for people and then sell it as a drug to people, then the government needs to put a stop to that. So the political entities need to keep a control at this whole time while letting the oligarchs do their job. That's how a stable society works.
Okay, so
Okay.
I was going to say a while ago, like really long time ago, that I live in one of the worst case scenarios because we have the oligarchy in power that controls the government. And not only that, but it carries out a media warfare against the government where... Oh, Fabio. What?
That was weird.
Yeah.
It carries out a
Sorry.
media warfare
I
against the
banned him.
government.
That just happened.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
What's going
So
on?
sorry, I'm a dictator.
What's going on?
Okay, so, rephrased. I live in the worst case scenario, which is Argentina. We have an oligarchy that controls the government, and not only that, but it carries out a media warfare against the current government. That way we keep a rotating government in which there is no stable structure, so nothing can really come from it. So if you want a worst case scenario, just look at my country. US is not so bad, at least from what I'm getting from there. Like it at least has a bit of structure, but they are still controlled by oligarchs. That's the point I wanted to make a while ago. Yeah.
So if I could
topic,
enter
possible.
the conversation, and I wanted to take 2 points of this, and one of them is this thing that Drew mentioned regarding socialism, which is accurate that it refers to, at least originally, the workers owning the means of production. But I fail to see the lapse of reasoning that from there you automatically end up with everything being the same. Because what Drew is actually referring to there is the public sector under the state. And the state authority can indeed dictate in this regard. And sure, there may be a lot of valid explanations for that, but it doesn't automatically result in socialism, because if you think about it, you talked about shoes, for example. Here you have people owning the means of production. They would also want to have different type of shoes. If they can make it, why wouldn't they? Right? So there's no like inherent logic to that. Socialism, automatically everything becomes the same. So that's just like a semantic aside. Like this thing about
It's practically what happened. It's practically what happened.
But it
every
is
time
also
it's-
important to note like the circumstances of these countries where they did apply socialist planned economy, and everything became kind of uniform. They tend to be like the Soviet Union, which was embargoed for much of its existence. The same was for China as well, right? When China got open to the market, right, then if you have socialism and so forth, becomes a little bit like it doesn't function very well as a blanket statement. That's really all I wanted to point out.
It's just a result of human limitation. Me as a person, I might be the most competent, most creative person in the world. But if you have 100 other guys, they're gonna be more creative than the one of me. And typically when you have a state-run socialist system, you run, it's top down. One person kind of decides the policy for how the whole system works. And then it goes down the chain.
Right, but I think you're hitting a very important facet there, because I think that has more to do with it than, for example, socialism and or not. Because if you have you don't have to be authoritarian to be a socialist. You can also have what they call workplace democracy, which is inherently very democratic, like because you have the workers who own the place, do their voting and so forth. And here, naturally speaking, there's no reason to think that a worker-owned company would necessarily produce by variety, But then when we're going on a bigger scale, this is when the problem starts arising, because you have the top-down thing, which is like we have already alluded to through the oligarchy as well. You need to have some sort of centralization to enable, somewhat of a movement, right? Because otherwise you will have too much inertia with the decision making. So, I think you said it actually earlier. Democracy works quite self-evidently, I think, here on DPA as well, very well under lower levels. The question of how it works on a higher level regarding the oligarchy, I'll end now. Because I saw from the channel Geopolitical Economy report from Michael Hudson, talking about how the debtor system has a lot to do with creating the oligarchies, as opposed to autocracies. Because if you have a debtor system that does not have a lot of debt jubilees, where you erase the debts, then you will have oligarchs arising that start taking over parts of society, and either making the autocrat basically a puppet, or just being in charge themselves as a mafia, which is like what is the West tends to be going about. But I might be going on a tangent here, so I'll let you just answer.
So just for one point, that thing you're talking about where the employees own the company, that's called a co-op, and that's not a form of socialism. That is a form of democracy, of capitalism, where the people own the company. Socialism is where the representative of the people own and operate the means of production. Where you have the employees owning the means of production is literally not the representative of the people.
I thought I heard you say that. I thought I heard you say the workers own the means of production, because that is how I've always understood it.
The people own the means of production, or the representative of the people, i.e. the state. So like the government owns like public schools, public transport system, your sewage system. All of these are socialist systems, right?
What Drew says is actually the Marxist interpretation of socialism. He said that there must be a dictatorship, so a kind of like authoritarian system which controls the means of production. Yes, he said the dictatorship.
Sometimes it's necessary.
No, but Marxism has a problem, and I will tell you how. Because the means of controlling the means of production also means controlling the people, because people are also means of production. So, and that was the problem which was evident already in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, 30s. Because if you control the means of production, that also means that you can say to people, now you have to go to Siberia to build a mining town. And why? You're the means of production, you have to do it. We are the government, we decide what's good for you, and you have to do it. So that also means that that people are chewed up in the system, which is a kind of like counterintuitive, but it happens. And that's a problem inherent in Marxism, in Marxist socialism. And you can see
what
it
do you
every,
think?
you can
What
see
do
it in
you
every
think?
Marxist
What do
country.
you think? What do you think is going on in the West? It's the same shit. They
I just talk
controlling.
about West. I
They
just
con-
talk about the inherent problem of Marxism, meaning that if you talk about means of production, also means talking about people, because they're also means of production, which means that
same thing with capitalism.
That's why you cannot have too much socialism. You need a good balance. If you have too much socialism, you end up like the Soviet system, where they send you to the mines and you don't get to do what you want to do. You only want socialism only in the industries that require socialism, like food safety, sewage, grid maintenance, your power plants. No, there are private power plants. Like in Philippines, they have private power plants and it works fine.
Nuclear
but
power
typically,
plant.
a nuclear power
Need
plant,
to be
yes, because
public.
of the safety aspect. Yeah, typically a grid is run by the government because there's no profit in running a grid or building out a grid. But the power plants themselves are quite profitable, so those can be run on a private basis. And things like infrastructure maintenance, those tend to need a socialist management style. But things like food production, clothing production, private housing, private transportation, rich people want like yachts and houses. You need a market system for that. So it's about a balance. And where you draw the line is where you are, how well your country will function. If you draw too much socialism, your country will collapse from a lack of vitality, from a lack of creativity. If you draw it too close to too much capitalism, then you end up with like US. It's too much chaos, too little structure, too much chaos.
I can share.
And then
We can share
an
an example.
Are you say United States is fucked up?
Yes,
it's chaotic.
So I want to share, in Singapore, Singapore is very well known to be, very effective, very efficient. Everything works and everything. But it is a good example because, right, we also experimented a lot on privatization of a lot of the national assets. And what happens is that we privatize our train system and then our bus system. I can tell you by now, everything is nationalized back again because it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. We privatize the train station, the train system. Then the trains start to break down, and then our bus systems, it's like they don't change the buses. They don't, they take shortcuts. They reduce bus route, the number of bus on the route against the rules. Like they have an agreement with the government. Okay, we're gonna have how many bus on this route every day, and then they skimp on it because it's private, right? So they want to earn money, so they reduce the bus route, the number of buses, and then it causes overcrowding of buses and everything. So in the end, at this moment of time, everything is nationalized back into government control. Even the bus services, the entire bus servicing, the fleet of the bus is all owned by the government. The private companies only operates the bus route, hiring the bus drivers and everything. The actual thing, everything is government because it doesn't work. There are certain levels where certain things where when you privatize too much, it doesn't work anymore. Capitalist system doesn't work because it's not. You don't earn money servicing your trains and servicing your buses. And in fact, it was so bad, because of the train breakdown was so bad. The elections, it actually affected the elections. We actually voted against the ruling party. They lost number of seats, and then that prompted the nationalization back again. So but that's how Singapore works. Yeah.
Okay. So if you want an example of a country that collapsed, it would be Ukraine. And now we can shift focus because we had a super chat a while back, which was that thing about Tokmak. If anyone can bring that up. Ukraine offensive to Tokmak or somewhere else. If someone wants to comment on this before I go ahead.
I've got a lot that I think about it, and
go ahead, Alan.
Dog is here. He's the one who asked the question. So it's tough.
Yeah, I just noticed that. A bunch of the strikes from the missile strikes from the Storm Shadow were heading towards Bryansk port and some other places that would line up with that avenue of approach. even though it seems illogical. So I was wondering what you guys thought, or if you thought another area. I think they have to do something. They can't just say, "Oh, we're doing an offensive. It's just broad based." And what do you guys think?
I think we need to see where the preeminent strikes are happening, and as you stated, there's strikes going on in the southern half of Ukraine, Zaporozhye region. We had those strikes in Mariupol. We had that attempted strike on Sevastopol again. Let's see, where else? Berdyansk is also seeing its fair share of action, but the question is not whether Ukraine will do it, but whether Ukraine has the capacity to sustain an offensive. Because you can start an offensive. You can even gain some ground with an offensive. It does not mean that you have the capacity to continuously advance and ultimately break the lines. Now, the point that I'm trying to get across is I'm not a military officer. I have no military experience, okay? But even I can realize that Russia has 150,000 people, 150,000 personnel still inside of Russia along the border of Russia, have not been deployed yet. If I was to get attacked in Zaporozhye by a Ukrainian offensive, right, it's not going to be a small Ukrainian offensive. They're going to have to go all in. They're going to have to put their chips in. It's going to be a big-ass poker move, go all in. It's going to be a gamble. They either break the Zaporozhye line with everything they've got, or they don't. And if I want to guarantee that they not only suffer the most from the Zaporozhye offensive, but I can gain the most, step number one is to obliterate the hell out of their capacity to defend themselves from the air, which they have already done, and then follow up when the offensive begins downward into Zaporozhye. In theory, to Tokmak, ideally to get to Melitopol, to cut off the land bridge to Crimea. You move your troops into Kharkov, you move into that oblast, you cut off the forces set up there, and then you just begin immediately showing them that if they want to push down, you're also going to push down. And eventually from that, what's going to happen is they're going to lose their momentum. They're going to have to move personnel to defend Kharkov. And if Kharkov breaks, it doesn't matter about, oh, the Russians haven't taken Kharkov yet. The Russians haven't taken X city, Y city, doesn't matter. Your forces are at this point going to be spread so thin. Again, irrelevant. What is relevant is the weapons that are available. Because you can have 200 Western advanced tanks, but if you can only put 2 on every 50 square miles of the battlefront, then they're absolutely useless. So we're going to see a major push. You know what? We might see a major push. They might even break the first line of Russian defense because now they're getting these Western Storm Shadow missiles and the decoy missiles, which are just comically named MALD, M-A-L-D, which is just hilarious to me. But I think if we're going to see an offensive, it's going to be coming in the next month. But if they're dumb enough to do it, then they give up any opportunity to defend themselves in the north. That's basically my summary.
Shall we? If you could, and
Yes,
then
I
I'll
wanted
go
to say
because
about
I already
something.
have
The pendant of the question of Alan's question is Ukraine has the political strength to refuse an offensive? Because basically, I'm pretty sure that a lot of Ukrainian generals and high-ranking officers don't want the offensive. I think it's really a political decision to go to the offensive. And political because if they don't, NATO is going to stop sending them weapons and money. So are they strong enough to refuse the offensive? That's another question, I think. And maybe more important than the previous one, because honestly, they are going to lose if they decide to go on. Next one.
Okay. RL, before we lose the flow for a moment, go ahead and say your piece and then I'll say mine.
Ukrainians are not even in charge. That's my point of view. So
it doesn't mean they'll make decisions.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we saw a video allegedly of a lower officer killing his higher officer. need to be checked. But yeah, the Ukrainians are making the decisions, but they're making the decisions when they are at 5 kilometers from the trenches and the front lines. For the rest, I mean, just look at Zaluzny. Yeah, we thought he was dead or badly injured, and then you saw him like a man without a brain, smiling. He's deciding of nothing. He's not in charge of the offensive. He's not in charge of the logistics. He's not in charge of the weaponry he has. Everything is coming from the West. So did the Ukrainians, will the Ukrainians made an offensive?
So you think that don't have the strength to oppose the offensive?
I mean, if their backers decided to stop the money flow, to stop the everything flow, the material flow, there is no more Ukraine. Has already been stated by many different persons, many different officials, whether it was in Ukraine or whether it was in Europe.
You're right, but what about mainstream media?
When you're saying that
the mainstream media, I mean,
you mean Ukraine not in charge on the field like the commanders? Because you seem to be alluding that they are not in charge of where and what and how to do the offensive in any capacity. Like I understand that they would actually have a lot of influence.
That's true because they are not in charge.
Just look at Bakhmut. Just look at Bakhmut. How many foreign fighters were there? And the best fighters of Ukrainian army, you have some units, specific unit which have good training and have combat experience, and the vast majority of the Ukrainian army, they are conscript.
But I think,
then you have the foreign fighters. Those are the best.
You're underscoring the point there, because if you're saying
that's your opinion. That's your opinion. That's not mine. And my opinion is what I stated.
Let me explain why I think so. Because when you say Bakhmut and foreign fighters, and that is somehow indicative of the West being in charge of the Ukrainians' battle plan decisions and so forth, because they will influence greatly. This is very self-evident. But dictating is a different thing. That the West is dictating how the Ukrainians are to perform, that is a very different thing. And when you say Bakhmut and foreign fighters, that is hardly surprising. That's after all where the mercenary group of the Russians are, the Wagner. So, and they have been wanting to make they made open statement trying to erect this Mozart thing. And like, of course they would want to have their foreign legion placed there. The West could insist indeed on that. But that would not suggest that, well, they decide where the Ukrainians will be prioritizing their offensive or how they would conduct themselves in battle. They probably have a strong influence, but that to say that the West is strictly dictating, I don't see the West actually providing sufficient support to actually have that level of authority over the Ukrainian armed forces. But of course, I may be wrong.
That means you are meaning that the Ukrainians have some capabilities to.
I agree with RL. RL is right.
Okay, Mehdi.
I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying he's wrong.
I'd like to say that. I'd like to say that first of all, I believe there will be no offensive, even because what are we going to consider offensive? A 5 kilometer dash into Russian territory all of a sudden is this grand offensive that's happening? Or would it be something like the taking of Bakhmut itself as an offensive? They're not even on scale. I cannot even imagine how the Ukrainians have been able to fight in Bakhmut, contain the front line when they're screaming for shells, and build up enough to have an offensive to be able to support. There are so many contrary, different things going on from what we understand that it doesn't make sense that it could happen. We don't even know what level of communication they have. Is that what level of command is happening right now? Is it at the brigade, the division? Is it coming from army? Well, the Corps doesn't exist for them right now, but there's so much we don't know. But I can tell you right now, it's not going to happen in any major, huge coordinated effort. That basically the Russians will not allow to come in for a little bit, because what they're trying to do is absorb it and then crush the flanks of it. And that's all they're going to do. They can't feed it logistically. So the further they go into Russian territory or any territory, who's going to fill in behind that to protect the flanks in the logistics system? They ain't got it. They do it. It's a suicide mission, period.
Okay.
We all
so,
agree with that, Mehdi. The suicide mission. But the question is, could they refuse to do it? Because basically, Washington doesn't care if it's a suicide mission.
If they're smart, they refuse to do it because they're going to lose either way. Washington's long done shutting them off for funds. They're going to give it up. They should know that by now. And that's why I'm wondering, are we seeing this attack between Bakhmut, between Belgrade and the Russian border? Really think about this. Do you think that the Ukrainian command wanted any attention in that area whatsoever, considering if Russia built up a huge force there for protection, it could crash right down on Kharkiv? I mean, it's right there for the picking. And it's disjointed from the front as it is. So it's going to require its own separate logistics lines. All sorts of shit has to be done. That's going to make them have to work to cover more area that requires more logistic capability that they don't have already. I don't think that's what I mean. I don't know if some of these militia groups are maybe off the chain, so to speak, of the West and acting on their own. Who knows? I don't know. Nobody knows.
It's possible.
So,
I think Azov could basically do what they want.
There is too much money involved for them to say
Similian,
no.
can you cut in? Me and Similian held our fingers up for quite a while. Similian, you first, and
okay. So first and foremost, I do believe there is currently offensive operations being carried by both parties because we are in a war. If both parties stop offensive operations, then is that a war? But yeah, there is currently a war going on, and there is offensive operations by both parties, very limited ones, but there is. And I do believe that the Ukrainians and the Russians will move to a new phase now that Bakhmut has fallen, and this will be a gamble phase. Whoever manages to win his big battle first, for the Russians, I believe it will be Izium. For the Ukrainians, I believe the big battle will be Tokmak. And yeah, that's my answer to the question by Doug. I believe that they will attack Tokmak, the direction of Tokmak. Whoever wins the big battle first will gain a certain amount of momentum. The Russians will have an easier time winning back the momentum to their side, like the initiative, let's call it that. But that's my thought here. There will be two big battles simultaneously, one for Tokmak and one for the Izium head. And why I'm saying Izium is because the Russians, if I'm not recalling the things wrong here, they have enough tanks that they have no way that there's no way that they couldn't mount an offensive action in the Izium direction. Like even if the army corps that's there is not even at full strength, they should have anywhere between 500 and 1,000 tanks in that direction.
That's insane. No, they do not have that. I'm sorry. That is just crazy.
That's why I questioned the claim that they had that many. So that's why I said, like, even if they don't have full strength divisions there, with the presence of those divisions alone, it's telling me that there will be something going there. Could be Maskurovka, could be anything, but I do believe it because they have a lot of forces concentrated in the Crimea area, and they could be enough to punch north. But yeah.
So if I may chime in here, because I also wanted to kind of have a question for all of you guys. It's a bit speculative.
Wait,
sure.
Arthur.
Go ahead.
I
go
want
ahead.
to jump in. Then you ask a question if you want to change topic. It seems that the Russians are not prepared to make a big, huge offensive. It's just small offensive in specific areas. They still have to crush Avdiivka. They still have to crush Marinka. Maybe they want to go in Vuhledar, but it's step by step.
Crimea
It's
too.
small offensives, even in the area of Crimea, even in the area of Kupianski. When they attack, but it's not with huge advance and huge troops to take a huge square kilometers area. No, it's slowly. It seems to be a war of attrition. So they are not pressed to move too fast, too deep inside the Ukrainian land. They want the Ukrainians to come. They want the Ukrainians to build trenches, to amass troops, to defend the place, so they can destroy them.
Yes.
Because it's a war of attrition, I think. I think.
So I think you're making a lot of good points, but if I may, because I hear a lot of like, what would the Russians do? What would the Ukrainians do more specifically? I would like to pose this question for all of you panelists here, and this one is, what would you do if you were the Ukrainians? So if you were the Ukrainian hacker, not what will they do, but what would you do? Because that's a pretty tough spot to be in, right? So this is a, I think it's an interesting thing to try. So like, I'll give my take here. My impression is that the Russians are continuously adding on their offensives and intensifying them indeed on the Donetsk front. And so wherever the Ukrainians may go, they might distract and so forth. I think that yes, of course, if barring surrender is of course one very obvious one. But let's say you are a commander here and you are denied the ability to surrender. Well, then you are obliged to defend. How would you then go by it? And so if I were to be in that position, I would just maybe do a distraction in Zaporozhye and stuff like that, but I wouldn't try to go in consolidated Russian positions. What I would do is try to prevent the Russians from getting a rollover in Advika and those hard points in the Donetsk area. And if I were to be having a counteroffensive, it would be to relieve the Siversk salient and go against between Siversk and Bakhmut, because that part north of Bakhmut is the least consolidated the Russians have. And the Russians are likely to be applying pressure there anyways. So if you want to mitigate their advances and you want to maybe have a shot of maybe even inflicting some serious casualties, because again, they are less entrenched and consolidated, then this strikes me as being, among several other maybe smaller attacks along the front of north of Crimea, for example. But generally speaking, if I were to be in the Ukrainian position and I were to be trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to actually be dealing with this the best way possible for the next coming 5-6 months? Because we're not going to see peace before the summer is over. That 5-6 month scenario, what would you do as the Ukrainian commander? Similian. We just rotate here. I think that's the easiest. So Similian first. You're muted. Similian, you're muted.
Yeah, I was going to say first Maddie, because otherwise he'll lose his train of thought. So go ahead, Maddie.
Maddie.
Oh, you asshole. Well played, sir. You're probably right, because I was looking for a pen to write it down so I'd freaking remember by the time it got to me what we're talking about. To be honest, as a Ukrainian commander, given that amount of time, I would be packing my shit up and heading west to some prepared secondary line, because they need to get some distance from the Russian army to be able to refocus and regroup to mount an effective defensive. If they want to go plowing, well, let's focus on this. What's coming up, the Sloviansk, what's coming up the MO3, and what's coming down from Kermask, it's all aimed right there. And if you've been paying attention to it, both of those bridgeheads, if we want to call them, I guess, or salients, have been acting in tandem. They've been moving together and stopping together at around the same times. So they've been extending out, and then the interior moves up. They extend out, the interior moves up. When will that break? Because eventually the area that they're going to be fighting for is going to change in a more open, more maneuverable weather. And if you look at even deep state map, and you look at the groupings of Russian forces that are along the border, what do you notice is right across from them? Major highways to be able to use for logistics, at least to give the Ukrainians something to think about. And I'll end my rant there.
Semillon?
Okay, so it depends. If my interest is on ending the war, what I would do is what's being considered that they'll do, because that would lead to essentially just a loss. That's what I believe at the very least. It'll lead to a faster defeat, which would lead to a faster end to the war. And so I wouldn't be surrendering, but it would be a defeat and a loss, and it would bring a faster end to the war, which is in the interest of most of the non-Western parties, that being Ukrainian party.
Surrender is not an option. You need to survive for 5 to 6 months.
Oh shit. Okay. So it would still allow me to like pull back the rest of the forces, giving a narrative to the West to defend my position of, oh, we did this, but we need more material, and it would extend the war a bit more. But I would have still managed to bring the defeat a bit closer, which would make the war shorter, and in turn lead to less Ukrainian deaths. Now, if I don't attack and my interest is in actually maintaining the war, I would do what Mehdi said, which is don't attack, pull back a bit, carry out small attacks onto Russian territory just to be a fucking nuisance. Sorry for the language. Maybe even not into Russian territory, but like into certain areas, say like, I don't know, Kherson would be suicidal raid, but it doesn't matter. It would give me the media PR if I even capture a bit of land, and it would bring me more material, and so I would be able to extend the war, get more support, build up, and even if I retreat, I would be able to like eventually get a status quo where neither of the parties can push anymore, and so that would be in the best interest of the West. But if I were playing for the Ukrainians' best interest, I would actually go on the attack that way. We get all the offensive power out of the way, and we can lead directly into negotiations. That's all the two options that I'll give. Either pull back if you want to extend the war, or push in if you want to make the war shorter.
Vosh, you're a Ukrainian commander. You have to deal with the PR optics and all that stuff. You have no option of surrender for the next 5 to 6 months, and you have to find a way to end the war at the best terms on the Ukrainian side. How would you go about it?
I don't have blue eyes, blonde hair. I look a bit dark to be Ukrainian, but if I was a commander, the best thing I could do for my country is prepare my troops not to surrender, but to negotiate, because the things I've seen so far is not look good for Ukraine. It doesn't look good at all.
You're not a political leader. You are the military commander. You cannot make the decision.
As a military commander, I want to save my men. The best way to save my men is negotiate.
I saw a suggestion for you in the chat. A suggestion for you by Joseph Stalin in the chat, and he suggested that Commander Vosh he'll just fuck their wives.
The best way to save my men is to negotiate.
And make love, not war. That's what you're saying. You would fuck their wives. Okay. So, RL, what would you do as a Ukrainian commander?
If I was a Ukrainian commander, I will select the guys surrounding me who think exactly the same as me. I will take assault rifles, lot of ammunition, RPG-7. I will get on a truck, jeep, car, and I will flee that fucking country. And everybody which stand on my way, I will kill him.
That is surrender.
No, that's not surrender. That's fleeing.
That's saving myself.
Well, I mean, okay, so
That,
let me
that's
ask.
not
Where
surrendering
would you
to the
flee to?
Russians.
Where would you flee to?
Moldova, Romania, Hungary, Poland. I have many options. Of
See?
course, when I arrive at the border, I will change my clothes.
So you
I
have
mean,
surrendered.
come
That
on.
is the same as surrendering your position as a
I will try
commander.
to go to
It is a
Turkey. I don't
different form
know.
of
If
I
you
don't
want,
know.
different form of surrendering.
If I
copying,
You have
can take
copying,
some money, I will take it with me.
copying. If you want to leave, that's the best option.
yes. Okay, fine. So I get the logic you're applying. I'm not saying I wouldn't do it myself, but for the sake of the scenario, you are to be providing a form of counter. Like, what would you do? You're not running away, you're not surrendering, you're not playing. Maybe you go and fuck your
I have
wives.
another good idea.
Oh, maybe try
Okay,
to
yeah.
kill Zelensky. Maybe.
Maybe kill Zelensky. Okay, I would say that's. I don't know. Everyone will say yes then afterwards. It's
Which
not
is
an option
even
either.
more, which is even more stupid. So.
Well, that
No,
could be
I mean,
entertaining.
another idea.
an Ukrainian
Shall we-
commander who has some.
What I would do is to try to fake a stage coup against Zelensky with fake Azov people. So basically, and I make sure to kill a few NATO guys to make sure there is a big split between NATO and Azov and Kraken. Okay? Basically, I want to show the mainstream media that Azov and Kraken are really evil, and to the aim of the fake coup is to show the world that it's time to leave Ukraine alone, basically. Okay? And if the world decide to leave Ukraine alone, I would be able to save my own men in the trench. Because instantly Zelensky is going to leave, to flee away, and the next guy is going to negotiate with Russia.
Okay,
you
so
need to create to show the world that they have to leave Ukraine now because it's unsustainable.
Okay, so basically, RL and Shadowy would not even fight the Russians; they would fight the Ukrainian government. Roger. Okay,
Yeah.
Mehdi, you want to have an
Basically,
addition
yes.
to your answer? You're muted.
NGS put up a super chat, and I wanted to mention it because it is kind of relevant to this right here. Is partition of the Ukraine may be soon in the interest of all, and I've heard that actually been talked about, and I don't think the Russians would allow it to happen, especially now that they have the power to decide whether that happens or not. NATO is not going to have a say in it. They don't have anything there that can pretty much stop them right now if they choose to go forward. But anyway, I thought that was a great comment, and I was gonna disagree with the last one until he clarified what he said, and that's why I put my finger down, because I got what his point was at that time. Remember, as a commander, you have people underneath you. Their lives are your responsibility. The mission you have is also your responsibility. You can't just run from a mission. If your mission is to maintain and hold an army, to keep it as a fighting viable force, you need to get away from the one that's killing you right now to get some time, some rest for your men. No, and that's what I mean. It's just that you can't, if you can't give up, you have to do something. And that's the thing. You have to think of it as you got to deal with what is happening right now, not what the woulda or coulda shoulda been in the near future. You have to think about this logistically, because you got to keep your guys alive now and in the future. So you need to make those decisions based on that. And if you're supposed to maintain to be a viable fighting force. And I'll stop my rant.
But I think you pointed out something quite relevant to which kind of has to circle back to RL and Shadowy briefly, because even though you may take out the Zelensky government, that doesn't necessarily mean the Russians are going to allow a surrender. As Mehdi said, if they don't allow it, that doesn't really matter. So it's just like keeping in mind that I don't think we should lag on it too much. Sweeping Steve, are you a new guy here?
Yeah, he's new.
Oh, yeah, long time listener. First time I decided to join it. We've talked before, actually. I was talking to you a while ago on chat, saying that I wanted to come on, but just wanted to.
Stevie Rodriguez.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah.
Oh, that is very pleasurable. Fellow panelists, please have a warm welcome. I've actually conversed with this guy in the comments, and he tried to kind of like, where's the timing of these guys? It's shifting because Wyatt is trying to keep this illusion that he needs to sleep, and so he keeps using this random thing to front. Right? So, okay. So.
You want to introduce yourself?
I just finished a night shift sweeping the streets. So I got back, and I was on the drive home. I got the notification it was starting, so rushed home, and I had to skip forward ahead to where you were at to be able to join. Yeah.
Okay, Steve, yeah. This is it's very awesome. I very much appreciate personally that you came on here. Could you please introduce yourself to everyone here, just like briefly where you're from and like some stuff? And,
I'm from Victoria in Australia. I've been here since I was 4. I'm a musician, bit of an ex-hippie conspiracy nut. You know, back when conspiracy theorists were anti-Republican. You know, or that's the picture it was, and then all of that seemed to flip on its head, and freedom of speech flipped the other way around, and you know, everything's kind of gone a bit mad since the last 10 years. Everything seems to be flipping, so I don't know what I think anymore. That's why I say ex-hippie in my nickname.
Well, to be fair though, most of us don't really have as clear of a picture as we like to have in mind, as we like to perceive. I just want to continue the question, because we're almost done with the round here. So in case you didn't get the scenario, the question here is, what would you do if you were a Ukrainian commander? Surrender is not an option, neither is fleeing. You are to fight and survive the Russians for another 5 to 6 months and end the war at such the most favorable term you can imagine for Ukraine. And so what would you do if you were a Ukrainian commander in that situation? What would you not what will the Ukrainians do, to clarify, not will the Ukrainians do, what would you do if you were in charge of the Ukrainian military?
If I was in charge of the Ukrainian military, like top level, so if I'm the one who's has the ability to sell off some weapons on the side and make some money, I'd probably be doing what the other commanders are doing. Right,
that is implicit.
If I was there if I was there as a unit commander or something, if I was smaller scale, I think I would turn against my own. I think they're getting a pretty raw deal.
Your top level, you call the shots where defensives are and stuff like that. Are you going to retreat? Like we have had examples here of conducting offensives there and there, consolidating here and there, moving back, going after Zelensky, which isn't necessarily an option, because even though you take down the Ukrainian government, that doesn't mean the Russians are going to accept the surrender, right? So you have to, at the end of the line, still fight to get the most favorable terms for Ukraine, and you are a Ukrainian commander at the top level. It's a very difficult task. Some would say even impossible. So nobody is going to be right here. So no need to be
the Russians will accept the Ukrainians surrendering. No problem, because
okay, but that's beyond the scope. But that's beyond the scope of this question. All right, mon ami, is beyond the scope of the question. Let's get done with it, please. Steve, please.
This is a hard question, because I don't see much hope for that side. Yeah. I think. I mean, personally, I remember I spoke to you before, and you didn't agree. You thought I was fairly wrong, and I probably am. But I kind of think, I kind of feel like the way this is going to go is it's not going to go well. And I still believe that it may be a case, because I heard a thing where when they had the first revolutions and the votes, there was talk of West Ukraine wanting to secede. And if they weren't able to establish this pro-EU government, if that's the case, then I think maybe NATO and the, like we said before, when I spoke to you before, I think maybe the Poles will take once Ukraine is defeated and all the able-bodied men are pretty much dead. I think Poland will take West Ukraine. That's
One
that's
moment.
still.
Sorry for interrupting. I don't mean to be rude here, but I guarantee you we will get into plenty of that kind of discussion. But it's like important to kind of keep some sort of cohesion and coherence when we are going about on the open mic, because it very easily gets chaotic. So if you could just like focus into what would you do as a Ukrainian commander, and I remind you, there's really no right and wrong. It's really just your take. You know, you can be as expansive and or say narrow as you want to be. But you are Ukrainian commander. You cannot flee. You cannot surrender, and you need to keep it up for 5 to 6 months to have the best result for Ukraine. Go.
I don't know. I'm not that well versed in military tactics. So I love listening to Wakar talk.
Come on, be courageous.
The best thing to do is run for 6 months. Yeah.
Dude.
Just make sure you keep running.
If you want to,
I'm a technician, not a military man. Go ahead.
It's okay.
Voz do Povo, do you want to fly around in order not to take responsibilities?
Wait,
do I get
I just wanted to...
Go ahead, Maddie.
I just wanted to read something from the chat. It was Gray Eminence that said it, and it was a very good point. Seize power, and he means Ukraine. You now become the Ukrainian government. Do you really want to be in that position right now?
Nope.
Because you're the one that's going to get blamed for a lot of it. So seizing power at this time may not be your best bet.
That's why I didn't go after the government.
The day Uncle Sam, look how eager they are to go after their government. It's in their blood.
The day Uncle Sam say, we had enough, bye-bye, all these people were living the best of their life, they're going to be killed straight away. There is no doubt about that. As long as the Uncle Sam is there, they're safe. But when Uncle Sam says, fuck off.
Okay, so we only got 2 people left to finish this out. So Bradley, what would you do as if you were the Ukrainian commander and you have 5 to 6 months, that's your time frame of this scenario. You cannot surrender, you cannot flee. You may try to take over the government, but again, the Russians may not accept it. And in this addition here, which is a good point, do you really want to be a part of the government? So in that capacity, right? So what would you do if you were the Ukrainian commander battle-wise, just to narrow it down? Because I don't really have to tell you because you're kind of that minded. What would you do if you were the Ukrainian commander? Not what will they do, what would you do if you were in charge?
Okay, well, it's hard to square the circle that I believe the right thing to do is to end the war ASAP. But the Ukrainians obviously see that the war with Russia is like a total war, and they've mobilized their whole population. And if I'm a Ukrainian commander with that mindset, I'm not there anymore a long time ago because I disagree with the war. However, if I'm the Ukrainian commander, I know that I have no choice but to actually fight, so I have to fight. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig in. I'm not doing any offensives or counteroffensives. I'm building multiple lines of trenches. Wherever it makes sense to build them. That already kind of means I'm sort of surrendering in a way, because maybe I can cut off Crimea, and maybe the Ukrainians think that they can freeze the conflict on favorable terms that will kind of allow them to have this fight another day. But the Russians aren't going to really stop until they eliminate Ukraine as that kind of threat. So I don't know. That's my
building up a defense line is what Russia wants.
I like your answer. It was you made a good answer militarily, was. So
I want to give you a go.
So did you get the scenario? You are a Ukrainian commander. You are not a political leader. You don't have the option to surrender. You don't have the option to flee. So battle-wise, if you were the Ukrainian commander, what would you do in order? You have to fight for 5 to 6 months before any chance of the war ending, right?
I kind of find the question, if you don't mind, to be too speculative for even me to be so unhumble or humble to be able to answer it. I find it a waste of time to even try to answer, because everybody else made it better than I could ever do it. I have no feeling for such speculative time. I still find it though interesting what Bradley say, which is pretty much true, which is the war has to end as soon as possible in order for Ukraine to be able to maintain some better results. As long as this war goes, it is more than obviously after almost 1 year and a half, probably, that nothing will go to the point of inviabilizing the Russians to any type of bad deal is a good deal. I would also say that whoever thought that this battle can be solved really on the battlefield is so naive that doesn't understand politics at all. Because this war is not a traditional war that can be won in terms of the battlefield.
The answer is beyond the scope of the question now, so thank you very much.
Yes, sorry. I gave my answer before I could answer it.
It was inherently speculative, so I thank you for that, but I do want Wyatt's take on this, so yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so it will be a shocker to you guys. If I really have the control of Ukraine, I will be gathering my forces all the way in Sumy region, and then I will give the Russians an ultimatum. That means all the 12 brigades will all be, the 12 offensive brigades will all be in Sumy. I'll give them an ultimatum. You either end the war now, maybe there's some reasonable deal, or we will go on a full offensive into Russia, and we'll give them preempt. And then we'll bring the destruction into Russia itself. I will not be fighting in Ukraine. There's no win in fighting in Ukraine. The only way Ukraine can win is to invade into Russia for good. You bring the destruction to Belgorod, and then or you threaten to make Belgorod look like Bakhmut. And then if you gather 12 offensive brigade all in one place, even the Russians will have trouble, deciding whether to how do you fight this force, because they are all concentrated in one place. And then you say, we will go for Belgorod. We all die, so be it. But we'll make sure that Belgorod burns. Even if we don't reach Moscow, doesn't matter. But you will have no Belgorod at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's gonna be a week.
The Europeans,
everyone in one place is gonna be a week.
Very afraid. The European capitals are very afraid because this is not a war against Ukraine.
It doesn't matter because they already given me the weapons, right?
They'll continue arming them. If they think that they haven't stopped arming them yet, they'll continue arming them. Even
but the thing is that this, why? It is very true. But why this haven't happened yet? Because this is not a war with Ukraine. This is a war between Europe and the United States, or NATO, as you want to call it, and Russia. And they are very afraid that the war goes into Russia and Russia starts a nuclear warhead start flying into.
Wait. Because it's not relevant. Because the question is how do Ukraine win the war, right? Militarily. And I tell you, that's the way. That's the only way.
But
you
why
must
don't
bring the war into Russia?
Why?
Russia can do a lot of
actually,
things.
the question was not if you do Ukraine to win the war. It was what you do if you were with the armed forces for the next 5
that's what I would do. It doesn't matter what Zelensky would do. Zelensky cannot stop me.
If
I
you
go
want
to arrest him.
Wyatt, if you want the Russians to mass mobilize, that's the best idea.
I was going to say, Wyatt, wait. Per Russian doctrine, that crosses a line beyond anything we're seeing right now, because a large force that is an army, not just little recon thing, but the army, they will just use whatever weapon they need at the time to blow it to shit. They're not going to allow it to happen, I don't think. I understand your point. I'm sorry.
But you see, for the Russians, there's no win too. You have to understand that for the Russians, okay, let's say I gather 12 offensive brigade. That's basically 3 brigades is 1 corps. So there's 1 full army. 1 full army to rush Belgorod. If the Russians try to use the nukes to counter the balance, because they are not able to stop it unless they go together a full army to block it as well. If they use the nukes, Russia lose.
Yeah,
Russia lose. if they gather one army there, there's no guarantee that they can stop the offensive because Russia, mobilization is quite slow.
If
So
Belgorod
they are
burns,
not going
Russia
to.
loses.
Yeah. So if I able to bring the war to Belgorod, and Belgorod even it get shelled, let's say the Ukrainians have no way to conquer it,
What
even
you're saying
half of
is
Belgorod is
political.
destroyed, Russia loses. You have to understand
Yes.
that Russia
But wait,
cannot
It's a
afford.
political decision.
national,
It's not
what
a
about
military
national
decision.
identity? What
I
about
disagree.
You have to understand the
I agree
situation for
with
the
Wyatt
Ukrainians.
here.
Russian doctrine says completely different. It runs on its own. It isn't up to a political about how that doctrine reacts. It reacts as it is written. Dead man hand.
So the thing is, it doesn't matter what the Russians will do. The whole point is Ukraine generally understood that they cannot win this war conventionally or normally. It's not possible. It's just not possible. And if you're going to waste your troops in the front line within Ukraine, you might as well waste it in Russia. That's the whole point.
It's
and
your
since
only
you're going to lose,
chance.
it doesn't matter if Russia mobilize or go to war or declare war or not. It makes no difference, zero difference, because to Ukraine is already a war. To the Russian is a special military operation, yes, but it makes no difference on the Ukrainian side. They are still getting missile strikes, like nobody's business. No other country in the past 20 years get struck in this way. So there is no win. It's all the matter of Russia want to close the Black Sea or not,
So
whether they want to cut the gas or not.
What if Ukraine is hoping for this whole time is still
It's not Ukraine.
as things are ramping up,
Bradley.
right? We're sending them F-16s. Who knows if there's going to be who the pilots are going to be in those F-16s, right? Slowly, we just kind of have our weapon systems there, and then we just have the shoes already ready to go. We can just send our soldiers in there.
Yes.
They can hop in and do something. Like maybe the Ukrainians view themselves as the bait.
Correct. So the actual Ukrainian strategy is different. Actually, Ukrainian strategy is actually to bring NATO into the war. That is Ukraine's strategy.
But Wyatt, that's assuming the men are going to follow you into a suicide mission. They're not simple robots.
Every front is a suicide mission. It's all the same.
But it's still though. This is an entirely different thing you're asking. You're going on a stated, basically suicide mission.
Listen, Ukraine
how many?
What Wade was describing is actually all the Portuguese-Spanish wars. The Spanish invaded Portugal to the south, or so a very weak flank, and the Portuguese, instead of defending that flank, went through Spain in direction of Madrid, and the Spanish run away from Portugal, trying to defend the other flank. This is exactly what what Wade is saying. But my point here is that why did that not happen? Because this is not a war with Ukraine, and we have to see who is actually behind it. Yes, Zelensky is trying to bring NATO into the war. Who is in Europe prepared to go to war with Russia? Everybody's really afraid. Like Mehdi was saying, they have a doctrine, and they are really afraid about that doctrine.
Prada, you're missing the point. The point is that Ukraine has to end the war on political terms. They can't win the war by winning the fight. So what is the best political outcome that they can force sooner rather than later? Because the sooner, the better. So what Wyatt is saying is...
we were talking about military, not political.
Yeah,
this discussion started.
Listen,
it was not.
Hold
It was not political.
Maddie, you're right. But listen, war is just politics, right? Continuation of politics by another means. So what Wyatt is saying is that if they do that, if they're on that suicide, they're in a suicide mission anyway, sitting in those trenches, right? If they go on that suicide mission, right? Sure, maybe what you're doing is you're holding the Russians hostage. You're making any political settlement costly. You're giving them a real incentive to finally say, okay, maybe we only take the 4 oblasts. We stop here. We're not going to take Odessa. We're not going to take 8 oblasts, or something like that. So if the sooner you can force this inevitable political outcome, and that's a good way to do it, right? Just hold them hostage and then don't bluff, say that you really be willing to pull it off.
Just one thing.
Yeah.
And sorry if I interrupted you, Bradley. And it's that we're thinking that the Russians would interpret that as being hostage instead of active hostility to intensify the war further. Either way, what Wyatt said, I agree with, because it would be an quicker end to the war just by the nature of getting absolutely curb stomped.
No, not true. So it's not about getting destroyed. You have to understand how big is one full army. It's massive, When you have 12 corps all in one place, now they are sending one corps, that means 3 brigades in one.
Isn't that what Russia wants?
If Russia destroys all those people with a tactical nuke, right?
No, then you're going to lose anyway.
That need nukes for that.
No.
Well, let's just hold up. Why it's
No,
right?
no. Tactical nukes. You have to throw strategic nukes in order to destroy such an army, because
I wasn't even
tactical
talking
nukes
about
is a very
nukes.
small range only. You have to throw a strategic nuke in order to even destroy such an army.
Let's say they force the Russians' hand where the Russians either have to use nukes or the Russians have to take the blow, right? Lose Belgorod or lose half of Belgorod and then actually mobilize and come back. Sure, okay, that'll be bad for Ukraine, right? But maybe the Russian leadership is willing to take a deal. Maybe the Russian leadership is like, okay, let's do that. We take Crimea, we take these 4 oblasts, and you guys don't do this whole
No, that's not what they're preparing to do. Listen to what they've been writing. They want actually to frozen the conflict and somewhere in time to came much stronger and attack again. This is pretty much what they're planning now.
I agree with Sparta.
I think they are getting prepared to get out of the war, to freeze it without a real deal, in order to come back somewhere later, because it's more than obviously. Did the counteroffensive started or did not start it?
So that's why, right?
Who do you guys believe?
You have to see that this offensive that I'm proposing is to drive and force a political settlement. It is not the military. If let's say the Russians, even at the threat of 12 brigades invading directly into Belgorod, which Russia cannot stop, because Russia don't have enough troops to stop 12 brigades at one shot into one oblast or one Russian state. They don't have the military to do that. Then they will be forced into making a decision, because if you want to stop one full army, you have to put one full army at least to stop it. And if the Russians go to put one full army there, they have to draw forces from other places. It will force the Russians into certain consideration, and they have to make a certain political settlement. If the Ukrainians spread out the forces into what they are doing now, they spread 3 brigades on one front, I tell you, they will be eventually destroyed, because it's not big enough. The force is not big enough. You want to capture Melitopol, you have to one full army to capture Melitopol. If you just put the 3 brigades, one corps to try to capture, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work.
Shadowy and then Mehdi.
What's going to happen, Wyatt, is 2 hours after your 3 brigade enter Russia, Biden is going on TV to say that he didn't agree. 2 hours after Biden didn't agree, he's going to be Macron show on the UK Prime Ministers. And 2 hours after that, Zelensky is going to ask you to come back in Ukraine.
Mehdi, don't forget to mute yourself.
Because they don't want that.
Mehdi.
And it's going to be a political order to your military commander to come back. And if you don't want to come back, he's going to ask your second in command to kill you and come back.
What were you going to say, Mehdi?
I was going to say that there's an assumption here that this problem be looked at from the Russians as a political, when I can tell you right now, no, that's going to be a military situation they're going to deal with. It's not going to be dealt with any type of negotiation whatsoever. They've stated this shit over and over. And that's why the West doesn't get it. You push something like that, you basically just declared war, especially after Lavrov's recent statement. That's my own opinion. Wyatt, I see why I see what Wyatt's saying, but there's different countries deal with different things in different ways, and we don't all have the same structure and political pull from the leadership down, and the military isn't always so subservient to the politicians. So that's something we got to remember. I really think if you want World War III, that would be the one thing they would say, okay, this is it. You incurred into our territory. Don't matter if it's by proxy means. You fed
Maybe.
this shit, you're gonna suffer.
That's what I said. It would inspire a great patriotic war.
Yeah, but
So let me answer the super chat. Let me answer the super chat because that's something.
What the Russians are very good at. It's to inspire a really patriotic war, and you would have hordes of people coming from the east to the. But it's not even the point. The point is that I don't see the West really being able or willing to compromise into what you guys were talking about, the political solutions. I would wish it could be true that we could have peace in Europe, but probably what they are going to try to induce is a frozen conflict in order for somewhere in time to come back. Unfortunately. But whether it's true, what they're doing now
I just want to go after Sweeping Steve.
So wait, I want to add the super chat. The whole point is not to be hidden. It's not a surprise attack. It's a warning. You gather the force and then you warn the Russians that we're going to invade. If you do not withdraw or you do not do something,
it's gonna be easy for
it's the same.
Russia.
You see, the Ukrainians are already saying that, oh, we're going to do the offensive. We're going to take Melitopol. It's the same thing. But the thing is, you're capturing Melitopol. The entire Zaporizhzhia region is already evacuated. There's no point. There is no damage. You can't harm the Russians that way. You want to harm the Russians, you harm them in their land. The Zaporizhzhia is your own land. You conquer that place, you make every single town and village look like Bakhmut and Marinka, makes no difference to the Russians. There's no loss to the
is Russia now.
But Wyatt, you as a commander, would you conceive that to be the best end result for Ukraine? Because all alternatives, which would undoubtedly cause more casualties, and mine was no better. But yours seemed to be one that would be inflicting more likely to inflict quite a lot of damage on the core of Ukraine, on its civilians and so forth. Like the Russian retaliation is likely to be rather ruthless by comparison to this special military operation. And is that to be kind of pursued as the best end result for Ukraine? Or because that's, I kind of get what you're saying. Yes, it will end the war quicker. We will stop seeing that the horrendous stuff going on forever. But we will also see a whole lot more horrendous stuff. And this time it's not just going to be soldiers.
All wars is a game of chicken. The whole Ukraine war started off with a game of chicken. So no, Russians say that we're going to invade. If you continue this,
and the question
and then they try to call Russia's
think
bluff,
about
and
Joe
then Russia
Biden.
invaded.
Joe Biden is going to chicken.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you see,
he's
the
not
thing
going
is,
to want that.
The thing is, because the question is, if you want a military solution, that's the military solution I will give you, because you want maximum. Because when you damage Belgorod, it's not just destroying Belgorod. It is a political problem within Russia.
It's a
Putin
statement.
can be pulled down for that. You have to understand that the Shegoi, Putin, the entire political party can be pulled down because they failed to protect the oblast of the Belgorod. Just look at this small little raid into Belgorod. They just went in not even 10 kilometers, but you can see how weakly defended it is.
Yeah,
you can literally fight political warfare.
But the consequences of it, the consequences
I want to go
of
after Sweeping Steve. Let Steve
So,
go.
so I don't know. There is no difference in terms of invading into Russia or or you do an offensive into Zaporizhzhia or Kharkiv or Luhansk or Donetsk. It's all the same, because to Ukraine is already total war. It doesn't matter what Russia do. If you say that we want to keep Russia in fighting only as a special military operation, then you are admitting that you have lost the war. What's the point? Okay, I'm going to let Carlos in because Carlos wanted to speak as well.
All right, Steve, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a quick statement and a question. But White jumped off. But my question for White would have been, so my quick statement would have been, if he's going to amass those forces on the border and threaten Russia, that gives Russia time to prepare. And undoubtedly such a large force, they would spot some of it at least. But my question was, what kind of, moving forward into Russian territory like that, what kind of air defense would Ukraine be able to provide for that force? Because if you're going even closer to Russian territory, then I think Russia would be able to have air superiority over their own territory, I think, and I think they would bomb the shit out of that force, because you could send some
USA is going to let them down.
TUs or bears and saturation bomb, you know, if it's such a large force. If you can't provide air defense.
Right. That's a really good point. I didn't think about that, but that's a very good point. So first of all, Prada was saying, well, the Ukrainians, what they want to do is they want to freeze the conflict. But the question I would have for Prada is, well, do you think that that'll work? You think the Russians would accept that outcome?
Oh, no.
They'll take all of Ukraine before then. I think that
They
some
tried
people
in 2014 already.
I think some people are missing Wyatt's point, and it's a good one. Wyatt's plan is a good one. Yes, the Russians might mobilize, but do they really want to? Yeah, they might be able to stop it with a nuke, but do they really want to? They do not want to do that. So what if you give them both a deal that is a really good deal, a deal they can't hold up, let me finish. A deal they can't refuse, right? You're like, okay, listen, we're going to give you what you want. You walk away looking like the winners, right? And then you also give them a double incentive, also, if you don't go through with it, here's something that could happen, right? We could make this suicide rush to Belgorod. Yeah, maybe you're going to do massive damage on the Ukrainian army. You guys are missing the point. If it starts World War III, the Ukrainians win. They draw the Americans in, right?
Why would they win?
If NATO comes that's what you
I don't get you when you say if Russians use tactical nukes, they have lost. That's
let me ask you this: Do you really think the Russians are going to just come up with a political solution to a Nazi force that just invaded into its territory and totally completely forget the fucking history of 1941 to 1945? Especially in the Donbass area where most of this shit happened. There is no fucking way the Russians are going to say, oh, yeah, we'll reach across and talk about it.
Okay.
Ain't going to happen.
It's really about you talked about me.
I want to answer.
No. You were talking about me. I'm telling very much. You're going to scream. Oh, that's so nice. You're going to scream.
Maddie responded to me.
You're going to scream. Really cool.
You responded directly to me. Okay, so I want to respond back. He was
Go
saying
on, scream a bit more.
Sure. So basically, yeah, if you have the Russians or have to overreact in any way, maybe they can do it. Maybe they can win that, right? We probably don't want to call them on that bluff either, and probably that political cost would be really expensive. Maybe the Russians can't do it. Who knows, right? Maybe the only deal that the Russians can accept is one that's really bad deal, right? But it still possibly might be a better. Let's say, for example, the Russians take the 4 oblasts and they take Odessa. But they leave, for example, right? Whatever it is, right? You're willing to make a real, actual compromise, right? And then you also have this suicide force that's.
Sorry.
That's all I was saying.
I don't know if you see. You see, this is international politics. This is diplomacy. You see, you asked me. I believe that the Ukrainians want to freeze the conflict, and you said, "Do the Russians want to take it?" No, they do not want it. Mehdi also said it. Listen to Lavrov. He just said it. They are preparing for a conflict of many decades, and that is making the West really scared about. You can like speculate about invading Belgorod, about doing this, There will be answers for everything, but I think what we see now is an attempt to try to freeze the conflict in some lines without no negotiation. So Mehdi was saying, they are not looking for a political solution. They are trying to force the Russians into accepting a frozen conflict. The Russians were never talking about a frozen conflict. They were never talking about a ceasefire without conditions. That's what some people in the negotiation process are talking about, but they are not talking about it. They are talking about a political solution with a beginning and an end that has continuation, that has really defends the security interests of Russia, because this war started with that. Security interests of Russia. So, what about freezing a conflict without achieving that. It's no war. So the Russians said it in the last days. Lavrov said that. Many other people have been saying that. They are preparing for a long conflict in order to achieve that. That's it.
Okay, hello guys. I think winning for Ukraine is to make this invasion very costly. In terms of like, if this is a conflict that Russia is prepared to be for like 5-10 years, they should be having like a much higher rate of attrition. And to answer the question that they were asking before about like, if I was like the commander of Ukraine, what would I do? It's a difficult one, but like I think everybody here like went outside the box. Like it's almost like if you were all Israelis, because everybody here said, okay, I'm gonna surrender, I'm gonna do a political solution, I'm gonna invade Russia. But, like nobody said like, what can Ukraine do within Ukraine? Because even if you don't agree, it's like they're not there to like think. They have to do it, otherwise they get court-martialed or executed. So the only thing I could think of is if they do some sort of defense in depth, like trying to straighten the front line and try to do similar to the at the beginning, try to like roll back, like move back, don't defend a static line, and then try to use like whatever elements they can from NATO's air-land battle, which was designed to like disrupt the Russians as they go from the first echelon to the second or third. So yeah, like I think that's the only thing they can do, some sort of flexible defense and try to grind down the Russians, even if they take a town. But if they're losing troops all the time, that would like make it very costly. So Russia would be okay, I'll take this for Oblast and Crimea, and we call it a day. So that's what I think.
Thank you.
Achieving some political objectives. In order to achieve yes, I answered that. In order to achieve some effective freeze that is really lasting, in order to, and actually not a freeze, but a really solution for the conflict, we have to. Europe, especially Europe, has to look for a new security configuration of Europe that secures the Russian problems about the whole situation in there. So you can't freeze the conflict unless you are ready to give the Russians the security strategy they are wanting to. This is what started this conflict. This is what will end this conflict. So
what could that be?
Ukraine doesn't go to NATO, probably not even to the European Union. Yeah, but that's too late. So now they are splitting Ukraine. Perhaps splitting Ukraine, accepting the split of Ukraine will be a solution. We don't know. But they have to be ready to lose much more now than they would have lost in April last year.
That I agree. I think they are not going to freeze. I think Russia is going to the end now. Unconditional surrender.
If they want it, but that's too late.
In 5 years, 6 years, they don't care.
Let's talk about LGBTQ.
Wait. I just want to answer very quickly. If they want to do, but it's too late. If they wanted to freeze the conflict, they have to look at what North Korea have done to freeze their conflict permanently.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about.
Nukes and meaning to deliver it. But it's too late.
You see, North Korea is an isolated case. Ukraine is much bigger. It has too much neighbors.
It's the only actual freezing conflict because technically it's still a country at war.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but that's not feasible.
Like Japan and Russia. Technically, they are still at war.
Think about what countries in the Middle East.
Island and
Israel and Syria also.
Thanks to their nuclear weapons, Russia has.
Like, think about Israel and Syria, or other countries that are
also
around Israel that don't have nuclear weapons, but what they do have is like chemical weapons pointed at Israel, and it's its own sort of holding a hostage, right? It's still something you don't want to happen. You don't want that to happen. So. Maybe.
Sorry to interrupt, but like to talk about Israel and Syria, the the way the conflicts like stopped more or less with Syria is when after in the 1982 South Lebanon war, the cost for Syria was extremely high because again,
Golden Heights and stuff.
yeah, no, with aircraft, with everything, like the only way you can stop them without using nukes is if the invasion or the war is so costly that it's really not worth whatever advantage or geopolitical edge they're going to get. And I think that's what Ukraine should do. It should make the invasion very costly for Russia, not try to defend all the land. And my question is, do you guys think Ukraine has the capabilities to do some sort of defense in depth? Not like they're going to do it or not, but can they do some defense in depth, or are they like...
In terms of history, we have the question about what's the name of that city? It's very well known.
Where?
Between the border of Belarus and Russia, a very big city, historically a very important one. But it was taken by the Polish, and the Russians were 70 years trying. Sorry, I forgot the name. It starts with S. It's a very important city. And they tried to, the Polish took that city stupidly during the times of troubles. And the Russians, for several decades, tried to get that city. It was wars without end. Really bad. Smolensk, yes, exactly. Quite true. Smolensk, amazing place, amazing city.
It's not my credit. Someone in chat just read that.
It's true. It's Smolensk. It's an amazing place. The Polish were so stupid. They could have just gave him back Smolensk back to the Russians, but they wanted to keep it like a trophy. And the Russians kept coming. On the end, Poland disappeared. That's the truth. They lost Kiev. They lost. A few years later, they were taken, parted several times. So, yeah, Bradley, I'm sorry, but I don't see the Russians losing any of their historical territory without going for a long fight.
I agree. I agree with both you and Maddie on that. I don't think that would work because I don't think that the Russians would accept anything less than what is looks and is a total victory on the battlefield. So I think the Russians
it's not a total victory. That would be a bit too. The Russians are not so pinky on it. They want some. They want security.
Yeah, but okay. So I should clarify what I mean by that. By total victory, I mean that they're going to get what they want, which is neutral Ukraine, which is Crimea, that kind of stuff, right? So the Ukrainians understanding that this is going to be inevitable anyway, right? So Wyatt's point was give them negotiate in earnest, make an actual good deal that the Russians would actually agree with, and then also do that as an extra incentive. Who knows what would maybe the Russian leadership can't react to that in any way but total mobilization. Maybe politically they're going to judge that as impossible and they're going to have to, I don't know what they're going to do, right? But whatever it is, there's going to be some kind of political cost incurred. And if you can make it really you're going to have to make it a really good deal after Minsk, right? After Minsk 2, after all of that, Ukraine's going to have to roll over and play dead. But at least, the Ukrainian national anthem starts with the words, Ukraine hasn't died yet, at least Ukraine won't die.
I want to answer to Carlos' question. To make an in-depth defense, you need some space. And Ukraine is a big country. And the issue the Ukrainians have is one, manpower. Their demographic is shrinking. And also, every territory Russian take, for now, they will not giving that back again, unless Ukrainians are going to the offensive. And because it's, for me, my point of view, because it's not Ukraine, but the West, NATO, call it whatever you want, the collective West, which is managing that war. I think that's why they defended so fiercely Bakhmut, even if it wasn't not that strategic or whatever. They decided to sacrifice a lot of men just for that small town instead of, as you mentioned, bringing lines of defense further back and try to inflict maximum damage to the invasion forces. No, that's not the deal. Because every territory Russia it takes.
Look, Errol, you see, in terms of, Russia still wants to have a good relationship with the rest of the world. And it will be very difficult to just annex new territories. I still have the feeling that the Russians will have to cede something, but not Ukraine. Not Ukraine, that's over. The Ukrainians are going to lose. Shadov also said things in this direction. But I have the feeling that in order for Russia to reconquest their right position in the world concert of nations, they will have to give up these new areas. I don't know about Donbass, but at least Zaporizhia and Kherson, but not to the Ukrainians, not back to the Ukrainians. But I don't see it possible for other nations in the world to accept occupying, annexating new areas, new territories by conquest. This is against the principle of all international order that we know. And the Russians are also not prepared to change it.
There is no principle anymore.
Yes,
Exactly.
true, Voz do Povo. But the new order is building, and it's still not accepting such an order going back in the past. I think
the
Russians...
It will depend to who you are asking the question.
Sure, but why not creating another Russia as an independent buffer state?
I mean, Russia can organize a referendum and, yeah. Like in Crimea. Like in Lugansk
I don't think the Russians want to do that. I think the Russians would be interested in having the conflict ended ASAP as well. They also don't want to keep fighting. I think the reason why this won't work is why his plan won't work is because the real leadership of the Ukrainian army, who they really end up answering to, is probably people at the State Department in the U.S. And so they're not going to allow you to do something like that because that goes against our plan, right? And our plan is to weaken Russia as much as we can, to damage Russia as much as is possible, using Ukraine as a proxy. And as long as we have this willing proxy that we put all this work into and we've dumped all these arms into, I don't think we're going to allow them to end the conflict like that. And I don't think the Russians would accept a frozen conflict like that either. But anyway.
What I think is the only way for human to lose, Carlos is right, is for Russia to have a lot of human losses. That's why Russia is going to go very slow in the war. What they want to avoid is going too fast, make a mistake, and in what time have a lot of losses. So now they are going to go, before, they are going to go very slow. They are going to advance only 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers per week. No faster. And they want to allow the population of Ukrainian people who don't like Russia to flee away. They want basically only pro-Russian people in the new territory they are going to invade or empty space. They don't want to guerrilla warfare, they don't want things like that. And if they decide to go fast, they are not going to leave the population the time to flee. And that's going to be a big problem for them after that. And about the international things, the foreign country public relation, I think a lot of people is going to see the conquest of Ukraine as the conquest of the East against the West. And a lot of people are going to laugh, just to laugh. Because the USA is going to lose territory, basically.
May I add to what you're saying there? Because you're kind of introducing something I wanted to ask RL and to some extent the rest one here.
Sorry.
Because it is I heard this other argument, like what would you do as a Ukrainian? And that was actually attack it. That was from Craig, actually, and he said attack Transnistria. Because, like you said, the Russians do not want to push on harder and whatever. So what are you going to do? Like Wyatt had made one example of how to push the Russians' hand, right? Because you don't want to be fighting on their premises. You want to push their hand. Now, so here comes another alternative, how you can force the Russians to be not the one to be reacting to you. Well, that would be taking an act against Transnistria into Moldova, which would probably trigger the Russians to have to conduct some sort of offensive, or at the very least take some heavy political losses. So I think that was kind of reasonable, all things considered. All the takes have been taken here. I thought it was worthwhile putting in here because it alludes to what we kind of get into circles here. Like, what would the Russians do? Well, we already know the Russian strategy.
Yeah, but coping. If Ukraine attacks an independent state, Ukraine becomes the oppressor, the invader, and they lose all international support. That will be giving the Russians everything on their table. Yeah.
Technically speaking, but you remember which support the Ukrainians have. That's the NATO countries, and they decide what is considered invading a sovereign nation or what is liberation.
I agree with
and that's
Coping.
exactly how they will spin that.
Yeah, but by the way, I wanted to ask something going to Shadovi. No, sorry, for Bradley. And Bradley was saying about lasting the war, giving the war time to go in. Why don't you realize that perhaps the Russians have a lot to win about giving this war as long as it takes? Because that's the problem in Europe. Europe wants to end this war as soon as possible. They've been saying it all the time. They're also saying how much does it cost. But what about the Russians? They are not complaining about the costs. They are not doing anything to stop it earlier, actually. They're making it last. What does it mean lasting this war in terms of international configuration?
That's what they want.
Hold up,
That's
I want to
what they
respond
want.
to Prada. I think that what the Russians are going to do is they're going to continue to go down the path of whatever branching decisions there are available that are in the interests of their national security. Do I think they want a long war? I don't think they want a super long war. Are they prepared to fight a super long war? I think so. I think they're more prepared than Europe is, as the point that you make. It's not that Russians are going to win from that necessarily. It's just that they're in a position to not lose, especially from now on. The war didn't end with the rush through Ukraine in the direction of Kiev. Like that didn't end the war. The war didn't end that quickly. The war is being determined by things like logistics, things like supply, and stuff like that. So as long as Ukraine, let's say if Ukraine is like the fighter that has a lot of fight for like maybe one more round, and it's only going to get worse from here, then maybe this could be a plan that could work, somehow force Russians' hand.
Bradley.
I don't know if it could work. I don't know if it could work. I don't.
Look, Bradley. Okay, we know that we have two main groups here, European Union and US. The ones that are losing the most, and they are the most problematic for the security concerns of Russia, is the European Union, seen as NATO, more or less.
If
the European Union gets more weakened, the Russians, even if they don't win much, they win at least this. Their security concerns are achieved by the fact that Europe is weakened and can't attack them, or at least presents a real concern in terms of their sphere of influence, which is, that nobody is questioning, which is Central Asia, more than Ukraine.
Well, I'll actually add on to what you're saying, because it's correct on even a higher level. So this is like you were mentioning the logistics. Yeah, that is a part of it. Bradley was in part correct, but I would say that Russia had more or less won the war as soon as they managed to ride the sanctions. And if you now fast forward from 1 year, when the war started until now, you take India, which is one of the most populous countries in the world, a close trading partner of Russia as well. Well, they started. Russia had I think the figure was like 1 million barrels of oil sold to India. Now it's times 60 million something, and that's 1 year later. They have pipelines being built between Russia and China is a significantly larger market than Europe. So, I think you can kind of see, because we have also come across this discussion earlier, right? It's been pointed out the Russian oligarchs that they were abroad have been wiped out or against the war. And there are also, incidentally, many of them are those who hold a lot of assets abroad. Now, what this war kind of forced the economic structure in Russia to do was to focus more on its own industry and also to accommodate politically to the new reality. And that was actually a fortune for Russia in some respect, because now their economical ties, the new economical ties, because they managed to ride the sanctions, and because other countries like China and India in particular, we're not going to be just letting this BRICS country be run over. They're not going to sanction it or anything. They're still going to let trade flow. Indeed, they're going to allow it to be advantageous for all. So it's I would say that the Russians are, whether this war is a short one or a long one, they are going to be heading on an upwards curve until the infrastructure momentum is kind of reaching its point, and that's going to be a few more years. And in a few more years, what is Ukraine going to look like by contrast? What is Europe going to look like by contrast? The BASF of Germany, one of the biggest power companies, they're just we have to move our operations abroad. We can't operate here; it's simply too expensive. Europe is having a momentum.
Exports to China, export. Just to complement what you're saying, they just came out the new numbers. Exports from Germany to China are breaking down, and all other European countries are going up. So the guys that really want to make problems to China are going to be confronted with this. With such a simple fact, the Chinese can simply do that. They can break everything without making too much deals, without putting sanctions to nobody. They can decide. It's very easy. So the point here, and Coping was picking up amazing points, which is the connections between the Asian internal connections, which are growing. The commerce, the trading between Asia is exploding like never before. But Central Asia is the point. The Russians have to create a situation where Europe, where the United States don't have anything to offer to Central Asia countries. That will make them diverge from the main point, which is their commerce, their trade between Russia and China. And
what if
go on.
What if the plan for Ukraine, what we're actually doing, what we think we can still do is, okay, we load it up with a bunch of debt, we load it up with a bunch of expensive weapons. What's up? They owe us a bunch of money in dollars, right? And then let's say we bite out a chunk of what we can. We bite out a chunk of whatever natural resources we can grab our hands on, right? BlackRock and all these other types of venture capitalists and everything like that, right? Get their hands on their actual resources, on the actual wealth of Ukraine. And then Ukraine is stuck basically paying off, kind of like the Soviet Union and then Russia and then the UK. We're stuck paying off the original Lend-Lease, right? For like decades and decades and decades and decades. The Lend-Lease loan outlived the Soviet Union. The Russians ended up paying it off finally.
Well, while that is certainly the case that is going on right now, I think it's also worth keeping in mind that, as it's been alluded to by others, Europe doesn't really have much to sell. It's basically like its primary sales product is debt to developing countries, which are often predatory, right? And now they are running out of funds which they can bail out themselves. We are having an inflationary crisis which is tied up to $1, and de-dollarization is accelerating. If you accelerate the money printing, you're just going to accelerate the de-dollarization, because countries holding U.S. assets are going to be like saying, "Oh shit, everything is just falling apart. We have to dump it quickly." So the notion that you take Ukraine and you enslave it in order to kind of keep your economy afloat. Well, are you going to draw blood from a stone? Like Ukraine is a pretty, it's pretty much only floated on foreign aid already. Where are you going to get your yields? Where are you going to get your returns? Sure, you can adapt in 100 years down the line. That's just going to keep them underdeveloped and still not giving you any yield or revenue, right? Like it's
I don't know how much the people like that are interested in developing Ukraine more than just nabbing their natural resources, right? Imagine if they could get a pipeline going from somewhere in Ukraine to Germany, replace that pipeline with that pipeline, and then still charge whatever they want for that gas, right? So I think whatever they can nab out of Ukraine, whatever chunk of Ukraine they can take a bite out of, they're going to try to go for that. And then meanwhile, Ukraine's hope is to do so much damage to the Russians that it's enticing for NATO to come in, right? To really entice NATO, to really make it look like we can do this, right? The F-16s are already there. The Challengers are already there. The Russians are on their last legs. You know, they've had to overcommit for whatever reason. So that's what the Ukrainians want to do. And the Russians, I think the Russians are in a position to actually get the best out of either way that this conflict goes. I'm sure they would rather have a short conflict, but if it keeps going in the long game, I think they are in a position to suffer less, right? They're in a position to suffer less than France. They don't have to worry about what's going to happen to my colonies in Africa now that I can't supply my own, uranium or whatever, because the Russians can do that to supply their own uranium. So yeah, the Russians, they're going to be sitting pretty, most likely. All we can do is kind of incur a cost. You know, we can say at what cost.
But I don't understand. I don't see your point. I understand that Wade talked about in terms of potentially, but I don't see the Ukrainians being able to actually go inside of Russia and do that damage you're talking about.
Yeah, maybe they're not. Maybe they're not. I don't know. Wyatt is just saying that. Just saying that you just have that big force there. Hopefully, if everything goes to plan, that big force is big is enough. The plan where you have 12 divisions, almost an army, right? It's ready.
But did they talk about that plan? That this is just
no. This was his answer to what if he was the commander of the Ukrainian armed forces, what he would do, and that's all I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, do we know how well that would work? We obviously don't. You know, we can only speculate. But Plumber P's been waiting to talk for a while now.
Yeah. Go on.
Look, I have the feeling that the fact that Western equipment went inside of
Plumber P, please mute your YouTube. Please mute your open mic.
Yes.
What was
Wrong, Pete.
I was just going to say a lot of what we're talking about is contingent upon whether you can freeze that line or not. I mean, at what cost? If you're gonna send a however many brigades into Russia, if you lose it, I mean, it just makes it much more easier for Russia to take over Ukraine. So, I mean, it's a gamble, absolutely, but is it worth the gamble? Maybe not. And that's where, like, when I was waiting in queue, RL, you mentioned exactly what I was thinking. Your only option is to freeze the line. And DMZ, you mine the shit out of that thing. And yeah, it's gonna take a lot, but that would be kind of Ukraine's only option right now. I had there was a YouTube video. I posted a question in it, and I said, what percentage of land? The reason why I worded it this way was because I wanted to see what kind of people thought. What percentage of land do you think Ukraine is going to lose when this conflict comes to a stalemate? And there was only one person that responded. And you know what they said? They said, none of it. It's going to go back to the 1991 borders. Yeah, not reasonable.
I have a good one
for you.
In 91 borders, Crimea was not Ukraine.
Wait, Plumber Pete, you have to mute the YouTube, the open mic on YouTube, because now we're hearing both the YouTube and the Streamyard at the same time.
Actually, for the first part of 1991, Ukraine was all part of Russia.
Wait, let him correct this. Plumber Pete, it's not the muting on the Streamyard, it's muting on the YouTube, because when we are talking to you, we hear our feedback, and it's because you have the volume on this YouTube stream. So yeah, if you mute the video that everyone is watching, So now
I think that he's just getting feedback. Anytime somebody talks, his microphone picks it up from his speakers, so he can talk. He just nobody else can talk while he's unmuted. But okay. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
I closed the app in the background. But what do you guys think? What percent of land do you think Ukraine is going to lose when this conflict comes to an end?
Start picking on people to answer.
Start with top left. Go ahead. What?
30%.
Start with Mehdi, since he's got his finger up, guys.
Yeah, Pete. Pete, you need to mute.
You need to turn off one app or the other.
I closed all my apps.
But we're still getting feedback when you say a speaker.
So
there
I
we go.
think so I muted him. So I think it's maybe his microphone is a bit delayed or something. I don't know. So he's picking up the Streamyard audio. So anyway, when you talk, you unmute. When you're not talking, you mute. So just you just have to be hardworking a bit about muting.
Where my headset?
Yeah, good.
Good
Yeah, I can hear myself. So good. Okay, Mehdi.
You know, I can't see there being a DMZ or the Russians even contemplating agreeing to it. I think they've put out there enough that that is something that just isn't going to be in their cards. We already have to conclude, because it's already been voted, that the Donetsk and Luhansk republics are going to be gone. Crimea is gone. Odessa, what happens when it takes a vote? If it decides to be Russian, who's going to stop them? That's the one thing about, gathering your force together and letting it get annihilated. At that point, you have no military means to back up your political wants. You can't do that. It doesn't work that way. You have to have both to be able to support the other, or it's over. And when in somebody in chat, they were talking about, like, what happens when they're pulling down in Western Ukraine the statues to Bandera? Do you really think the Russians really want the headache of the Western Ukraine and trying to constantly having to battle these lower end, insurgents in pro-Ukrainian Banderites in the background for years? It's just not something. It's never been successful that people deal with that. It's always ended in a massacre or it just gets blown away.
I think they are going to ask European Union to take the last part of Ukraine, the Galicia, the Kiev area, and all these oblasts. They are going to ask European Union to take them. So they could cost a lot of money to European Union.
No,
some kind
they
of
want a buffer zone. If
not
West
all of
part of Ukraine is integrated to European Union, there will be no more buffer zone.
There are talks about this. It's about the integration of Western Galicia into Poland.
Yeah, and the Russians will not accept that also, I think. I think they will do. I think the Russians will not accept that. They will do everything.
I don't know.
Galicia will stay independent, but not
Galicia. I don't think they care. I don't think they care about Galicia. Actually, the Medved said yesterday that they wanted to parted Ukraine between with the European Union, just like Shadovi was saying. Well, the feasible way is actually for Poland to annexate or to federate a part of Ukraine. There are talks about it. They have been talking about it more or less openly. So this is not something
They just
new.
have to make sure that all the pro-Ukraine elements in the population are fled to this oblast. So to
But
make
there
sure
is
they
a-
don't stay in the Russian side.
The biggest problem here, though, is who is going to pick up the debts of the Ukrainian government now? And this is a real problem. You see, if Poland
Not
annexates...
Russia.
And not Russia, exactly. If Poland annexates a part of Ukraine, I'm not seeing them annexating a part of the Ukrainian debt. This is so huge. No country can ever pay this and be independent afterwards. So
It's going to
and
be a
what's-
pure losses, I think.
Well,
They're
that's,
going
that's
to
the
default.
key. That's the key, right? They can't accept it and be independent afterwards, right? They can't be independent afterwards. I think that there's quite a few countries that at the end of this conflict are not going to be independent anymore. And I don't just mean Ukraine. I mean most of Western Europe. And I don't mean to say that necessarily the whole EU is going to, out of the charity of its own heart, go ahead and take on the responsibility for Ukraine's debt. But somehow or another, I think that it's going to happen. I think that the U.S. wants to use this conflict as an opportunity to take away the sovereignty of Europe. And I think that's exactly what's happening.
Already done, Ahmed.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Basically,
if you
even
can
further,
Nord Stream 2,
even further.
when you see Nord Stream 2, you understand that basically German, and I could tell from my own point of view that France too, there is basically already a USA authority in this country.
Yeah.
Yes, they are getting back to the petrodollars, but with new configuration called natural gas, and it won't last longer for them even to come inside of Europe and say, no green energy, natural gas. That's the important thing.
Yeah,
and what's going to be fun is that in 10 years, the natural gas is going to come from Yamal field, but way more expensive because it's going to come from cheap and not by gazoduc.
Do you think so? I'm not so sure. I think the Russians will definitely piss on Europe and sell everything to Asia. Because there is more to win
they're
with
going
Asia.
to sell to the people who pay the more.
Quite true. Quite true.
I
But
just
then,
want to go back a little bit to before I swap myself for Nunya. So Maddie was talking about the troops, the Ukrainian troops, about getting destroyed, and then the one that is holding the lines are the mobilized troops most of the time, supported by foreign troops, whereas the raised army, the offensive brigades, are separate from the mobilized troops. So the Ukrainians actually have a lot of forces now. They have the standard troops that's already holding the lines, and then they have another 12 brigades for offensive purpose exclusively, which is why the 12, even if they are destroyed, the status quo will still be the same, generally speaking, within Ukraine. Anyway, I got to swap for Nunya.
Hello.
I have a question.
How you
Where do
boys
you
doing
think
today?
as a challenger to?
What?
Where do you think are the Challenger 2? On the Leopard 2? On the Bradley? Where are they?
I don't know. I'm waiting to see them.
Yes, everybody is waiting. So where are they?
I'm waiting to see them for I don't know how many times now.
I'm
still waiting to see them in the front line.
I think they are where everybody expects them to be. That is, this is not to be applied against Russia. This is to defend a new entity that will be Ukraine.
So they are still in Poland.
Oh yeah, or Romania, wherever, it doesn't matter.
They are actually training and waiting for the Russian army to come to the Dnieper River.
You see, I have a theory. The Germans went too far and they are very pissed now, and they don't know what to do. So they are not. They are really scared, and that's they are doing some diplomatic maneuvers. So in order not to ever bring those F-16 pilots or those tanks ever to Ukraine inside, because they are. If you read the chart of the United Nations, Germany is in a very bad position now. They can't be occupied again. They involve themselves into let's call it illegal war against Russia, which is actually the follower of the Soviet Union. And in the United Nations Charter, there is the article that if Japan or Germany ever attacks one of the winners of the Second World War, can be invaded again and reoccupied. So the Germans are a bit preoccupied at the moment. So I don't think the tanks are ever going to get
think
inside.
nobody care about the United Nations chart now.
All right. Well, I mean, I'd like to say hi
would like
to
to introduce-
Nunya and Potter, I guess. But I guess, are we still talking about something else?
Well, let's introduce. Nunya has been here before, so but he can introduce himself again, maybe for you. But I think I'm quite certain that the P0712. I'm just gonna call you P. Poe. I'm gonna call you Poe.
Oh, yeah, Poe
Zero
sounds
Poe.
better than P.
Yeah, you're Poe. You're Poe. Okay, so Poe, please introduce yourself.
Can you guys hear me?
Welcome to the open mic.
Sure can. Welcome.
So I'm originally from Bangladesh. I live in Florida, and yeah, I'm a big fan of DPA. I've been wanting to come here for a while, so here I am.
Another Bengali. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Who is the Bengali? Who else is Bengali?
Me. Yeah,
Oh,
but
hey,
I
what's going on?
yeah, I live in Michigan though. So
But
We also have two more. Now you Bengalis have to make a panel because we're waiting for a national panel.
yeah.
Panel
Yes, with
only
different
one-
who was a sync? Sync? Before.
Oh, we could do a South Asia panel actually. That's not a bad idea at all.
It's a good idea. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. And lots of English-speaking people there, so
That's right.
I think DPA has a big following in South Asia.
Yeah. Well,
Have-
off
have we
topic
ever-
though. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
But yeah, so that's what I think the plan is. The plan is not to find a way to end the war quickly for Ukraine. Maybe some people think that might make sense. That might make sense for Ukraine. That might make sense for
Yes.
Ukraine's economy. But I think that we're going to continue to use Ukraine. I think we have a chokehold, an absolute chokehold over Ukraine's military. And I think that we're going to continue to use Ukraine as much of a battering ram against the Russians as we can, because the conflict really isn't about Ukraine. It is in part, especially now, because if they get this quote unquote frozen conflict, which Russia probably doesn't want, right? Because the Russians probably who view Ukraine as part of their backyard. They don't want to see. This is my speculation, but they don't want to see those chunks of valuable Ukrainian territory with valuable Ukrainian resources and population and whatever it is, right? Other stuff like that go over to NATO, go over to the enemy. So I think that the Russians they'll leave Ukraine as a rump state if they have to. But I don't think they're going to accept anything less than a really good deal, and it's got to be something that they'll actually believe this time, because they're not going to be willing to trust us to keep our word, and they're certainly not going to be willing to trust Ukrainians to keep their word after this conflict. So maybe that's what we want. I think the Russians don't want that, but if it's really costly, I think they'll be willing to take some kind of deal like that. And right now, what's the fight is? The fight is over those invaluable chunks, the valuable chunks of Ukraine. That's why Crimea is such a big deal, because that's the valuable chunk of Ukraine. And so Ukraine wants to get those areas back, right? They don't want the population so much, for at least certain parts of the population, but they want that. They want that industry and all that other stuff. And if they can't have it, they're willing to wreck it before they give it to the Russians.
Yeah, but Bradley, whose opinion does this really matters? You said the Russians don't trust in Ukraine anymore, but it's not about Ukraine. Who does have to have a secure position in order for the Russians to be pleased with?
USA.
Yes, of course. Forget Ukraine. Ukraine is nothing. Zelensky is what it is. That guy.
How much control do you think Zelensky has over the nationalists in his government? Because I think that's a
always
big problem.
a perpetual negotiation.
Because this
I
nationalists
think
are
he's
so fanatic.
negotiating with NATO, negotiating with his own army, negotiating with nationalist people.
I think he
He's
has no
negotiating with
control
everyone,
over them. I
and
think
each
he's scared
decision
shitless
is a
of them.
negotiation.
The problem is the
He's
nationalists
scared-
are so
I think he's scared
fanatic.
of those nationalists. I think those nationalists are the biggest threat to his life.
The nationalists are so fanatic that they would rather die than make a deal with Russia. That's the main problem.
Exactly. I think the nationalists
They're
are
crazy. I mean, they would. they would attack Russia and have Russia nuke them instead of losing or making a deal with Russia. That's the big.
Yeah.
The Ukrainian nationalists are the biggest problem in this conflict. It's not the West. I mean, the West is a
Yeah,
big problem, but
hold up.
the biggest problem is the nationalists.
The nationalists were always a fringe, small group. They got in power in a certain way, and it was an illegitimate way. They got in power through the Maidan coup, right? So,
But they are in
then
power now.
once they're in power, now they can make decisions that are quote unquote legitimate government decisions of. And when when half of the population, let's say, just to make it easy, of Ukraine was like, no, we're not accepting that. This is not legitimate, right? That's not a legitimate government. We didn't vote for those guys, right? They didn't. They were unwilling to accept that, and that's kind of really the huge part of the war, because that's the whole point is that tiny little group, it wouldn't be popular and it wouldn't be in power, and we wouldn't have the kind of control on Ukraine that we do, the kind of hold on Ukraine that we do, if we didn't put that tiny fringe group into power and then, gave them some kind of legitimacy on the international scale with the coup in Maidan.
Yeah,
May I ask you something, Bradley?
How do you realize that so what PO was saying, PO or P0, I'm sorry, P07142 was saying is what we do with the nationalist groups. Well, they put it in power. They are now there. What we do with these guys? They might be fringe. They are fringe, quite true. But they are fringe in power, which is not.
And they have weapons.
Very
I think.
little.
That's what
I also think they control the SBU.
I think that's
Yes,
yes, the intelligence services. I agree with you. I think that's what denazification means. I think denazification means that we take these guys, these Nazis out of power. Not that we're going to brainwash every single person with outdated views about race or something like this. It's more about we're going to put these guys back on the fringes where they belong, and they can continue to have their take their weird ass photographs in those tiny basements of theirs with the weird flags and the weird poses, but they're not going to be in power anymore. And when you do, you have your own people in power and there's their own corruption going on and there's its own system going on, then that will cease the biggest lever of control that the U.S. has on Ukraine.
So if I may, ask,
I think.
Go ahead, Mehdi. Mehdi's next, I think. Sorry.
You're muted.
You're muted, Mehdi.
Of course, thank you. About those nationalized groups, they, with them being in power, which they are, whether or not they're legitimately in power, they have some control of it. That's the only way that the Ukrainian military would be able to control them, is to allow them to have some format to exist in. The thing is, though, is that those boys are our boys. We're the ones that trained them. We're the ones that gave them all the weapons. And we're the ones that look the other way, because whether you know this or not, Kraken, Aidar, Azov, all of them were basically territorial gangbangers. They sold drugs, they sold women, they sold people. And it all went through them. And that's the corruption that we look the other way at, to allow them to fund themselves to be these Nazi fanatics that they are. And that's what disgusts me. Yeah,
just like
look who's coming back now. Who's coming back?
The worst about all these Mehdi MPO, the worst is when they are coming back to us. Because one day...
Let me just throw in one thing here, because we're talking denazification. There is also a very significant counterpart to that, which has been prevalent for a long time, and that's de-Russification. Now, we also are quite aware of forced conscription, and as far as I'm aware, most of the forced conscription, as much as they can, the Ukrainians are grabbing ethnic Russians in the east. So it's kind of, the harder they are fighting, the more they kind of get their objective done. Like you're talking, Mehdi, they are our boys who are in power because they are put in the positions of institutional power. How do they consolidate it? Well, they reduce the masses, which are a kind of have a very strong inclination for uprooting them or fighting against them. And I'm not sure how far they are going. If they have got so far that any form of Ukrainian resistance, say from the ethnic Russians, is not going to happen. Because I hear people talking about, yeah, the Ukrainians are going to, facing these losses, they are going to do that. Well, we have to remember again, Ukraine was already split in two before this war started. So, if you're Western Ukrainian, there you might be positioned in a way where it's not nearly as terrific as it may be if you're in a penal battalion. Say that, right? So they may take tremendous casualties, but those who are in a position of power around Kyiv, around Lvov, and around those who are the Nazis, they might not be perceiving it that way. You can have like a different reality on the front lines as well. And they may sure be quite aware that the losses are heavy, but they will be having a different spin to it. And so, if there was a point to you wanted to add here, Prata, you may now come to it.
Nunya, please.
I was just saying that somewhere in time we have to realize.
Please let Nunya speak. He wanted to speak for.
Coping was saying if I wanted to add another point, that was it.
No, I thought you were responding. You were continuing on the point. I thought it was your turn, but maybe it wasn't so. Sorry, Shadowy. I actually prompted Prata, but it is Nunya. I thought if it's Nunya, it's Nunya. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. A couple questions. Bradley, I thought your substance of the whole thing was pretty good. The only thing I would say would be where you mentioned about, where they're talking about losing conflict. It takes two to agree to that. And I think we both agree that, Russia would never agree to that. I think Russia's in full bear mode right now and the gloves are off and they are going to push further east. Question I have for you guys, like how many Nazis, like true believers, are left? Do we have any indication of that? Because when you start doing the math and you say, estimates I heard was somewhere in the neighborhoods of 38 million before the war started, and then 10 million fled, and you've got God knows how many dead now, and so on and so forth. When you're doing the math, Ukraine is a population. Well, correct.
Ukrainians aren't inherently Nazis, even though they're Nazis. They're like 10 million Nazis in Ukraine.
Let me finish my point. So, whatever the population of Ukraine is now, and let's just throw out a number. Let's say it's 20 million. I don't know the number, but it's a nice round number. Of that 20 million people, how many of them are, like I said, true believers? How many of them are Nazis?
3%. It doesn't matter.
A very, very small percentage of the population. The overwhelming majority of Ukrainians are not, fascists. I fail to believe that. Like it's not true. So what I'm saying is how many are we talking about here?
Doesn't matter.
Or are we guessing?
It doesn't matter because they control the SBU, which is the intelligence services.
As long as they have important points.
Before the war, before Maidan, Svoboda was 3% in the parliamentary election.
Normal, typical for fascists. Quite normal. But now
they
were put it into power by the Americans. They were put it into power by the Americans. They were achieved. They achieved their control, like Prodoji was saying, through the most important places inside of the Ukrainian, the security service, the police, even sometimes through the control of some judicial sections. And after the war, I don't say immediately after the war, but during the war, they took over of the military in certain aspects. Many of the military operations are not possible without the control of or the approval of those marginal ultranationalist groups and thinkers. We see, for instance, the Medlik, the guy that was the most important ambassador of Ukraine, which was seated in Germany. He was he went to the grave of Bandera, and they just took him out. Although the guy was obviously a Nazi, They just expelled him from Germany because he was confronted with that he went to the grave of Bandera, and he was denied that Bandera was a Nazi, and that was the moment they took him out of Germany. But now he's the vice foreign minister of Ukraine. So these people are there, and it will be very difficult. But what I think it's more problematic is not that they control, even if they are a small number, that they control that they control Ukraine. Is what these guys will do after they feel that Europe betrayed them or the United States, and they will come for us. Now that they have become terrorists, they discovered the art of terrorism. Because discovering the art of terrorism, like did ISIS, Al Qaeda, and many other stupid groups, they won't let it go.
I just want to give an
Okay,
example.
so we don't know how many of them we are. That's what we're getting at here.
I want to answer that. I just went off.
Don't count it.
Basically,
if you think it's so important.
It's very important. Like, I don't think it's that big of a problem there yet. Because
Nazi Germany.
all the hardcores are already dead, right? That's the 300,000.
It's not important.
Let me answer. Hold up.
They're the last ones that go in.
What's happening is that these groups have always been a tiny proportion of the population. They're not the ones that are out there getting killed, that are dying. So in the early days of the war, when the fighting was before even Poroshenko was in power, they still had the interim president whose name was Turchinov, I believe. And so they had him. And early on in those days, yeah, the hardcores were on the front lines, right? The hardcores were there when they were burning the people in Odessa. But right now they're in small numbers, kind of like more like commissars in Soviet Union, right? It's small groups of highly motivated people. They don't have to be the ones that are in the direct harm's way. And that's why you see these things where you have people that are rounding up, these Ukrainians in the streets. There's Ukrainians that are ideologically motivated to do the rounding up, They're the ones that are not being put out on the front. The ones that are being put out on the front are the people that ideologically want no part of this, or they're neutral about it, or they don't care, or they think I'm too old for this, and it turns out apparently you're not, right? They're still going to round you up. So those people, that tiny group, is still in power. And that, like, think about how many Americans there are in the Ukrainian army. Probably not that many, but they still run most of a lot of stuff, right? So that tiny group is not in Fire's way, in the way of like Fire, very much. It's very little that they have to do that, and they would value those troops. Like, remember when they took down Mariupol in Azovstal, when there were Azovites that were stuck in the Azovstal, they were sending helicopters after helicopters that were getting shot down to pull out some of these leaders, this tiny group, this leadership class that they have, the new leadership class, the people we put in power. And Ukrainian fascism has been a problem for decades. I can't explain to you, if you don't know Ukrainians, how casual fascism is. It's just so casual to just have a swastika tattooed. People are just kind of viewed like, oh, those people, that's their thing, everybody's into their thing, and those people are into that. And what happens is Ukraine is like such a backward and such a super corrupt country that these kids grow up and they have like no opportunities in life, and it's like a cult, right? So you have the cult that recruit these people into these neo-Nazi kind of movements. And it's not, quote unquote, necessarily neo-Nazi, right? They're really careful about how they push it and stuff like that. It's just not frowned upon, And so it's like, it ends up being a super casual and super widespread thing, Ukrainian fascism. And how much people even really agree to that and believe that, and how much people have really ideologically thought about it, or how much of it is just like an identity statement of like, I'm poor, I have nothing in my life, but me and my crew, we know that we're better than those people over there. Who knows? But once you have that core, and once you put that core into power, that core is going to take the entire mass of people that don't have anything to do with this, that people that would have voted to be part of Russia, right? And you can force them to hold an AK-47 on the front line. Once you can do a lot.
But you see,
that's
brother,
my answer to
we have
Nanya.
had this study.
I was answering
years.
Nanya. I was answering Nanya.
Yeah, but you're going.
I think Mehdi want to
brother, I understand where you're going to, but you see, We have this
I've
study
kind of
for
had my
many
hand up
times.
a little bit. Just saying.
Hannah Arendt.
Sorry, Mehdi.
Hannah Arendt has studied this for a long time. And of course, they are a minority. Their ability, like Prodigy was saying, is to control certain key points in the society, change everything. It doesn't matter how many people there are. We know that. Brother, you're going to my point, which is the problem of these people to Europe after the conflict is gone, especially if they feel that they were betrayed, because these people are connected into large networks of ultra-nationalists and radicals, and they tend to like to each other. They're not so patriotic like they like to see themselves. They actually are a movement based on hooliganism and, well, modern fascism and neo-Nazis are based on these types of groups of hooliganism. Hooliganism is a very interesting concept, and it's not even, you see, you try to pretend it like being something normal. It is not normal, and it might look a bit like something casual, like dressing a nice shirt, because now we all dress with open shirt, but it's not the same. And the problem here is, like Prodigy was saying, what kind of structure do they control? What we'll do with these people later? Nunia wants to know exactly how many they are. It's not important. The important thing to know is what positions do they control? What power do they have? Which kind of violence monopole do they were able to take from the state, and their agency in terms of contract. And I put it another thing in it, which is they got the taste of terrorism. And once you have the taste of terrorism as a political weapon, it will be very difficult to take them out of it. And this is a big problem for Europe.
Mehdi?
Can I go
No,
next?
please.
Can I go next? Oh, Mehdi was
Mehdi, I
next.
think.
Okay.
On that
Go ahead,
What I was going to say about this is that I'm going to go back in history and think about the 14th Mechanized Galicia Division. Okay? A lot of people think that was some type of, it was a murderous division, first of all, of course. It was all Ukrainian Banderites who were in it for the most part. Had a very bad reputation. And it's kind of funny because we talk about the current militia units like there's some badass, guaranteed best of the best going to go in there and hit them hard, right? Well, let me tell you something. The SS Galicia Division, when it was put on the front line for the first time, after doing all the blocking actions it had done, which was basically shooting people running away from the fight, like they've been doing to their own conscripts, throwing them forward, guess what happened? They totally fucking folded, because being a fanatic and shooting at your pals in the back is totally different than when you're being assaulted by an assault force. And that's a kind of the thing, is that we talk about these guys like they're some badass, and we don't know how they're performed. They may be great, but I'll tell you what, history doesn't support it.
I just wanted to compare the Ukraine with the U.S. Most of Americans are not warmongers or neocons, but they have the power. We are against foreign intervention. If you ask Americans, 90% will say that they're against foreign intervention, but that's our policy because they have the power. Somehow they got into the CIA, they got into the State Department, and they control everything. It doesn't matter whether we are neocons or we are warmongers, it doesn't matter. What matters is that they have the power and they control the institutions. Same as Ukraine.
I agree with you.
Well, so quiet.
Yeah,
Nobody
all
want
of a
to.
sudden.
Nobody
Yeah,
want to.
because
So when it comes to how many there are, well, Ivan Karas, who was the founder of C14, which is one of these Nazi groups, said that during Maidan, there were only 8% of actual committed ideologues that were there, but that 8% was armed and motivated. And if not for that 8%, he said the whole thing would have been a gay parade, but that 8% turned it into a coup. So, I mean, 8% of whatever was at Maidan, that's a ballpark of the real committed. I'm sure they brought everybody out for that one. You know,
It's
I'm
like
sure that's a ballpark.
400,000 people.
It's enough to fight the cops. It's enough to reverse the government.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
especially
8% of
with
400,000. That's a
snipers.
lot. That's
Is
thousands.
it 8%? Is it 8% of 400,000 or is 400,000 total?
Total.
I think
Oh,
total.
we don't know about the number. You have
Well,
to
for
be
Maidan,
careful about
we're
the
saying
guy who
the-
told the numbers. So
but-
the
Yeah,
idea is that just a
This
small
was his
group
estimate. This
in
was
Maidan
Yerevan Taras's
who did
estimate.
the
Maidan
really violent
Taras
action.
said there were 8% of their guys there.
I think they got the power politically, not by fighting. There was some positions, but their real power that they have nowadays was politically achieved and politically given to them, which is even worse. Which is
Yeah, we can
even
get into
worse.
that if you guys want. It's
A part of
basically
yes, so part of
Maidan.
no.
Yes. Well, their position, for instance, the way they had parts of Ukraine given to them, especially the Pravi sector and the Azov battalion, having almost the complete control of Mariupol, which is something very strange. But they had the
No,
most territorial control over those parts of Ukraine.
Nunya, you have to understand that in the Western intelligence services, in the CIA and MI6, MI5, in their book, nationalism is considered as the most powerful political structure and groupings you can use to infiltrate, control a country you want to destabilize. So those guys were immediately identified by the CIA for decades. And Victoria Nuland, when she decided to make her cookie distribution, I mean, everything was already in place.
For a long time. For
Everything
decades,
was already
actually.
in place.
Amazing. Yeah. But let's not be.
They're just
let's
a
be
tool.
blunt.
I mean, wait. Just look. In you, Prata, you say that you are afraid about if it turns very, very badly for the Ukrainians, what those nationalists will do into Europe.
In Europe.
I have another consideration. I mean, for those who are embedded in symbols of those neo-Nazi thingy. I would like to ask a question to a real neo-Nazi, how he received the information of the 14 and the 88 tanks. And suddenly many European countries say, oh, I'm also sending 14. I'm also sending 14. I'm also sending 14. I mean, it's even worse than that, because I give you just an example. Here in France, we got terrorist attack. And all terrorist attacks that succeeded were mainly Islamist attacks and very minority independent group from Basque and things like that. But for the rest, each time a far-right group attempted to do something, they got caught by security services before acting. Each time.
No.
You have to understand that. Oh,
Think of
yes.
the strike against Charles de Gaulle. They shoot at his cars.
That wasn't far right.
Oof.
That was a direct CIA coup.
Well, I think it was far right, I believe. Huh?
No, that was directly from the CIA with the operative, with the French operative, okay. And that was in the 60s.
Yes, in the 60s.
No. The last time a far-right guy was arrested, a group of far-right, they attempted to attack a Freemason temple. They got caught. You never
they
heard
get
of
away
it?
with a lot of this stuff because you could even see in videos early, before the war even started, of exactly this stuff happening.
You have to understand that in Europe, all far-right groups are all infiltrated. And as soon as one of them decide to make a move, they got arrested immediately. Something that never happened
like in Germany.
And they are
Germany,
interconnected.
There was been 2 months ago a mass arrestation.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, Shadovi. What happened in Germany? It was a clownery. Those are not really the really neo-Nazi groups. Those are like some types of what they call the Reichsbürger. They were kind of monarchists groups
okay.
of.
Okay,
But
okay.
yeah, but
They were
still,
not far right?
always. Go on.
They were not far right?
Hard to say. They are interconnected. But
Okay.
that was just a way of the. It was a stupid way of the Schultz government to try to get some popularity when they noticed they were falling down, and it was a joke. Like how could those guys ever try to take over the government? It was a joke.
No, it was a
But they
joke.
were mostly monarchists. They were not really far. Well, they are far right, but not the far right we are talking about.
Yes.
It's not the traditionalist
We have the
far
same
right.
kind in France. De Villiers.
Yeah. But what is also interesting about this type of hooligan movements, disguised or transvestized as ultra-nationalists and neo-Nazis, is that they're all connected inside of Europe and the United States. Now, and we tend to forget that. But they're always connected to hooliganism, so violence, killings, that, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're just a tool. They're just another tool that they use, because if you look at the Ukrainian fascists, for all those years, they had a lot of political protection. They would do stuff like outright crimes, on the streets for years before. Like there would be things like beatings of people that were Russians, and there would be things like, remember a famous video went around where some dude was wearing a Soviet Union shirt, like a shirt with like a hammer and sickle on it, and this dude just gets beaten up, right? Like, so there was always a level, some kind of level of protection for those fascists.
Yeah, the fall of the Soviet Union inside of Ukraine was controlled by oligarch gangs. Oligarchs had something like private armies, and they used violence to oppose any opponents. It was really bad and never disappeared. And we saw also in 2014 how oligarchs had almost small armies for themselves. And these armies are somehow the basis of the modern battalions that we are seeing nowadays. Now, I think we kind of went far enough with this part of the neo-Nazi and the alt-right groups. I don't think without more information we
I
could
think
go
Maddie
further.
still wants to say something about it.
Yeah, but I would suggest if you guys would like to talk about Turkish elections, and especially about the results in Moldavia from some regional.
Let's hear Maddie.
Mehdi, you want to speak?
No, unmute yourself first.
Please.
I totally just lost my train of thought. But you were going on about the bit. We were coming back to.
We're talking about fascists in Ukraine. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's what I wanted to say. Is like, who do you think was the strong arm within the Ukraine government? Who do you think the CIA used as a strong arm to be able to get what it wanted in the Ukraine? It was these little thugs. And we have to ask ourselves, was the Ukraine the only place they took action? Or did they maybe get shipped across seas some places to start a ruckus? Because if you read about like what they call signature operations, the Pentagon's like secret army, that thing is huge, and there's no saying what type of foreign operators that we have actually working with our government, being paid by us, just like all the murderous thugs in the Ukraine right now. I'm paying for them to murder people. This is great, and I don't understand why my fucking country cannot wake up to this shit. I'm sorry, I just went on a tangent. I will go pee now.
Oh yeah, well, I kind of want to jump on what Maddie was saying and say,
Delta, can you please mute your mic when you're not speaking? Because there's a lot of like this white. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's his fan. Wait, what were we just talking about? Shit.
Maddie was trying to. It would be very.
Oh yeah, Maddie was saying.
About...
Hold up. Maddie was talking about the.
Redzi.
Yeah, exactly. how the fascists in Ukraine basically are able to hold just the levers of power, and that's all that you need. And they are our boys, right? We're the ones that made sure when we put him in. We knew who we wanted to put in when we were doing the coup already. We already have the famous conversation with Victoria Nuland saying Yats is the guy, right? So we are not going to be able. I don't know if we're going to be able to, like Manny was saying, send these guys out to other countries or anything. I think that.
Brother, when you just talked about that guy, Yanukovych, or Yanuzik, or what was his name?
Yanukovych.
No, the Yanuzik.
Yanukovych?
Nee, the one that just came after the coup.
The interim government guy.
Yeah, exactly. We are talking about the. I'm not anti-Semitic at all, but it's quite interesting. Like in a country so big like Ukraine, so defender of their orthodox values and patriotic fundamentals, that they choose as their representatives of the highest ultranationalist Jews.
I think that's probably coincidence.
That's no coincidence at all.
I don't think anybody planned to put Zelensky in power. I think Zelensky's a clown, and he just is filling a role now.
Yeah, but when they put those people in power
part
after
of
the coup,
tribe of Victoria Nuland,
and the presidential,
because he was acting in that president.
Acting president, exactly. Acting president, prime minister. Both Jews.
His mentor, his backer was Kolomoisky, another from the tribe. Victoria Nuland is from the tribe, and his origin is from Ukraine. Same from Anthony Blinken.
Yeah,
he's part of the tribe of that very same region, which is called today Ukraine.
Yeah, Ukraine is.
It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence at all.
Ukraine is where
most
they say
of
that
the
Ukraine
oligarchs, most of them are from the tribe.
So I just meant that they were not just using the boys like what we're talking about. The boys were used to make the bad jobs, the dirty jobs. But the good jobs were being made by another group of people, which was easy to convince. A tribe, yes, you can call it a tribe. Yes, because we have had from the beginning of the Ukrainian national independence, the independence of Ukraine, groups of oligarchs that unite. Sometimes they do not. They are opposed, and they fight for power. This is all about the resources in a country that is very poor, has a lot of resources, but is very poor. So they have to fight for the resources inside of the state, because they use the state in order to distribute the resources between them. And when one comes to the power, the other ones go out, because unfortunately, the Ukrainian oligarchs were not ever able to distribute the power between themselves. When one group come to the power, they dethroned the other ones as much as they could. The humiliation, murders, violence, and so on. And we see this continuation over time, ever and ever again. Sorry, wait, you want... I cut at your line, sorry.
No. I was just saying that Zelensky is elected because he was acting in this very, very popular drama series where he was this teacher turned president, and it was very popular. I'm quite sure that I think the concept is also very cool. So I'm quite sure he's very, very popular because of the show, and so people has aspiration because the president, if I'm not wrong, in the show is really awesome. So people really hope this person is actually in real life. That's why he's getting elected in real life, because of the movie. The show is natural, I would say. So so he is basically come on a trend how he was elected. It's nothing to do with his race, I would say. So that's why it's just that he came in with the promise of uniting the country, ending the civil war. But yeah, in the end, things is just much worse.
It's weird because Zelensky was the pro-Russian candidate. The other guy was the nationalist, Poroshenko. He said that he's gonna beg, he's gonna get on his knees and beg Putin for peace. and then after becoming president, he completely flipped. So.
Oh, he did not flip. That's
the
also not
usual West
true.
thing.
That's also not true. He actually promised peace to people, and people were led to believe that he was a pro-Russian candidate, but he was never. Actually, the first time he met with Putin, with no surprise, he refused to apply the Minsk agreements. This is quite well known, and obliged Putin to pay 4 billion euros a year for the gas transit fees. A huge amount. This is like a never seen amount of money in order for him to apply the Minsk agreements, which he actually 2 years later did not do. This is in December 2019, 2020, and the deal was going to last until 2024.
Yeah, but I'm saying that he was voted by most of the Russian-speaking
with
people.
That idea, exactly.
Because everyone thought that he's actually the pro-Russian guy.
He misled people, but he was not.
Yeah,
He
but
just-
he
from the
was not, or
beginning.
he flipped, or he was not. Yeah.
He was just a TV guy. Basically, he's a comedian. Okay?
I think that
And he's a very
Zelensky
good one.
I think Zelensky
We have
did
to understand
want,
that his job is very good now.
Zelensky did want peace initially. I think he's from the Donbass. I think that when he got elected, there was that famous video where he actually went to the front
He's from
lines
Dnipropetrovsk.
and tried to get some of these hardcore nationalist battalions to honor the Minsk agreements, right? Do the thing that they signed, and they basically made a laughing stock of him on TV. There were cameras and everything recording it. They called him a loser to his face. They basically acted like, oh, I don't see any weapons. Where are the weapons? Oh, you don't see any weapons either. It looks like there's no problem. Like they literally did that to the president, and the president was like flustered. He's like, I'm the president. What are you doing? You know, I'm your president. What do you guys? And they didn't care because they knew that he's not the real power. He's not going to do anything to them. And one of the things that they brought up in that conversation, that famous video now, was people that were in Kiev. Well, those guys were on the front lines. People that were in Kiev that were that they actually answer to. Right? We don't actually answer to the president. We actually answer to this person and that person, like to our guys. You know, we're untouchable. You can't do anything to us. That's what they were saying to him. And I think that Zelensky eventually realized that there's a new role to play for him, and he probably appreciated the ability to do that. Like he's the role of his life. He's an actor. He's getting so much positive, glowing media attention, right? He's like, there's no way that what he's doing is wrong, you know, just for that alone. He's like been prepared his whole life for this role in his mind,
So
you know.
we have a sexing structure online, which is something very interesting. So if anybody needs
First lesson
consulting,
free.
we can ask for and exactly. One lesson is for free. But Prodoji, you were not very wrong. But to make things more precise, he's not from the Dnipro or Dnipropetrovsk. He's from a small city nearby.
It's from Kiviri, which is in Dnipropetrovsk.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's I'm talking about the oblast.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just because for Ukrainians
remember
it makes a big difference. For the precision people online, that makes also a difference in case people think we are ignorant.
You know, just want to say something about these far-right nationalists, wherever the fuck they are. You know, the West are making a big mistake. These people cannot have no power. And they have power in Ukraine. At the moment, most of the world see these people like they are superheroes. Ukrainians, not the nationalists, but nationalists are the ones basically in power. It doesn't matter if there are just 5 of them. If they have power, 5 is enough to start something, because you're gonna find a lot of these people everywhere in Europe, and they're gonna start moving to Ukraine because Ukraine has the power. This is a big mistake, and let's not forget, these people already got kids, and these kids are in West Europe. So
I
in
want to add
20 years'
something.
time,
I want to add something to you.
And
We are
those
going to have a
children
really
are
problem.
in school with black and Arabs. Yeah.
Oh, Shadovi, we are going to have a real problem because
yes,
come on, we are
because
going to have.
if they control the schools on the mainstream media in Ukraine, that means the next Ukrainian generation is going to be exactly like them.
What about us? Shadovi, what about us? Look at people on the streets when we talk to them. They are fanatic. They are fascinated by this image of Zelensky, like an hero. People are saying that he is an hero. They are fascinated by this guy.
That's the strength of mainstream
The Churchill
media.
of our generation, no, is this guy was supposedly the Churchill of our generation.
Yeah,
Vladimir
like
Zelensky.
this.
That's why I say
Yes,
he's doing a
yes.
very good job. He's very good in this job to be the symbol.
I want to remember you guys. He went to the G7. He faked a meeting with Lula da Silva, which has been talking about peace very, very openly, and even criticizing Ukrainian because they don't want peace. They don't want to have peace. He said that very loudly. And the guy faked a meeting, didn't appear. And then he was asked by a reporter, are you disappointed for not meeting Lula da Silva? Oh, no, I'm not disappointed. Lula da Silva might be disappointed with me. What a crap of a guy is that? And these type of things in international politics, in diplomacy, are paid very expensive. This guy is really stupid. You know what Lula da Silva told him? Well, I'm not disappointed. I'm a bit mad. Chateado, it's a word in Portuguese. It means something a bit like mad, angry. And he said, I'm a bit mad. But Zelensky is a grown-up. He knows what he does. Lula da Silva was telling you, Shadovi, I'm just telling you, the guy is not so good like he thinks, because in certain circles of life, like diplomatic, you can't do this clownery.
Yeah,
But
well, he met the Pope
understand,
recently, right?
He's not speaking for Lula. He's not speaking for the Brazilian people. He's for speaking for the USA people and the European people. He don't care about Brazil. Brazil couldn't give him billions of dollars, couldn't give him weapons, couldn't give nothing to Ukraine.
A few hours before, he was in Saudi Arabia, asking the Arabs, which had been maintaining themselves neutral, to move to his side. I think if the Arabs watched what he did with Lula da Silva, the answer is clear. This guy is not to be trusted. He's a crap.
Zelensky
He's a
is
con artist.
obviously
He's a con artist.
Zelensky's obviously not a diplomat.
The world knows that.
The Arab doesn't need Zelensky to know that's USA behind that shit. They're not gonna go ahead with that. If there's people in the world that got nothing, doesn't want anything to do with the United States, are the Arabs.
What is important is the Guardian.
I'm sorry.
Guardian
So
is going to
Zelensky
say
is not
that
a
he
diplomat,
meets
you're saying.
I was going to say, Zelensky's not a diplomat, obviously. He's an actor.
Yeah,
and you can see that where he met, what was it, the Pope, and tried to lecture the Pope about stuff, was doing stuff like stuff that anybody...
Crap.
Honey, let me finish. Please, doing stuff like breaking obvious protocol that anybody that is an elementary level diplomat would know, like you don't sit yourself before the Pope does, things like that. So that's where we can kind of see the Zelensky facade break apart, because what he can do is he can sit there and act in front of a camera and sound gruff and wear his
begging,
his makeup and his costume,
begging like a beggar money.
Well, that's what Ukraine needs right now, though. Ukraine needs weaponry. At least that's what they think they need.
Okay.
So Ukraine needs a good leader
more
from that perspective.
Is there
There's
a
more
word
to this.
in English called the
Excuse
core?
me, Pravda, let me speak.
Wait.
You talk in every other question. I just want to say there is more to this than what you think, because historically the Pope was the one that saved the Galicia division from being in Russian prison The Pope negotiated that. That didn't happen. It was they were brought in control of the Allies. Think about that. There's more to that little journey than what a lot of people know.
Period of time was really a bad one. Honestly, it was very horrible.
Yeah, but there's a lot of fanatics right now looking to live after this.
There's look at one diplomatic debacle that happened.
Wait, Mehdi, about the Pope in the Second World War. The only time in the beginning of the Second World War the Pope went outside of Italy, it was to go to Poland and to sanctify the German tanks for their offensive of Poland.
So, Bradley, is
That's
there a word in
history.
English called? Is there a word in English called the core? How to behave in a certain position?
How to behave in a certain
Yes,
position.
there is a protocol. It's a protocol.
The core of your
decorum. It would be decorum.
Okay, so what we see Zelensky is that getting out from the stage of the Euro in Ukraine dressed like a military. We are seeing him breaking down in all possible diplomatic stage. And I'm really sorry. He does has a lot of consultation. He has a lot of presentations from the United States, which are very well formed to be able to teach him how to behave in podiums. What he did to Lula da Silva is undonable. This is not feasible.
But
what you were saying
you
that he
think
did
he's doing
in front
diplomacy,
of
you
the
are
Pope.
wrong.
It's
But
little
you are
things.
wrong. He didn't did diplomacy. He did public relation. He don't care about diplomacy. He care only about public relation.
But
What Luther think about it, it doesn't matter.
When you meet the Pope, you have always people around the Pope who are coming to you and explaining to you what you have to do, how you have to speak to him, and things like that. Zelensky was grieved because you don't enter and see the Pope like that.
Here's the thing now.
He was briefed, so everything he made with the Pope was calculated. That son of a bitch made everything on purpose.
Yes.
Here's the thing. Here's the problem.
He was in the Vatican with fucking Nazis.
Vaz,
could
please
see
let
the
him
symbol.
speak. Vaz.
Let Lania speak.
Oh, the sex instructor can go anytime, over me. But to finish my point, what the fuck was my point? My point was that the thing about Zelensky and the whole, military green shit, that was kind of cool to the audience the first few weeks, the first month or so, and it sort of formed his brand, right? You think of Zelensky, that's the brand. And he is being advised by whoever who's saying you can't go off brand because, you're like Fidel Castro now, right? You've got that image of Castro, right? They're trying to say, the green shit and the little guy going around with bags of cash, that's your brand.
No Churchill.
Yeah.
No
You're the
Churchill.
modern day Churchill, as Mehdi said, right?
No, he's Che Guevara.
Wait.
He's Che Guevara. It's no
even
Churchill.
with even through meeting the Pope, as was just discussed, huge protocols, he still wouldn't go off brand. So we're stuck with that brand forever, and you'll never see that guy in a suit. Unless that's part of the surrender terms.
Okay.
Better
Nunia,
fucking wear a suit.
Nunia, did you notice how the Pope received him? The Pope didn't receive him in the palace. The Pope received him in some kind of back door little room, like the room of some porter. Yeah, he was just coming from the street, got inside in this little room. I don't know. It looks like he was not really presentable to be even really meet the Pope on a proper occasion.
The fact that he got in there all is a shock, right?
Yes, it is.
I think the Vatican staff no more
wasn't
about
surprised.
diplomacy that anyone else on Earth.
Let Mehdi go.
They
You want
basically
to-
invented the things.
Go
So
ahead,
Vatican
wasn't
staff are
surprised.
really, really good at this kind of
I
thing.
wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised when you went to United States wearing that fucking t-shirt. But when he went to the Buckingham, when he came
With
here
the Senate,
in
US
England,
Senate.
he came here in
That's really
England
good.
and went to see the king wearing that fucking t-shirt. I was like, what the fuck? That's disrespectful. Doesn't matter if you don't like the royal family in the United Kingdom, but that was really, really low. I don't understand how British people let that guy get away with that.
Go ahead, Mehdi.
Because of marketing.
What I wanted to bring up was this, is that why I brought up what I did. People, and I put it in chat, people, you got to remember there are still hundreds of Azov members that are being held in Turkey right now. What's going to happen to them at the end of the war? You think that there's some people not out there trying to advocate on their concern? Because their only hope is to stay out of LPR and DPR trials and tribulations that Russia has, and all those leaders have already said are going to happen. So, I know you laugh and maybe it isn't the connection, but there is something you have to understand, is that these fanatics are starting to look for places to run, at least where they can survive and not end up in Russian or LDR or DPR prisons right now. They know the end's coming. It's just how it comes.
I wouldn't be so
I
sure,
think they're
Manny,
going
that
back
there
to
is
Ukraine,
already
basically.
they already can feel their D-Day. But Shadovi was talking about something very interesting, which is still enigma to me. Well, the Pope, definitely a reception to the Pope is one of the most formal, extremely protocol-oriented visits. There's all little details are very important. I know that Putin was quite well known for letting the Pope wait. He always came late. This is a well-known feature of Putin. But nevertheless, Putin always respects the protocol. So it's quite interesting to see how much he was allowed to break the protocol, how much the Pope had to accept that break of protocol. What do you think, Shadovi? What was behind? Is it the power of the West, or is the Pope joking, playing along?
I think the Pope tried to find the middle, to find a middle way. Okay, try to not go too much on one side.
Well, receiving him like in the garage.
But peace is going to be very hard to find. He had to receive Zelensky, and I'm pretty sure that if Putin asks to meet him, he's going to meet him too. Okay, he's going to meet everyone who wants to speak peace with him. That's basically his job now, the Pope. So about the specific condition of this visit, I don't know, honestly. I didn't follow it.
No, Putin never put a feet in Italy. Out of question. For security reason.
Again, no. Yeah.
The Pope will have to move to Moscow to meet Putin.
Or in some other place, you don't know what's going to happen in the future.
I think that Nanya had a really interesting point about Zelensky's brand. That Zelensky's now, he's cemented his brand. He has to stay on script. He can't change that up, even though people are sick of it maybe now a little bit. Things go in style and out of style. Maybe people will start liking Zelensky's face again. They can't back away from what they're doing there. I mean, I feel like I feel like for things like the Pope, it's good for you and your population and your image and your country's image to still play that according to protocol. But I think Zelensky's an actor first and foremost. He's not a diplomat, and he doesn't understand that. He doesn't share that value. He doesn't share those values of like, oh, I probably don't want to look like an idiot on the world stage. That probably is not something that he's really too concerned about.
In this case, it was not even about looking like an idiot. In this case, it's destroying his own credibility because the decoration, what you called it, Brady, decorum?
Decorum, yes.
Doesn't work. And in order for us to respect the value into a person, we have to see how well he plays the role in a certain position. And he's not playing that role. So he's not being taken serious, and he's breaking down all the foundations behind him.
Go ahead, Benny.
But one of the things we're discounting is that what side, when this all comes to an end, Zelensky is dead man walking. That is his only brand. He knows too much. He knows who all the players are. He knows where all the fuckery was. It all went through him. And who do you think, because every one of these little high visibility freaking human shields that went over there to spend time with Zelensky so that the Russians couldn't just flat out keep on dropping bombs till they got him because they might hit somebody important. They talk face to face because in the CIA, they found out that the communications between USA and the UK was totally compromised, and they even said it, and that's the reason why the son of a bitch from the UK flew all the way to Washington, D.C. to discuss the matter. They had been compromised. I'm telling you that whatever Zelensky's brand is now is going to the grave with him probably soon.
Mary, what you just said, I agree with you 100%. With that said, the cynic in me thinks that Zelensky is thinking beyond the war. And he's thinking in his mind, and let's all not kid ourselves, his mind is not thinking that straight these days. So I think that there's a part of him, or maybe a lot of him, that's thinking post-war. How the hell am I getting out of there? Where am I going to settle? And where am I going to start selling my Zelensky t-shirts with him and his little man and whatever enterprise he's setting up longer term? He knows he's done in Ukraine. I think he knows that. And that's why I'm still not convinced he's back in Ukraine. Has anybody seen anything since he allegedly got back from Ukraine from his G7 trip? I don't recall anything. I saw one video of him behind a white screen.
In the train. Yeah, he was in the train, yeah.
So, I mean, I think part of him is thinking post-war at this point.
Where is he actually? Where is he actually, Zelensky? Where is he?
Technically in Ukraine,
no one knows. Probably in Poland.
Does it matter?
There is no African summit or South American summit.
He's bunkered up somewhere. He's somewhere where he thinks he's not going to get bombed by the Russians.
Exactly. The guy is running away. He has been posting videos with him in the train. Matter
because half his security service is from NATO and the other half is from nationalists. So the first question is going at the end of the war, who is going to kill him first? A CIA spy or Azov spy, basically?
Let's not speculate about the life of a
before Uncle Sam pack their bags and leave. Before United States pack the bags and leave.
No, there could be a strategy. There could be a strategy of the West where they try to make him into a martyr. That could be something that they might do. So I don't know. But either that or he'll take off to Tel Aviv.
Zelensky's fate, either way, is deeply intertwined with whatever happens in the West. If the chunks of Ukraine make it to become part of the Western world, I'm sure that he'll get a piece of that maybe. Other than that, I mean, he doesn't have anything else to going for him. He can't face his own population. He can't face the Russians. So whatever happens, he's our boy, and he's riding with us, and he rides till he dies with us.
Well, kind of. They will have to get rid of him. I'm not talking about that, please. That is a very disgusting thing to ever imagine the death of any person, but they will have to get rid of him one way or another, because this war, after this war, he can't be around.
Imagine what Merkel and Hollande has said to the press after the war. A few weeks ago, what they said to the press. And imagine what Zelensky would be able to say to the press in a few years.
Yep.
Nobody's going to want that.
Yep.
And,
Nobody
and
wants to
the
know
one
the
point I
truth.
wanted to make is also
The
is
CIA
that
is not gonna
like
let
Hitler,
that
he
happen.
becomes like Hitler, he becomes the perfect fall guy for all these generals of the West and NATO and EU to put all their blame on. And that's what every politician, every U.S. State Department official, every U.S. political general, NATO general, EU general, UK general is going to dump it all on them, saying, we told them the right way to fight war, but
there always has to be a fall guy. There just has to be a fall guy.
Forget about Zelensky. You know that Secretary of Defense, United States, the Secretary of Defense, he's a liar.
No.
He keeps coming on TV and lying to the people.
You mean there is USA politician who lies to people? Really? Oh,
I live in the USA, and I want to say that would never happen. Our politicians would never lie to us. It's illegal. I'm pretty sure it's illegal.
2003.
He lied to the Congress, you know?
If a politician lies, I'm pretty
Congress.
sure they get arrested and they go to jail. Pretty sure that's how it works.
They don't care.
Come on, he's lying to them. Even
They
Matt
don't
Gaetz
care.
was like, what the fuck this guy talking about? You know?
They
These
can do
people
what they
need to
want.
be in jail. So in
No,
the
they're
future,
not going to
no one can do the same shit.
Yeah, but Boz, you know who needs to be in jail? The people that are running Ukraine right now, and they're not in jail because they're in power. So, and you know what?
Exactly.
They're gonna also continue to push this cart as long as they can, because if they ever fall into the hands of the Russians, they will be in jail and they will not be in power.
They're not in jail because Uncle Sam is backing them.
Exactly.
Yes. Basically.
Well, not just the U.S., but NATO and the West in general. But that does raise an interesting point. That it's not just Zelensky, but all his inner circle. What's going to happen to him? Are they gonna ice all?
Oh, they're going to say that everything is about Zelensky, and they are just a small pawn who did nothing. The usual stuff. We already see the story in Nuremberg.
Someone's gonna be guilty of all that shit. Just we need to know who. We need to know who.
Plata, please mute.
Yeah, Zelensky's going to be the scapegoat. They need a scapegoat. He's the perfect scapegoat. He's visible. People are going to know him when he goes down.
And he has basically no friend.
The thing is, if they kill him, everyone's gonna point their finger to Russia.
Exactly.
Yes.
He's going to be a martyr. He's going to be a lot of people.
Vladimir, you fucking did it. So everyone's gonna hate him even more.
Yeah, but the world is.
I'm
is
pretty sure the
literally
guy who is going to
cracking
kill
at
him
that.
is
The world
going
is
to be a Wagner guy.
The world is literally cracking at that seam right now, right? Over who gets to say what is and what isn't. Because right now, that's what part of what Bucha is really about, right? Is we get to we have our institutions
for the sake of DPA. Bucha is real,
of course. The reason why they need to I got distracted in that shit. What were we talking about?
Fall guys.
Yeah, they're gonna need a fall guy, and I think that Zelensky's gonna be perfect. I think that Joe Biden might be a good fall guy, and Zelensky might be a good fall guy. And
Joe Biden.
Wrap that up.
Uncle Joseph is the best. Is the best option because he's old. He's about to, go.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
so
I
he's
feel
the
like
best
we can
option.
just say that, throw those two under the bus. But the thing is, that's not going to be enough to actually end the war. The question from earlier about what does it take to actually have a frozen conflict, that's not enough to have the
To end
first-line
the war, you
conflict.
need Putin to agree, and he's not going to agree.
Yeah,
Putin
you
is not
need-
going to end the war, basically.
In order to do that, there's going to have to be the Russians that can't walk away with anything less than, demilitarization, denazification, and neutrality, right?
Less
and
than
the
everything.
Donbass. They can't do that, so they have to, because they have to look like they won, right? They have to be able to look like they came away with the win. So that means that the leadership of the current leadership that has that core, that nucleus of the Ukrainian nationalist elite, right? That's off the table for both sides, because those people are literally fighting for their political survival and probably their actual freedom. And the Russians won't accept a Ukraine that is doing this, rewriting history, rearming, planning to take the Crimea by force and stuff. It's not gonna fly with the Russians either.
No.
I was going to say, what's in it for the Russians to stop the conflict before they're short of their goals? Why would they have went through all this trouble and not follow through with it all the way? I mean, if you're going to gather your force and do it, you get one shot at it. Here we are. I can't understand why they would want a frozen conflict. The Russians won't gain anything by it.
Yeah, if you let me, I can actually explain. Shut up, please. Please. So, Mehdi, one of the reasons the Russians may, I'm not saying they do, but one of the reasons they will prolong the war for this reason. But it's worth noting that as long as they keep having, even if it is a slight progress, if it's constant progress, this is a signal, constant signal and a reminder to everyone else, especially like the West keep drumming it up, right? Like they drummed up Bakhmut. This is noticeable. At some point, now that Bakhmut has fallen, this gets noticed. And the more this goes on, Russia keeps getting more and more connections around the world that are consolidated in very meaningful ways. And this goes in tandem with China, who is expanding their industry, right? So Russia can then provide, for example, with security and deal with security concern and fill that gap where, for example, in North Africa, those countries have generally been ousting the Brits and the French. And what has been filling the void with open endorsement from these countries, especially like countries like Burkina Faso, openly embracing Wagner. And this has like geopolitically a pretty tremendous ripple effect for the US or the NATO hegemony. So for that reason, like if the war is between Russia and Ukraine, yes, you're absolutely right. There's no reason for Russia to hold back. But if the war is against NATO, keeping this war going, because Russia keeps getting consolidated and improved economic circumstances, whereas the West is having.
Don't forget, they are upgrading their military. Today, Russian military is way stronger than 1.5 years ago.
Right. Yeah.
How much is being spent right now to keep
freezing the conflict? But freezing the conflict without Russia having the security guarantees they were asking for means that they have to go to another level. The another level is to let Europe, not the United States exactly, but Europe in such an economical situation, they are so broken, they can't pose a security threat to Russia. And we see this happening. So that's why people say, okay, let's freeze the conflict. Mehdi was saying, no, Russia won't do that. Of course they won't. They will keep letting it going. Like Coping was saying, very slowly going on until the other constellation of the new multipolar world solidifies so strongly that once the things become can't turn back. You see what I mean?
Don't forget that's only going to happen if Russia is able to avoid big human losses.
Well, how much does all this cost per month to hold all these
I don't know, but they have to avoid that. That's the only weak point of Russia.
You can't avoid that. If you're going to stay in a condition where you're going to have a frozen conflict, it's going to be along a defensive line, which is going to be a constant expenditure.
No.
When you have it all there right now, why would you do it? Listen, one more. Why would you allow your enemy time to regroup and rearm itself?
I agree with you,
stupid.
And
you don't do it.
And
we
no,
always
I
agree
agree
with
as
you.
well. My only point is with Russia, same thing I said before. I agree with you 100%. Nobody on the Russian side is talking about a frozen conflict. The only people who bring it up is the Western
European.
media. End of story. So it will never happen.
Well, I
Russia
think
is moving into offensive mode. All these bombings
Very
we've
slowly.
seen all these bombings we've seen the last week, heavy bombings, they're softening up the targets. I think they're getting ready to move.
yeah, they're destroying
And
ammo depots and fuel
Yeah, you're
depots.
mistaken.
these
They are
guys are
moving
getting ready
every
to
day.
move.
Let me just say something.
No, we'll move fast.
No, no, no,
Well,
no,
I
no,
mean,
no,
I
no,
don't know
no,
how
no.
fast they'll move, and I don't think anyone here can say with absolute
I
If
think
it's not on BBC, it's not true.
I do believe that the Russians are all in on this. There's no way that they cannot be. They have to make Ukraine irrelevant, and they have to accomplish the goals that Putin laid out, the quote unquote denazification, Bradley said it, demilitarization, and the annexation of the areas that voted to join the Russian Federation. So that is something that, but what has to happen is that the West needs some sort of out. And I think that what's going to happen come next winter, the inflation rates related to energy are going to be crippling to many of the Western European economies, not the United States. I'm talking economies like Germany, who is the largest economy in all of Europe. So that is something to maybe there'll be a change in government or protests on the street where people just say we had enough.
And Chairman, good
More
luck
than
with that.
that,
Gabriel want
GS,
to speak,
we're
please.
looking at a
Gabriel want to
blast
speak.
from China, especially against
Let her
German.
speak, please.
The biggest economical...
please, bro.
Bro,
Midi.
oh, come on, let's cry.
Mehdi, I just want to say, John, to what Mehdi said. Yeah, you're absolutely right, but you need to switch the target of what you just said. Buying time, yeah, having a frozen conflict so your opponent can build up. That's exactly what the West wants, because they have nothing, especially in Europe, to face Russia. So they absolutely need to buy time. But then you are talking about rearming in the West. At what cost? Especially with the rise of energy prices, but not only the rise of all commodities, natural resources that Europe don't have. And also for United States, with the de-dollarization process and the inflation, it will also impact United States and especially its military-industrial complex. Also, maybe not at the same extent as in Europe, but it will affect it and its ability to wage war against a peer opponent. I'm not even talking about China and Taiwan, not even that. For me, it's totally lunatic from the side of the neocon in United States. And here in France, they decided to prop up their military budget. Huge amount of money. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they made a pension reform and other things. But if you analyze that budget, military budget, that is inflating, you will immediately understand that most part of that budget will go into inflation. Because we don't have iron mines, we don't have copper mines, we don't have even the uranium for our nuclear power plant, we don't have that. We don't have the powder that is used to put in the shells. We have to buy everything from outside, or most of the things has to come from outside.
Yeah, but Errol, can you imagine a situation? Can you imagine a situation where, for instance, the US finds a way out and leaves the European Union fall away?
It
and
can't.
saving
It
their
can't.
ass in that process.
How do you mean? What do you mean by that? How do you mean
Well,
by
it's
let it
very
fall?
easy. It's, for instance, we are talking about dollarization all the time, but we forget that we don't need dollarization, just need the euro out, and the dollar continues to be the main coin being used every day. What happened was that a part of the West went out, but not the dollar, not the US. It was just European Union. And we
No,
talk,
I think the euro is
that,
going to
that
disappear
doesn't
long before the
that
dollar
doesn't
does.
change anything,
Yes,
Piotr.
it does,
That doesn't necessarily have to change anything, because what matters is the trade in dollars, not necessarily the currency you use to trade the dollars.
Right.
And so,
Yeah, right.
So the euro may perhaps fall down, but
Okay.
you know,
And what about the reindustrialization of the US at the cost of European Union, which is already happening?
Yes.
What about
Which is happening,
most
people
of
are not
countries
talking about?
most of countries in Africa, they use euro because of the sanction. Basically, half of the countries in Africa are under sanction for using dollar anyway. So
Yeah, but the one
makes much
losing
difference.
in the
that was
francophone
the
countries,
one
yes,
losing.
but then in
for-
Ghana, it's actually very uncommon to come across euros. But Ghana is like a special case in West Africa.
But Vosh, the one really losing weight at this moment in international transactions is not the dollar exactly. It's a little bit. It's actually the euro. The euro is the one losing.
Yes, that's what I said.
But also the dollars.
A little
No, the
bit.
dollar is,
Dollars is
it's
also
still, if you
losing.
want to, the thing about the dollar, it's not just that oil is, purchased in dollars. It's pretty much every commodity around that you can think of is primarily purchased in dollars.
Even when Europeans are buying an Airbus plane, they are buying it in US dollars.
Yeah.
Yep.
The plane is sold in US dollars.
So the de-dollarization is what
but
wouldn't
that's for
happen
the
until
West.
after
Yes.
the euro falls. I mean, I thought the euro was stupid at its inception, but it's certainly I believe that the euro would implode in time anyway without all this geopolitical stuff going on. But I think now it's in serious trouble.
What will happen if the euro goes down immediately is that because what we're seeing, because you're absolutely correct, JS, the exchanges, like about 80 or something % of all invoices in the world were done in the US dollar before the war. And that was from a downward trajectory. It used to be higher. And now I don't remember the number, but it is going very noticeably down. What happens if the euro falls away is that you will suddenly have an uptick in invoices in US dollars, because the trade that you otherwise could do with the euro, well, what are the alternatives for the Europeans? Pound sterling? I don't think so. The Japanese yen and so forth, and the South African SAR, unless the SAR, perhaps, if they want to have some sort of roundabout way to operate with BRICS, but even that, it would be like to a limited extent. So if the euro falls, the currency of the euro, that would actually save the dollar, or at least prolong de-dollarization, or maybe cushion the blow. Which it's actually very good that you brought that up, because it's actually worth noting. The United States may be willing to actively sabotage the EU for that reason, for its own sake, because we have already seen the United States do so quite repeatedly. I'm not going to mention that.
They did it with the pound after the Second World War, or a little bit before. And they're going to do it again, but it's okay. They are fighting for their interest. But you see, Coping, the dollar lost its weight after the 2008. The euro, when the euro appeared, it conquered a long margin of the international trade, which was a bit exaggerated, and also made the European central banks to print a lot of money, which they don't still know where it is today. That's why sometimes they speak about the $500 bills, euro bills being used by criminals and traffic. Yeah, which is a joke. They just lost track of the money because they printed so much. They wanted to take down the dollar. And what happened was, after 2011, that the euro completely lost it, start losing it's a process that's a bit longer than just now. And now with this crisis, the euro is losing a lot, and the dollar is maintaining, is now by the 58% if I'm not mistaken, on world transactions. But this accountability is always difficult to really to be sure about. But anyways, the euro is the one losing a big track in the international markets.
All right, let me speak. I was going to say about two things that Prada said, and then also what I think it was JS were saying that, or maybe it was Coping, about Coping was saying that if there's this war in Ukraine, there would be one thing, but it's a war against NATO, and that the euro's fall slows de-dollarization. And then Prada also said, brought up the reindustrialization of America at Europe's expense, and also brought up the euro being sacrificed on the altar of the dollar. And what I want to say about these issues and how they're related with this war is that that's kind of what the war is actually over. It's we've made, so the war wasn't originally over about this. It didn't have to be, but we've made the war over all the marbles. So this war is about U.S. hegemony. This war is about Ukraine's decision to side with the West against Russia. They need a way out, but we managed to make the mistake, and we made mistake after mistake until now. This is a fight for a lot more than just a little bit of Ukrainian land. It's more than that. This is a fight for the world order. The Russians are uncoupling their energy sector from Europe, and where is all that energy going? Well, it's going somewhere else, right? And these are going to be the two world orders. People can buy their gas and guns and gold and uranium, and not just in dollars but in rubles as well. So those are the stakes. And if we can walk off, maybe we can't stop this process completely from happening, but what if we can walk off with a chunk of Europe and a chunk of Ukraine in our corner? We can definitely save at least a chunk of the dollar, right? We can save our quote unquote what they call our way of life, where we could still print our way out of crises. We could still be the shining city on the whatever, and then there will be kind of like Russia and China, and then small actors in between that'll play in between those.
I would argue that if the dollar falls down the 50% of world trade, many of the things that the Federal Reserve was used to do before will have to stop.
Like what?
So printing money out of nothing will have to stop. Otherwise, they will destroy their own economy.
But maybe they can save the dollar for a while by making Ukraine owe them a bunch of money. Ukraine owes us a bunch of dollars now, and then guess what? All those natural resources are priced in dollars, and we have that, and we have Europe, and we have somebody to sell all that stuff to. It's Europe, somebody we can overcharge and also make money in dollars, right? So now the dollar has value again, because these people, kind of like the old scheme where the dollar had value because of two things. There's debt and oil. Now it's going to be a little bit of the same thing, with debt and oil, but between what we can nab from Ukraine and the Europeans, and the Europeans owing us a lot of debt and us selling them overpriced stuff. Maddie was speaking, waiting to speak.
I'm jumping in.
Oh, thank you. I was just gonna say, and I brought this up a couple months ago in a Twitter space. There was some economic guy, and I said to him, do you think that BRICS itself will allow the dollar to crash and burn in a very chaotic manner? Or do you think that it would allow, BRICS would allow it to float down slowly to protect the individual countries within BRICS that are still heavily involved in the dollar? He laughed at me, but here we are with this question, and whoever brought it up, it's a great question, because there's if they really want to hammer and punish the United States in the West for all we've done, they could just crash that dollar and let us deal with the fallout. And that's the whole thing, is that we're in a very weak position right now. Many people do not understand it, and I fully, I won't admit that I fully understand it yet, but things are getting scary, because when does chaos happen is when you go to the bank and you can't withdraw enough money to buy bread or milk. That dollar is that worthless. And there's nothing to say that people are not going to be willing to, other countries are to say, well, will just buy shit in the rubles. And it's all about competition. It seems like we decide that if we can't own all the marbles, we're not going to allow anybody else to play the game. When really the West needs to learn to do fucking good, honest, just competition for the goods and services that you have. And guess what? That lowers the price for everybody and keeps everybody employed. As long as it's spread out where it naturally should be, I think. Anyway, that's stuff.
So I can concisely answer that, Mary, because what you ended with is actually the reason why the BRICS countries will not try to trash the dollar, because they're also themselves so tied to the dollar. If they do that, yes, you can say that they will harm the United States, but it will also harm themselves. And the only result that will actually achieve is most likely escalatory. So that is what they want to do, and that's why they're gradually dumping their U.S. Treasury bonds, and their assets. They're trying to do more bilateral sides. This is a gradual process. Contracts have to mature and expire, and then but you'll see this over like the course of 10 to 20 years. We're going to be seeing, and especially now, probably this year, if they launch the new BRICS currency, you will not see like an immediate boom crash of the dollar. You will probably see a slight dip, and then you will see the de-dollarization process accelerate to some extent until it reaches a point where the sphere of influence of the United States, where it's most consolidated, such as Europe, is going to be remaining within the sphere of the dollar. And then it will be a varying degree throughout Africa. Latin America, I'm not sure of. But then you have the BRICS countries and East Asia and so forth. That is going to be falling very firmly under the BRICS currency, and that's probably where I think the de-dollarization process will stop. What will happen to the Americans? You said buying bread and butter, right? If you can't afford it. I'm not so sure that's going to be like the absolute total apocalypse that many people think, because the United States can actually sacrifice so many other economies tied to it to cushion the blow. It will mean that the United States does fall down. Absolutely. It does mean that a lot of Americans will be thrown out of their homes. They'll be having problems to buy they're making ends meet and all that. You're definitely going to see increased poverty, increased instability, but it doesn't necessarily translate into complete collapse or apocalypse or anything like that. But hard times ahead, yeah, I think the West in general, American or otherwise tied to the West, should prepare for hard times. And I think countries in the BRICS countries are, to a varying degree and to a varying pace, likely to be having a slightly brighter view ahead than they had prior to the war, for example. So they're winners and losers. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that. I agree with what you just said for sure. I think the way they kind of cushion the collapse of the dollar is, there's a lot of talk now about, the BRICS creating some sort of BRICS currency. I don't think that'll happen. I think they're going
to have their own treaties. They're not going to.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think they'll come together as a BRICS group, and they'll agree on whatever their trading rules are, including currency exchange of those trades. That'll be something that'll be negotiated and agreed to as a BRIC group, as JS just said, within some sort of treaty. That's what'll end up happening. That's going to occur over decades. Anyway, other than that, agree with what you said.
The U.S. economy
Wait.
is one of the strongest.
I raise
in the
my
world.
finger. I raise my finger. Wait. You have to distinguish between when you talk about currencies and especially US dollars. You have to distinguish what the central banks have as reserve currency and in what currency is labeled a commodity. And actually, yeah, your certain banks are shifting away of US dollars because of inflation more, and a bit because we don't know if United States will pay back all their treasury bonds, but that's secondary. And then you have in the commodity market, everything that Russia is actually selling, or at least 90 or 95% of it, is outside of US dollars. China have signed deals with Saudi Arabia, with United Arab Emirates, with Argentina to exchange things outside of dollar. So in those spheres, in the spheres of labeling commodities in a specific currencies, US dollars is really losing big there. And if you add that, because how can United States was able to impose its currency, kind of imposing it to labeling all the commodities? It was because it was the first military power in the world with their 10 or 11 or 12, I don't know how many aircraft carrier and fleets everywhere.
All right, it was done by a treaty in 1944. That's how it all started.
Yeah, with only one country. It was just a bilateral agreement between two countries, United States and Saudi Arabia.
No. I'm talking,
and the rest was the U.S. Navy.
Saudi Arabia, and the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1944. Everybody can look it up.
Is my microphone on?
Bretton Woods Agreement that was in 1971, put under the table just alone by Nixon.
Yeah, but Nixon took us off the gold standard, and then the.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
I'm just gonna talk.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna give you. I don't know anything about economies. I don't know anything about these sort of things, but I will tell you what I find interesting. When I used to live in the United States in California, obviously our neighbor to the south is Mexico, and our neighbor to the north is Canada, and sometimes you would see things that were probably trade amongst these countries, but you don't really see it. Living in Los Angeles, I know a lot of things comes from Mexico, like cheap stuff, but most of it is made in China. Now, living here in Siberia, I see trains that go to Mongolia, China, probably to end up in India, to end up in Mongolia. So with what I can see, I see an insane amount of trade. And my heart lifts because if I decide to stay in Russia, I see a brighter future. Like I said, I don't know anything about economies, but I don't feel like this country is on a downward spiral. I know nobody said it, but I'm just letting you know what I feel. I feel that if I went back to America, there's a possibility that my country will just spiral down out of control because of its way of spending, because of its lack of partners. I think that here on this side of the world, many people want to trade with the Russia. It has borders with so many countries like Kazakhstan, Mongolia, China, North Korea, like all these countries in the east and in toward the west. People forget we're actually part of Europe. Like Russia is actually a part of Europe, and it does have trading partners in Europe. So I think it has the best of both worlds. When we're talking about
there's a strong commonality between Russia and the United States because both countries are massively rich in natural resources, and by and large, they can be totally self-sustaining and autonomous if they need to. But unlike Europe, that is not true. Europe
exactly,
has to get resources from somebody.
But the Americans have no way of actually moving all these things and making friends with their resources. What I feel is we use it to for making war and for mistreating other people because we have enough oil in the Bakken, in the Bakken oil fields in North Dakota, so where we don't have to buy or import oil, but somehow we're just buying and wasting our money. So it makes no sense to me. All I'm saying is that since I've lived in Russia for more than a year, I've noticed these people make friends. They treat their citizens in a fair manner, and there's a lot of, I guess, positive things happening in Russia. And it makes me sad that America is not using what it has for better. Because how the hell do we end up here? It's pretty crazy.
He didn't get that beard comb in America, I'm telling you.
There's a butt scratcher.
There is a lot of things in Russia. There's a lot of things in Russia which doesn't make life so easy. I really hope the Russians after this war will be able to solve many of the problems they have been having, especially the monopoly of oligarchs in certain sectors of economy.
But that's everywhere, Prada. That's the weirdest thing to me when I hear people talk about oligarchs. Yeah, but when I hear about that, it's like impossible. There's oligarchs in every country. Nobody's ever
Sure.
going to get rid of them.
Yes.
The only
Sure.
difference that I noticed between oligarchs in Russia and in America and I lived in Germany is that these
Patriotism.
guys,
They are under the power.
but not
They're
only
under
the
the power
patriotism,
of the state.
it's like, yeah, if they have to get smashed, they will get smashed.
They will be
And it
smashed,
happens in
yes.
my town. Like if they get out of hand, that's all I'll say about that.
They will
I've
be
seen it
No,
happen.
that's an interesting point that Dan raised about the oligarchs in the United States. Look what's happening right now with the bank failures. The smaller banks are being eaten up by the bigger banks, like the J.P. Morgans, and they're getting larger and larger. And Jamie Dimon. I'm sorry.
But if you are an entrepreneur,
he gets.
Let me go.
in the
Prada.
US,
Let
I
Manny go
think
first.
it makes a difference.
Go ahead, Manny. Sorry.
It's all right. One of the things I think people discount is the possible power BRICS can have in the future over many things. There is enough to say BRICS actually solidifies, goes with its own approved currency, whether it's ruble, yuan, whatever they use. But they demand that all payments from the United States be done in their approved currency, not by the United States dollar, and they impose a 15% tariff on that to pay for all the fuckery that went on in Ukraine. There is nothing we could do to stop it, and that's what people don't realize. If we won't be able to hold them captive because we won't control the dollar, we won't control their bank accounts. Is part of the problem.
You're leaving something out. The reason I don't think there'll ever be a BRICS currency, at least in the maybe 50 years from now or something, is because it suffers from a similar problem that the EU does. Each country has its own internal problems, unlike, you know what I'm saying? So they have to deal with that.
Yeah,
so that's why they'll not, just let me finish the point. And that is, so basically I think the BRICS will probably learn from the euro is like, no, let's just continue to trade in our own, we'll just have currency swaps between the individual countries, individual treaties. Because, the United States and the deep states, whatever you want to call them, are going to go into all these countries. A lot of them are very politically unstable, like South Africa, like Brazil. Look at the, all the stuff that's going on there. So, and then you got all these new countries wanting to join the BRICS, and some of them are more stable than others. But the United States can go in there and cause all sorts of havoc, just like they've done everywhere else in the world since the 1940s.
That's why having a common currency is a good idea for the BRICS, because it's not like in the European Union when they made a euro replacing all the national currencies. What the BRICS want to do is to keep all their national currencies, but adding a new currency just for exchanging, for business between them.
Not for exchange. It's a virtual. The idea is a virtual. The idea is a virtual currency.
This notion of BRICS being like a euro is not necessarily the case. The BRICS countries may choose to have it solely for trade, but not necessarily for day-to-day use. They may choose to have it like similar to how the World Bank uses an SDR, for example. But they expand its and repurpose its function. Like it doesn't have to be an all-encompassing thing like the dollar is. They may choose to have it simply to protect their own economy. Although yes, they may expand to a common currency like the euro. But the problem with that is that then all of their economies are much more susceptible to external influence. And they don't want that kind of the dependency with each other.
I think everybody that's looking for an alternative to what we have now, like a copy of what we have now, is mistaken. I don't think that's what countries want to. They want to get a bit further away, like the swaps, the currency swaps, where transactions are a bit more fair between different countries. And the so-called BRICS currency is a virtual currency. It will be a kind of a middle value found between a basket of currencies and trade treaties and amounts that they will manage, and they will be more fair to trade, which is something different. The other way, yes, free floating. Yes, it can. But the thing here that people don't understand. That's why. And we had a sample of it. Yes, Errol, think about it with me. We had a sample of it when we had the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin exists in its own world, completely, almost independent of what we had in our normal monetary systems that we know until now. So I think what will happen with the BRICS will be pretty much that. They will construct a kind of a virtual reality between themselves, which will have a different translation into what we have. Both realities will continue to exist, and this will allow for some countries to have more fair transactions. And this is important because we know that some currencies like the dollar impose inflation on other countries, which is very unfair for other countries because, like Argentina many times lost, in a way to maintain the currency exchange rates with the dollar, they have to print a lot of money. And once things change in the currency markets, the forex, they sometimes, because also of corruption, they are not able to get all the money back inside. And in these situations, which happen almost like 3 times in Argentina, their currency completely breaks down and the central bank is empty of money and they can't do anything else. So this is what they're thinking about. Also very interesting about the BRICS that nobody is talking about, which is the basis of the financial system we know today. Someone's talked about the World Bank, but not just the World Bank, in the International Monetary Fund and so on. What the BRICS are actually, from the beginning, offer the world is an alternative system to the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. The currency stuff is a new stuff, but what has been actually making people really attracted to it is a new basis for international money. Now, I think it was coping. They were saying that, of course, the BRICS don't want to dislodge the dollar. And of course, the dollar will never be dislodged because the United States still has a very, very big economy. It controls a lot of other economies that feels themselves important in that system, which includes the forex, the banks, the stock exchange, and so on and so on. What we have to understand, as I was saying before, once the dollar falls around 50% of the world trading in exchange rates, the international, Federal Reserve won't be able to do what they have been doing until now, to print money as they wish, to give money to the government, the federal government, as they want. That will have to stop. Otherwise, they themselves. It's not the BRICS. It's not nobody else. It will be themselves. They will destroy their coin, their monetary system. I hope you're understanding. Nobody wants to destroy. This is also kind of a fake and a non-correct narrative. Nobody wants to destroy the United States. Nobody wants really to destroy the dollar. But they want to stop what the United States has been doing, which is using the dollar to control other economies, to do whatever they want, to print as much money as they want, destabilizing the whole world with inflation. That's what they want to stop.
And tricking everybody.
All right. So
by printing money and parallel to that, raising the value of US dollars. Incredible.
Okay. So I mean, what will happen to the Americans is that we will probably be relatively okay. That's not to say that there won't be tough times ahead, but I think that they do have to try to find a way to salvage as much of the dollar's value as they can. And as far as I can see, they're securing their vassal states, kind of like in Europe. They're trying to nab a chunk of Ukraine right now. There could eventually even be some kind of fighting over Africa, maybe Latin America, something like that. We might try to, secure Venezuela or whatever. But right now, that's what the fight is, more than just Russia's aggression in Ukraine or whatever, right? There's a reason why it's been doubled down at every turn, right, by both sides, and it's because this is what it's coming down to. It's coming down to like this decoupling of the world order. It's more than just the dollar, right? It's like imagine if there's like North Korea, but it was really big, right? And then all of a sudden you have your own institutions, and who gets to say what's legitimate, right? Who gets to say who's a war criminal and who Ukrainian resources belong to, right? For example, does BlackRock get to collect that in dollars, or do the Chinese collect that in yuan? So there's a lot more on stake than just, of course, the the position of Americans to be able to print money out of thin air is definitely, that's also at stake. But I think to some extent they've secured some ability to maintain, to just stop the bleeding on the dollar in that aspect. And then just there's other fallout that you have to think about when it comes to a bifurcating world order.
Not with Biden in the power.
Go ahead, Mehdi.
No, I was going to say, I think the dollar, basically, they put a gun to the head of the dollar and pulled the trigger as soon as they froze the assets of another country and all those companies that were part of that country. And, basically companies that had nothing to do with it. They weren't part of the government, or they were whatever. Once they froze it, took control of that money, that was the end of the dollar as it exists, because that just proved that any time that you go to war with them, or like you've been saying, is that it's control. And that's what everybody was afraid of, was the control we have. But I wanted to ask, because you guys are obviously international, I'm not. How is the Mir car being accepted right now? Isn't it growing exponentially through the world in acceptance?
I mean, United States is like a lord with his vassals, the European states, for instance. If the lord decides to parasite, to suck the energy of its vassals, the lord himself becomes weaker instead of being stronger, because the lord is strong also thanks to all its vassals.
Shadowy.
I have a question for GS and Fatab, who know a lot about economy. What's going to happen if, at the end of the war, one of the Russian conditions for the surrendering of Ukraine is that they default on their debt? Actually, Ukraine has a massive debt, okay, with a lot of people. And what if the Russian Federation asks the Ukraine state to make default on his debt? What's going to happen?
Russia asking? No. What are you talking about? Ukraine has
at the end of the war
against.
During the surrendering, the Ukrainian has to surrender to Russia. At one point in time, they're going to negotiate. And one of the things the Russian could ask is for Ukraine to make default, to stop paying the debt.
Probably what they'll do is, one of the things that I don't hear people talking about is like, or no, actually, Bradley was talking about how the United States might take a piece of Ukraine. What most people don't realize is no one wants Western Ukraine. All the natural resources in the industry is either in the east or it's on the coasts. So the Western Ukraine is just a giant money pit. It's no one wants it. It's
farming is all. That's all it is.
Until there is default on this debt.
Well, the debt, whatever debt that the Ukrainians, will probably, whoever lent them the money will just have to write it off. As far as the Russians go, they'll get payment back because they've seized the agricultural land and the natural gas. It's untapped now, but there's a huge natural gas reserves in the part that the Russians are occupying. So that's how they'll make good on it.
And all the salt.
Oh yeah, that too. So the Russians are going to have more natural resources than they know what to do with.
Yes, but what about the debt?
What Shadowy was talking about, there is some talk about who is going to be the titular about all this debt. And some people have been suggesting that Ukraine, as the owner of this debt, might disappear as a state and create a new state. Some people have been talking about it. Some people have been talking about imposing that debt to Russia as well. The stupidity goes as far. But this has been being talked about. So it's like Ukraine disappears as a state, and Russia is created as a debitor of all this debt that Ukraine constrained during the wartime. It's another stupidity, as I said. I don't see much of a point. Also, if Ukraine disappears or doesn't disappear, there is another problem, which is they have been giving much of the resources they have to international companies, at least what they still own, especially land, which is something that Ukraine for a long time was not willing to do. So until Zelensky, it was not permitted for foreign companies or persons to own land in Ukraine. They could rent it, but not own it. So, and Zelensky changed it because that was the only, well, yeah. But I don't think that's a really question, Shadovi, because as JS said, well, in the end, they will have to write it off. It doesn't matter if Ukraine still exists or not.
Yes, but the fact to put it in writing is not the same thing for the banking on the other side. If you don't know, for the banking at the end of the year, they could put what's the word? They don't know what's going to happen, so it's not really a losses. Okay, but if it's in writing, it's a losses for the bank. Yes, I don't know if you understand what I'm meaning.
It depends who they are earning
At
the
the moment,
money
if it's
to.
rated, it's a loss. If it's not rated, it's not a loss.
That's a very, very interesting point. Shadow is making a very, very interesting point. So what you're saying is that even if they let's say they lose a chunk of Ukraine where the resources are already sold. Let's say they found some natural gas. They already sold the natural gas. It's already spoken for. It's in people's retirement funds somewhere, right? And then the Russians take over that land, take over that, and will they honor that company's, claim that they own this? They might say, no, you don't. So according to who? According to that illegitimate government that's gone now, that doesn't count, which is really interesting. I never thought about that.
Well, sure, this exists. The Russians have been doing this but the problem is that you see the West confiscated or the frozen assets from the Russian government.
Yeah, so the Russians are going to take all that Ukrainian natural resources as payment for what.
Exactly, but it's
that's exactly what they're going to do. It's not complicated here. You don't have to be economists to understand this. I mean,
yeah, but the problem is that they have the right. By the moment they did this, it doesn't matter. Okay, it's interesting what you're talking about, Bradley. But the moment they did this, it allows the Russians to do exactly the same, to confiscate, to freeze the resources of other countries in Russia as well, which are much more valuable than in Russia. I'm not even talking about the occupied territories, which are much more valuable, which actually creates a really problematic relationship with these countries. So how can they actually claim something from a country which they created illegal by confiscating assets of that country?
So but that's what I mean about the bifurcating world order. That's what the fight is over. The fight is over those. That's what I mean by saying the fight is over all the marbles. Because now it's not just, oh yeah, guess what? I claimed it. It's mine, right? It's also about what did this government do at all that was legitimate in the first place? These guys are a bunch of war criminals. Holy shit, right? They've freaking massacred half the country. So like it's deeper than that. It goes really deep. So it's like it is existential.
Bradley, you have two types of debt. You have one which is owned by private entities. Normally this type of debt is insured. Right? The ones between states are normally not insured, but this type of debt normally can't really get bankrupt.
Well, Shadowy was saying that they still win even if they lose because of the insurance.
Well, actually, there is insurance even on sovereign debt.
Like, there's insurance, and if they
lose,
lose,
even the U.S. Treasury.
We're going to put an insurance on the Ukrainian debt.
Yeah, but
we're going to make some people are going to make a shit ton of money off of it.
It's when private people buy sovereign debt, but when states buy from different states, there is a different rules, at least by the International Monetary Fund.
Nobody's buying anything, though. People are saying Russia's saying that doesn't belong to you. Russia's saying that is Russian land.
If banks have issues like in 2008, we will fund them.
Exactly. So the interesting thing about just now mentioned about the
and there is going more and
how
more
do you
dollar
claim?
printed.
Go ahead,
So I
please.
was-
Right.
So just now, you all mentioned about the, how the situation of the properties and contracts within Ukraine that was captured by the Russians. Because the Russians, I remember reading, I think Ryba, the pro-Russian source, talking about this is an administrative issue that Russia need to solve, because there will be claims that this factory belongs to certain companies or certain people, this house belongs to certain people, and because it's all war torn now, so the Ryba mentioned that there's a need for a system to find a way to connect back to the original owners of all these things, because if not, then Russia will be essentially nationalizing and capture, and taking everything.
But Ukraine made something very bad.
Already there's someone who sanctioned Russia. They
Ukraine
basically sanctioned back for the
Sanctioned for what?
Ukraine opened a precedent because they launched a war that they could confiscate property and goods from Russian citizens without material compensation. So the
There has
moment
been
Ukraine did
compensation.
this, sorry again.
There's been some compensation for residents of Ukraine who have lost their home in the Donbass. We have some people that have come here and they actually give them enough to buy a new house. So that's the only thing I will say. I've known personally some people who have lost their house and they actually have their passports. They have new Russian passports now, and the government puts them in a hotel until they give them enough money to them to move into a
but
new house.
Russia's not going to bail out the remnants of Lviv Stan.
No. Exactly. And the moment that Ukraine made that precedent, it opens the precedent for Russia as well to confiscate Ukrainian assets, also without compensation. They haven't been doing it. They have been paying it, more or less, I think. Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. They actually are doing it in Crimea. They are confiscating.
The Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. They also, after all the bombing, they stopped supplying Ukraine with power.
Yeah, they essentially annexed the entire nuclear power plant.
Mm-hmm.
So they connect it into their own power grid and just don't give it to the Ukrainians.
And Zelensky had a house brought in 2013 in Yalta in Crimea for almost 1 million euros, and it was confiscated now. Well, it belonged to his wife.
Okay, well, those people are really corrupt. Who the hell knows? There's probably legitimate reasons to confiscate a lot of Zelensky's wealth. I'm sure they could find all kinds of reasons, which is why Zelensky is tied at the hip with the West, because if we get to say what's what and who owns what, then he'll be well off. He'll still have one, right? We'll still have one because we walked off with, let's say we walk off with, let's just make it this easy, a large natural gas field. We hook up a massive pipeline from that field, from that natural gas field to Poland. That's going to be the new natural gas hub, just a big FU to Germany. Just going to skip by Germany. It's going to go from Ukraine right to Poland, and then we continue to charge the same outrageous prices that we charge for liquefied natural gas, or maybe just a little 30% less. And then now that is the new base for the value of the dollar, right? Because the Saudi Arabians aren't just working like a spigot anymore, right? Where we get to just fluctuate the value of dollars just because they will turn on and turn off the spigot. So how are we going to secure that as much of that privilege as we have to be able to print our way out of problems? And they think that if everybody owes us dollars because everybody has to pay in dollars for this overpriced gas, that's going to be part of it. It's going to be part of what we want to do. That's our dream, and that's why they always say, and then Russia is going to compensate, right? Because what's the hope? The hope is that we end the war on terms that are positive for Ukraine. Russia has to go away. Russia says, okay, in order to make peace with the rest of the world and to be let into the Olympics or whatever the hell it is, right? We'll pay off the debt that we owe. Like, we want to be let back in. We don't want to be considered like Iran or like a rogue country like North Korea or something like that. So that's the hope. And then Russia they also make a shit ton of money off of Russian stuff that they also decide is what the value is in dollars, and that also secures the value of the dollar. Anyway, Maddie was going to say something.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, but what about the Turkish hub that was talked about earlier, where that hub would be used to fuel what goes into Europe and not use any of the Western bullshit. You know, you can't discount it. You know, we think that we're going to control all these things.
Not if Russia controls Ukraine's entire coastline up to Odessa, up to Moldova, right? Or rather,
Russia suggested it. It was Russia's suggestion to do this. It wasn't Turkey just offered. That's what I mean. Is people were thinking that it's going to be rebuilt with the West being rebuilt and being able to, you know, allow the gas to flow through. Why would they do that after all that's happened? They're going to use it to some advantage and to secure Turkey and keep them on side. That's the best place to put an oil hub, is right there, at least where they can control it somewhat, and the West can't get involved with it.
But the pipeline already exists. They just want to create a market, which is the European countries can get gas, natural gas, from Turkey instead of from Russia directly. So that was the point about this gas hub, which actually already exists. It's nothing new.
Yep. I think that goes for everything. Not only oil, not only gas. Like I said, Russia's in a very good strategic place, and it seems to be a good neighbor. So this economic talk about Russia in the future, we're just gonna have to wait and see how they play it out. In my opinion, they're doing a great job. I haven't seen any like foreigner or immigrant, not including myself, but like people who come here, they're always having good reviews about Russia. Like they come here from all these different countries, and you see license plates from all the stand countries, Armenia, Georgia. You know, they're always happy here. They come, they make their business, and you know that they're doing a lot of trade with their countries, because if there wasn't a lot of trade, then they wouldn't be here themselves. I think the future is going to be in, like how you guys are all talking about this new sphere of influence, this bipolar world. It's about time something like this happens. And economics, you guys can talk about economics all day. I think you guys should change the subject because it's getting late on this open mic. Let's talk about something else before it ends. Let's just something else.
Can we talk about Wyatt's hair?
Hypersonic shovels.
Shovels?
With scramjets.
I was actually.
They launch him out of MiG-31.
Actually, Dan, I have to wait. Let me compliment and extend my gratitude to Dan for having allowed us to be meandering in what you consider to be black hole topics for so long, and that you had such patience of waiting until after the 5th hour, 5.5 hours before you jumped in here to throw shovels at us, because that's basically how I see it. I see like you coming us and dragging us back down to earth when we're starting meandering into the abstract stuff, and you want to get a little bit more on the concrete, down to earth. It's like the black holes.
I know you guys can go.
And the shovels, and I think it's a very nice balancing act that you do. It's especially because you are so patient. I very much appreciate it. So I must just thank you very much.
Can I answer the super chat? I think there is some kind of misunderstanding here. There is no middleman in a bipolar order, because the bipolar order died in the 90s. Well, we are going to see several poles, several orders with countries with asking for the best bids in certain sectors. And we're working with Americans if they pay better. They work with the Europeans if they pay better. They will work with the Chinese if they pay better.
Sweeping talk, because he's been waiting there.
Oh no! I just, because Dan wanted to change the topic up, I just thought I'd just throw a quick one out there, which will probably resolve quickly. But did anyone catch did Russia actually recover that drone, or because I saw the story that the rush to recover it, and I don't know what happened to the Predator drone. The story just disappeared after that. So I don't know if you guys got it.
Yeah, it was hush-hushed. Most likely the Russians got it, and they just hush-hushed it.
That's what I was thinking might have happened.
Nobody knows if they got the sensitive part, which is there's like this some
surveillance pod.
The surveillance pod. yeah, that
Yeah.
if nobody knows if they got that, there's less likelihood that that survived, but maybe they did. It's more that they got their hands on, our composites and stuff.
I guess it's not in their best interest to talk about it if they get it anyway. So
exactly,
It's
not
in the US
not
best
ours
interest
either.
to admit that we lost it to the
Yeah,
Russians.
it's not ours, not our best interest, not their best interest. They're just going to keep quiet about that.
But talking about the drones, I think the activity around the Black Sea has been increasing, and yeah, we might see something happening again, like that drone again.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like whatever's happening around Crimea and in the Black Sea is only picking up. It's not quieting down. And whatever the Ukrainians are planning, they're also planning to do something there. And Prada, if there's any way you could mute your mic just for a sec. Thanks. So they're gonna try to. I just completely got distracted.
Things are heating up in the Black Sea.
Exactly.
Yeah,
things are heating up in Prada's room too. Apparently, I was like, oh man. But yeah, things are. So the Black Sea, there's probably gonna be stuff happening there. The Ukrainians are gonna do what they can with drones.
So what do you think about the Ukrainian drone attack against unsuspecting Russian ship? So I think the Russian ship wasn't expecting an attack anytime soon. And then it's like it got surprised, and it was really close, quite close.
I think he was
Turkey.
lucky.
So yeah, I think they got lucky. They probably would have get sunk because we have a drone footage of the drone reaching all the way to the rear of the ship.
Yeah,
but
one of the
apparently
drones
it didn't destroy. I think it didn't explode.
They blew them up with the KPV heavy machine gun. That's the legendary 14.5 millimeter massive, biggest bullet. It's anything bigger than that is a cannon technically, and there are some cannons that are smaller than this bullet. It's this huge ass bullet, and they made it. And they made a point to put it in the news. Made a point to put it in the news. It's like, yeah, we eliminated them using the KPV heavy machine gun.
So what I'm wondering was, how would this have what is the implication of this attack? Because the Russians has kept its Black Sea fleet pretty far away from Ukraine for a long time. It's like, but Ukraine seems to want to draw the war further away from Ukraine. So
I want to answer that real quick. I think that this is a really good question, and I think that what they're doing is, remember that famous instance where they had that war game against Iran, where they were getting their butts kicked by Iran every time, and the major reason was because of the suicide.
I believe it was.
And the main reason was because of the suicide boats. They were like, okay, well, what happens if the suicide boats swarm? They have an excellent navigation system. It's literally a human there. They're definitely.
These are IEDs.
Yeah, they're basically a CIED, and you do them in mass, right? And so I think that's what we were doing there. I think that's what the Ukrainians were doing there.
I think
trying to experiment with
calculate
that tactic on the Russians to see if it would work, because we were scared of that. So maybe
you have to see is how far from the Ukrainian coast was this ship. This ship was actually patrolling the Turkish stream, the pipeline that goes under the Black Sea. And it's very far away from Ukraine, nevertheless. So it's quite interesting the Ukrainians were very, adventurous in going so far. And this has question like Wade was saying, is how much does the Russians really control from the Black Sea?
I'm just going to say...
Who say that was the Ukrainians?
Oh sure.
I mean, if it's NATO, the ship could have been launched from Bulgaria or Romania.
It's made in China.
Yes, but that's what I was saying. The activity in the Black Sea has been increasing. Something bad might.
I think it's come from Ukraine.
I'm gonna say this.
But maybe the ship comes from somewhere else.
Even about 6 months ago, on an open mic, I said, guys, when Ukraine is on the back foot, you're going to see an increase of IEDs, of booby traps and stuff like this. I said this a long time ago, and what's been happening is even on the land, Ukraine has been setting booby traps. Why? Because when you're losing a conventional war, you need extra space between you and the enemy. You need something that's not going to cost you human lives. So this drone attack, when people talk about drones, this is not a new technology. This is basically an IED that can move around and fly. This is an IED that can go on the water. Like, these are different types of improvised explosives devices. There's nothing new. Okay, the idea behind it is using it to give yourself separation between you and your enemy so that your life is not in danger. The Black Sea, we're talking about something that's so strategic that it should have been already. These people are a little bit late to the party. Like, Ukraine is always 2 or 3 steps behind. This is this type of stuff they should have been doing before. So when we're talking about drones and the sea and all this stuff, it's good that we're talking about it now when we're getting to the later chapters in the conflict. As far as you guys talking about maybe we're going to start seeing more, I personally think that it's probably been happening, but it's been underreported because they failed miserably. And now you're starting to see it now because, I don't know, Ukraine loves to put a headline.
I think the Black Sea is always about public relations. Don't forget the Snake Island, the Moskva, and these things now,
It's just
the
Ukraine.
Kherson Bridge.
It's just the way
It's
Ukraine
always
fights the war. It's just the way Ukraine fights the
some
war.
kind of a diversion for bad news in Ukraine.
I'm
I
sorry
think
for
it's more like
interjecting
that.
here, but I have to ask Dan this question. So I'm not sure if you caught this earlier part of the open mic, but everyone got some really good takes on this question. So here's the scenario. You are the commander of the Ukrainian military. Okay? You don't have the option to surrender. You cannot flee. You may indeed try to take over the government, but there are 2 problems with that. One, the Russians may not accept surrender and or give a shit. 2, do you really want to be a part of the government? Right? So for you, this is probably easy. I'm just prefacing this so you understand what the roundabout we have had. But
Yes.
so the question here is then, what would not what will the Ukrainians do based on what we have observed, but what would you do if you were in charge of the Ukrainian armed forces and you had to you could not surrender, you could not have a ceasefire, you had to keep the battle going for at least 5 to 6 months before any change to the scenario? Like the only thing you had was fighting for 5 to 6 more months now. What would you do?
So historically,
I was going to say just that the first footage of the drones was Russian, and then the Russians presented another footage. The Ukrainians presented the other footage where they were going to be that they achieved
Jata, what are you doing?
I'm just going to answer the question now.
Let Dan answer the question.
Prata is lagging so badly. Prata, why are you lagging so badly?
All right, so that's actually a really good scenario. I'm gonna give you my idea. If I was in charge of the military and there was no surrender, I would look for another enemy inside, like not the Russians, but like fight another faction inside. Probably go to war with Poland, just something very, very drastic. Use whatever I have on the West and totally go bonkers, because at least this way I would probably get some satisfaction. Or some, I would be seen. How can I explain? Like, my best bet would be fight the Polish to being good on the good side of the Russians. If this is an all out opinion, this is what I would do.
I was thinking about fighting the nationalist, the Azov of the
something
Kraken
like this.
battalion.
That's what I'm saying. If I can't find them inside, I'll go to war with Poland. If I have ultimate control, I would fight either the people who are radicals inside of Ukraine.
Honestly, the Ukrainian battle commander who try to purge Azov and Kraken is going to be
exactly
very good place to negotiate.
Let me finish, Sadri. Let me finish, Sadri. So I would make it seem like I'm doing internal civil war so that Russia doesn't mess with me. If I'm in charge of the regular army, that's it, Copen.
Thank you very much. Let me just summarize some of the answers here, because we have had things from some from the tactical operational level. Like they would try to stave off the Russian advances and take in from Siversk, and then we have had similar here. RL would have said now I just take out some of the most trusted people and I'll fuck off. Shadow, he was the one who suggested taking out Zelensky and then coupping the government. And then we have had
I didn't tell that. I say faking a coup and make sure that everybody thinks it's Azov who do the coup. Okay, to make sure to split Azov on
undermine
NATO.
Azov through a fake coup, undermine Azov's power. Wyatt's idea was really, really interesting. He had really
what was Wyatt's?
It was a full-on attack on Belgorod. Tried to seize it with all 12 offensive brigades, and basically just because the idea here will be to change the
Coping. That's not a fair representation of Wyatt's point. Wyatt's point was that
I'm getting to, because what Wyatt basically pointed out here, like in essence, is like you have to inflict some damage. You cannot just keep fighting on your own territory, because you are then just fighting under the dictates of the enemy. You have to change the premises of battle to have any sort of effect, and you can call it suicidal, but the options are so narrow. This is as good as any, as far as Wyatt was concerned. And there are pros and cons with this, but here you come. I mean, yours is hardly any different. It's actually very similar to Craig's, because Craig had his was that they would try to go in and under the guise of liberating Transnistria, and thus dragging NATO into it, and also prompting the Russians, because the Russians don't care to do storm offensives. They do the grind, right? But by going to Transnistria, they will be prompting the Russians to do something. So it's a strategic move on a higher level, similar to, again, like what you said about attacking Poland. It's, again, not really about attacking Russia on defeating territory within Ukraine even. It's more about just sending as much as you can, or just really just stir up as much shit as possible, basically.
A last charge.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I appreciate all of you giving the answers.
So you can actually go back to watch when we are finished. Basically, in short, is that my proposal was to put all 12 offensive brigade in Sumy, and then give an ultimatum to Russia to negotiate, or we invade. And then Russia can't possibly, in a short time, gather enough forces to stop 12 offensive brigade at one shot. And then it will be suicidal, but at least you damage and destroy maybe half of Belgorod, and that will cause political turmoil within Russia.
Yeah, but you're trying to go against Russia. I'm trying to survive, and I'm trying to be in good hands with Russia. That's the difference between you and me, Commander. You're like, fucking last charge. I'm like, no, I'm trying to live through this one. That's why I'm trying to go war with. I'm trying to do what you're doing, but to Poland.
Yeah. So, Prata, just now you were saying what about drone? That was very random.
Oh, I was saying that the first footage of the drones attacking that ship were actually from Russia, and then it were Russian footage from the ship, and then later the Ukrainians released footage where there was where we could see one of the drones almost exploding near looking like exploding near the ship.
Yeah,
So
basically the footage just cut
accident.
off. So the footage just cut off. So there's no guarantee it exploded. But then when the ship returned to Sevastopol, there's actually no scratches. So I think the ship just somehow disconnected or what.
The most important takeaway.
This was in connection with the fact that Doncaster said that probably this has happened more times, but they were it ended so much in failure that nobody was reporting it. And I was like, yeah, that's quite true. This was just reported because the Russians reported. Otherwise, the Ukrainians were not reporting it.
I think the most important takeaway from this event is that the long-standing joke about the KPV heavy machine gun, because it was originally supposed to be like an anti-aircraft gun, is that that's like an obsolete role now with jets and everything, right? So the only action that it really ever saw, I mean, I don't know if this is true or not, was the firing squad in North Korea, and there was videos on the internet of people on the firing squad getting absolutely shredded by these massive bullets.
But now it's good, right? They can use it
now
on drones. I think
we know that they are good anti-drone guns. The KPV all the way from World War II, it makes its return. That's the important takeaway.
I think warfare is going to change a lot. So anyway, it's 5 hours 46 minutes. So let's do closing. So who want to go first? Let's go by the first guy, the new guy. Steve, closing statement.
Thanks for having us. Sorry I didn't. Did my mic come through? Because I had to change headphones. Yeah. Thanks for having us. I've been waiting a while to get on here, but it starts at like 4 o'clock in Australia. So I found it very interesting. I didn't say much this time because I've been I've been very tired. I just did a night shift and then came straight on. So one thing I wanted to point out was that, you know, in Reddit and you know, online, you see a lot of people questioning who performed the Red Square attack with the drones. But I recall a Ukrainian billionaire or oligarch saying that putting out a reward for anyone who could get something to the Red Square, and then the attack happened not long after that. So, I mean, it's something that people didn't really follow up with afterwards. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. But yeah, it's been great. I'm glad to have gotten on, and it's been great to talk to all you guys. Yeah, or listen anyway.
It's nice to meet you, man.
Hopefully, next time I've got more to say, something more productive.
No worries.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
We are
Nice
just
to
here
meet you,
just to
man.
chit chat.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. So Dan.
Yeah, nice meeting you
Go
all.
on, Rob.
Well, I came late again too because these open mics are unfriendly to Australian, New Zealand, Siberian, Asian times. I don't know how you guys don't understand that the commander puts in a lot of work. But anyways, I always appreciate having these conversations. I hope that more questions like scenarios and stuff happen and not so much black hole conversation, because you guys can talk about topics forever in one direction forever. These questions are really cool and it engages everybody. But I do have my own channel. It is Wild Siberia on YouTube. I do welcome the DPH Army to see my videos. I'm an American veteran living in Russia. And it's kind of like something that I enjoy doing is reporting to you guys, the DPA Army, who's ever viewing these open mics. I like to tell you what life is like here in Russia and give you the perspective of this side of the world. And if you want to see that, continue watching the DPA. Thank you so much for having us, man. Thanks, Wyatt.
Prata.
So, we will have a very interesting week coming soon. Well, the Turkish elections results will probably be tomorrow or today, depending on where you are now, coming, and will be actually quite intriguing if Erdogan will, which sounds like it will continue as president of Turkey. Nevertheless, it's very interesting as well what is happening in Moldova, a country with a lot of political convulsion at the moment. If one way we have seen huge demonstrations like never before against the ruling party, at the same time the ruling party was able to convene huge demonstrations for European integration as well. On the other side as well, we saw there was some local elections in the small autonomous area from Moldova, Gagauzia, where actually the most pro-Russian party, a very hated party from everywhere in the Western spectrum, were actually won, and they tried to invalidate that election, and they actually, after going to court, it was confirmed. So Moldova is actually a country that might see quite some change and would be a big loss for the European cause in Ukraine as well, if let's say the spirits in Ukraine would go another in Moldova would go another side. It's also quite interesting to see that Turkey is not willing to change there, so it's not going for a kind of a Western path like so many people were expecting to, even though if the opposition candidate was a quite dangerous one for many European interests, but it was their betting. So that was my saying.
Thank you, Prata. Bradley.
Hello. Okay, so for my outro, I'd like to circle back around to I think one of the more important conversations we had which was about U.S. hegemony. And what is this war really about? I mean, yeah, it's about NATO expansion. Like it's part of how it started. You know, it's also about who actually is the Ukrainian government, right? And it's also about what actually is a Ukrainian. It's but really, it's a war over, you know, the U.S. monopoly on the way that economy gets to run in the world, which is not something I really can speak about too much. And it's also about monopoly on like legitimate unilateral narratives, you know, where we can go out there and we can say the reason why we can go into Iraq is because we thought that there were weapons of mass destruction. And the conversation is, oh man, did we really think that? And were there really weapons of mass destruction? It's not, whoa, whoa, whoa. Who cares what you think about weapons of mass destruction, right? Like we got to shape a lot of narratives in that way. And in Ukraine, there's a lot of narratives that are shaping up that who knows how well they're going to survive. And if at the end of this war, Russia doesn't end up paying reparations and we don't end up nabbing up huge chunks of Ukraine and giving it off to Blackwater or whatever it is, then there's going to be at least a bipolar world order in that sense, where you're going to have a different explanation where people are going to say, no, this is what happened with MH17. And the other side is going to say, no, that's not what happened with MH17. This is what happened. And no, this is not what happened at Bucha at all. This is what happened at Bucha. It's not going to be the same way anymore, where it's like everybody just kind of agrees with what the narrative kind of is. And we neatly try not to have discussions in polite society that step outside of that. We're holding on to also the power to be able to do that, to shape mass opinion in that way. And this war is going to be, you know, to some people, it's going to look like the Americans try to come into Russia's backyard and the Russians kick their butts. And to other people, it's going to be like, oh, Russia tried to launch a war of aggression against Ukraine and Ukraine shredded them like a paper tiger. But those things are just narratives. There's going to have to be narratives, you know, really what it's about is it didn't have to be about this. This didn't have to be the juncture point where we're having this fight. But right now it is the fight over a chunk of the world saying we disagree with you so much that we're actually saying, screw what you have to say. It's not legitimate anyway. Your decisions aren't legitimate anyway. The fact that you say Vladimir Putin is a war criminal isn't legitimate anyway. We have our own institutions and they say that Zelensky is a war criminal. So those are the wider implications of this war for the world as a whole. And that is my outro. Thank you very much, Wyatt, for doing these open mics.
No problem. Shadowy.
I have 2 points. The first point is that I hope, Wyatt, you are not going to have a burnout or something like that, because I learned sooner that you are going to begin a new series of video on YouTube for the Patreon and the DPA Army. So try to not have a burnout, try to sleep a little more, maybe. I don't know. And my second point is I hope there is not going to be a big offensive in Ukraine, because that would mean a lot of dead soldiers. And I think shovel should be used to do something else than to dig a grave in this country. RL?
Well, it was nice talking to nice people and seeing new faces. It's great. Talk about many different topics. Bakhmut finally fall. And I'm
no, it did.
No. You don't fall.
And I'm very excited to see
finally
see the new equipments of the West. Yeah, the tanks and the F-16 and all that shit.
We don't speak about that.
And we are maybe living in a tremendous era where we will see maybe the rise of that famous not bipolar world but multipolar world. Maybe. Voila.
Oh, it's always so heartwarming when Aurel comes with this. And he's right. It's such nice people. And my coping got very seriously improved when I had Steve coming on here. It very heartens me when people that we interact with, they come on here, they try to get curious. So one of you was it there you are, Alfarius from South Africa. Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing you coming on, and I know Prata too. So that would be nice. And I get it. It's not a good time for you right now. You got to stay in the chat. You are absolved. At least you're kind of being open. You want to get on. Yeah. It's been an extremely good coping. Very good coping. I'm very satisfied. And for this reason, I'm not going to chastise any in the audience. All of you who have given a view to the DPA, very, very good. But we, of course, like you more if you press the like button. And we would, of course, wish you to live longer if you subscribe. Yes. And, of course, those of you who have super chatted, there are barely any words to be given that would suffice. The same goes for you who support DPA on Patreon, Ko-fi, and Locals. You are the backbone of it all. Both the DPA Open Mic, the main channel, the DPA War, all of that, you make it going. And that gets us going because it's very good for all of our coping, not just mine. Of course, I have my personal gratitude, but I know the rest here. And I know some of you who just get to watch. Maybe you can't afford, that's fine. Because regardless, we can thank all of you for watching the DPA Open Mic. Now press that like.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining today's Open Mic. And us. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for your hard work.
Thank you. So I'm gonna put you there. So that's all for the Open Mic 31, DPA Open Mic episode 31. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you all the speakers for joining as well. Many regulars, 2 of them are new. And so both of them already in the DPA Open Mic lounge, speakers lounge. So that's awesome. So we definitely going to know them better in our private group chat. And today I think today's session is really awesome. And my energy level is pretty good. So I let it go for a bit longer. And so just also some updates. Because the Ukraine wars kind of slowed down a lot, so I kind of moved the SIRAP out of classified, and I created a new series which actually involved me, talking about things that I don't dare to talk about on YouTube, like showing footages of some horrible footages, talking about certain other things that is not very related to the macro war situation. So but it's still probably relating mostly to the Ukraine war, and probably talk about other things, something a bit more relaxed and casual. The first one is already out. I call this series the Commander's Briefing, and the full version is actually 20 over minutes long. The one that you can see on YouTube is actually a highlights or string down version, and some of the topics that I was talking about in the full one is not added in because it relates to some gruesome video. But particularly is the one that the Ukrainian soldier that killed the battalion commander. So I cannot show that on YouTube. So that was removed. But it does give people a taste of what is the commander's briefing about. And also for those that don't want to pay, it's okay. You still get to watch some of it, and it's edited down to pretty a good tempo that is more suitable for YouTube, because it's a very relaxed video. When I do it, it's like I just chit chat with, like, as if I'm chit chatting with you, so very relaxed. Yeah. So on YouTube, this kind of video don't work that well if I'm too relaxed. So so it's edited, and I think it works well. So I'm glad that I had this new idea. Then the SIRAP can actually go back to normal circulation. Yeah, because even I put the video early, the SIRAP, right? People also don't want to watch because because they thought that it's delayed. So it's very funny. Anyway, yeah, there's just some update on that. Then I also finally get to posting some of this open mics clip. You might have noticed some of them. And if you find them interesting, do share them around so that we can get more people to join the open mic community. And I will try to chunk out more. I think the last one that I scheduled has already been published, so I will need to do more work and schedule more into the scheduling so that we can post more. I have like hundreds and hundreds of these clips I haven't posted yet. The main delay was because I need to name the title properly and also add in a thumbnail, and that's actually a delay because I need to spend time to go and produce that. And what else? What happened to the game channel? What happened to the game channel? I was too busy. Yeah, I actually have some videos that I wanted to produce for the DPA War Gaming channel. Yeah, I prepared all the raw footages. I haven't get to editing, and time flies. Months has been gone, so I don't know what to do with it. I need more time, and yeah, I'm very appreciative for those living in Europe and Africa. Staying up to so early in the morning, 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Yeah, and this one, do a open mic on the impact of AI on warfare. I think we discussed this before in the previous open mic. I mean, for focus topic, we don't call it open mic. It's more like a panel where the speakers is fixed, and then we schedule a fixed timing. We do a recording and then we publish. It's not live. There is also some other ideas, but we haven't get to it. There's another idea that was to do 2 open mics per week, but I didn't manage to get that because I really don't have enough time. And for Dennis Davidoff, Dennis Davidoff will never come to join. We are nothing. We are nobody to him. You have to check out his views. Every video is 500,000 views or more. Why would he want to come? He's earning. Let me count. How much would that mean? He's earning a few $100s at least, or more, or probably $1,000 per video. Why would he want to join DPA? Yeah, there's no reason to do that. Yeah. Yeah. What else? Let do support the channel, especially I think open mic channel is pretty stagnant, so we need to do better. We need to recruit people to watch it. I think from what I heard from some of the people is that they managed to ask their father or their friends to check out this open mic, and they came in to watch it very skeptically. But after watching 15 minutes, 1 hour, they get addicted. They become a believer in the open mic. So I think it takes a lot of word of mouth effort to get people to support the open mic. So you guys have to do it, because with your support, with your recommendation, I think that's how open mic can grow. And ultimately, open mic is more for you guys. It's really a ground up thing. If it works out, it really helps us to have our voice reach further and reach more people, because we are all the common man, and when we speak here now, your voice get amplified, to be watched and heard by a few hundred people at least. So hopefully we can continue to grow so that your voice can reach 10,000 people, 100,000 people someday, and I think that would be the aim. So it's less about me. The whatever money that the open mic currently earns, like for example from all the super chats, it doesn't really go to me, because the money I needed it to spend on video editing, to create all these small clips, because the open mic on its own 6 hours, 5 hours is a bit too long for the normal human being to watch. Like, you guys are all extraordinary human beings, so it's different. But all these common peons out there, they see 6 hours, 5 hours, they will just not watch it. So it's that's why I have to cut it up into clips, and then hopefully over time we can actually get more people to believe in it. So which is why ultimately is, I think, word of mouth. People have to try to get people get your friends. You know certain families or certain friends. They are interested in politics, geopolitics, the global affairs, current affairs. Just tell them, hey, come and take a look. Come and watch, and maybe they will, get interested in it. So anyway, yeah. So Wyatt's hair does look a bit 420 at times. What is it? Anyway, yeah. So anyway, thank you guys for watching, and I just saw a super chat. Thank you, Tamit, for the super chat. Yeah. So anyway, hopefully, the Ukraine war don't kill this channel. The end of, because the Ukraine war not very quiet, right? So I'm not sure how bad it affects other channels. So hopefully it doesn't affect us too much, because I will be covering all the other issues. I already prepared the stuff on the headlines mapping to talk about the Kosovo situation right now, Kosovo and Serbia. I'll probably do it after this, and I'll hopefully give you some insight of what is currently happening in Kosovo. Anyway, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next update.
I don't mean kill, I mean just stand.